Yeah, give me just a minute. I gotta pull up my chats and whatnot. What's going on here? Huh. Something's not right. Okay, now it's going. Now I just have to get the Twitch activity up. Dashboard, stream manager, activity, pop out. There we go. I just gotta move it over. I appreciate your patience. There's that. There's the fuck. Oh, okay. Put this up here, and can I close this? I can close that. Excellent. Okay. So, magic thing is for later. Let me check my audio. Good. Okay. Wait, somebody else tried to shoot Trump? What? There's no way. I didn't hear about that at all. I just seen tomfoolery's stream title. That's really fucking me up. Okay, well, I'm gonna be looking at that too. But I had somebody request this. I'm gonna do this, and then I'm gonna cover Bloomborough magic thing, because Froggy Style paid good money for it, and then I'm gonna find out what the fuck happened to Trump. Holy shit, because that's intense. Yeah, smaller. Put that right up here. There we go. So it's all over the news. I've had a distracting day, I guess. No one shot at him. Oh, did they just find somebody who had plans to do it? They like stymied an attempt. Shout out to Froggy Style again. Appreciate. Yeah, dude. Froggy Style came in hot with the $50 dono yesterday. So this is Mr. Rogers' college commencement address that Tertium. He sent it over. Told me that I should watch it. I was like, you know what? That does sound like a nice uplifting thing. I'll start the stream off with it. So that's it. That's why we're here. Check it out.
Wow. What a privilege to be with you all. And since I've arrived here in Hanover, many people have...
It's really great to see you here, Big C. Missed you in chat.
Greeted me by saying, it's a beautiful day in this neighborhood.
He said it.
Well, indeed it is a beautiful day. But before I begin, I'd like you to know that I recognize that you who live and work here have had many days, particularly during these last several months, that have been far from beautiful. You've had a painful time, and you've handled it with dignity. I feel certain that the Xanthops's generous spirits inspire you, and it's a great privilege for me to be with you all. When I was at Dartmouth in the late 1940s, the tuition, room, and board all added up to $1,100 a year.
Oh,
Nobody owned a home
that hurts.
computer, and hardly anyone had a television set. And those who did, there was a choice of 3 channels. I'm not sure if Jean Shaheen was even born yet, but very few people would have guessed that within 50 years, a woman would be governor of New Hampshire. Yes, when I was here, the first word of the alma mater was men. Men of Dartmouth, give a rouse. Well, now the first word is dear. Some things change for the better. During my first year here, I lived
scratchy eye booger
there at 101 Middle Mass.
Oh, yeah.
And I had 2 roommates. I had a professor over there who did his best to scare everyone in his class.
Pointy nail.
And he gave me the lowest grade that I ever had in any school anywhere. But I also
calling him
had
out?
an astronomy professor, George Dimitrov, who looked for and found what was best in each of his students. When I look at the night sky, I still think of that extra special kind man. Dartmouth is many things to each of us. And I'm grateful to Jim and Susan Wright for all that they have done for this school. And I'm grateful to my old friend Chick Coop for all that he has done for all of us. And I congratulate every one of you who is being honored in any way during this commencement weekend. Our world hangs like a magnificent jewel.
Oh, 2002, okay.
In the vastness of space. Every one of us is a part of that jewel, a facet of that jewel. And in the perspective of infinity, our differences are infinitesimal. We are intimately related. May we never even pretend that we are not. Have you heard my favorite story that came from the Seattle Special Olympics? Well, for the 100-yard dash, there were 9 contestants, all of them so-called physically or mentally disabled. All 9 of them assembled at the starting line, and at the sound of the gun, they took off. But not long afterward, one little boy stumbled and fell and hurt his knee and began to cry. The other 8 children heard him crying. They slowed down, turned around, and ran back to him. Every one of them ran back to him. One little girl with Down syndrome bent down and kissed the boy and said, "This'll make it better." And the little boy got up, and he and the rest of the runners linked their arms together and joyfully walked to the finish line. They all finished the race at the same time. And when they
Oh man. Big C, I got lightheaded reading your comment. Oh my god. The story always reminds me of the footage from the 90s where a runner snapped his hamstring halfway through the 400 meter. And his dad ran from the crowd and helped him finish. Oh. Well, he definitely got disqualified. It was famous on the Nike commercial thing. It is nice, though.
did.
Kind of. I got hit by a base. The first time I ever went up to bat at baseball. Like, I joined baseball, and it was like our first practice. I got hit by the ball my first time up to bat, and my mom ran out onto the field. I wanted to die. That is the worst possible thing she could have done. And like I got hit pretty good too. I had like 3/4 of my arm was like yellow and shit from the bruise when it finally bruised out. God, I was it was so bad. Yeah, they made fun of me for it the whole year. Like, it got less and less as it went on, but still, nobody forgot that shit.
Everyone in that stadium stood up and clapped and whistled.
That's why I wear Adidas.
For a long, long time. People who were there are still telling the story with great delight. And you know why. Because deep down, we know that what matters in this life is more than winning for ourselves. What really matters is helping others win too, even if it means slowing down and changing our course now and then. Anicius Manlius Severinus Boethius, what a name, was the last of the great Roman philosophers.
Oh, okay.
And
Oh,
the
I
first
think I'd know that name.
scholastics of the Middle Ages. 1,500 years ago, Boethius wrote this sentence: "O happy race of mortals, if your hearts are ruled, as is the universe, by love."
I swear if this was my graduation, I would have walked out. You've been tainted too heavily by the internet. I like wholesome things once in a while.
I was once invited to sit in on a master class of 6 young cellists from the Pittsburgh Youth Symphony Orchestra. The master teacher was Yo-Yo Ma. Now, Yo-Yo is the most other-oriented genius I've ever known. His music comes from a very deep place within his being.
He is not.
And during that master class, Yo-Yo gently led those young cellists into understandings about their instruments, their music,
You are not a resident of Seattle.
and their selves, which some of them told me later they
I'm not going to say where you're a resident of, but
carry with them forever. I can still see the face of one young man
I wouldn't do that.
finished playing a movement of Brahms' cello sonata when Yo-Yo said, "Nobody else can make the sound you make." Of course, he meant that as a compliment to the young man. Nevertheless, he meant that also for everyone in the class. Nobody else can make the sound you make. Nobody else can choose to make that particular sound in that particular way. I'm very much interested in choices and what it is and who it is that enable us human beings to make the choices we make all through our lives. What choices lead to ethnic cleansing?
Oh,
What choices lead to healing? What choices lead to the destruction
maybe someone could have given him a Red Bull or something. Oh, is your issue that he talks slow? That's really funny.
of the environment, the erosion of the Sabbath, suicide bombings, or teenagers shooting teachers? What choices encourage heroism in the midst of chaos? I have a lot of framed things in my office which people have given to me through the years, and on my walls are Greek and Hebrew and Russian and Chinese, and beside my chair is a French sentence from
His voice
Saint
literally takes it in
Exupéry's
half between
Little
consonants.
Prince. It reads, "L'essentiel est invisible pour les yeux." What is essential is invisible to the eye. Well, what is essential about you? And who are those who have helped you become the person you are? Anyone who has ever graduated from a college, anyone who has ever been able to sustain a good work, has had at least one person, and often many.
I actually think it's a lot easier to pay close attention to people who speak like this. Makes it feel like their words carry a lot of weight to me.
Who have believed in him or her. We just don't get to be competent human beings without a lot of different investments from others. I'd like to give you all an invisible gift. A gift of a silent minute to think about those who have helped you become who you are today. Some of them may be here right now. Some may be far away. Some, like my astronomy professor, may even be in heaven.
Jesus Christ.
But wherever they are, if they've loved you and encouraged you and wanted what was...
You know, it's funny. I've talked to you on such like a real and personal level so much, Big C, that I forgot like how internet you are. It's very funny. It catches me off guard sometimes.
Best in life for you. They're right inside yourself. And I feel that you deserve quiet time on this special occasion to devote some thought to them. So let's just take a minute in honor of those who have cared about us all along the way. One silent minute. Remember how important.
And he went for a whole minute.
Thinking about.
Oh.
Imagine.
There we go. Hey, you're okay, Pop. You're okay.
Thinking about. Imagine how grateful they must be that during your silent times you remember how important they are to you. It's not the honors and the prizes and the fancy outsides of life which ultimately nourish our souls. It's the knowing that we can be trusted, that we never have to fear the truth, that the bedrock of our lives from which we make our choices is very good stuff. There's a neighborhood song that is meant for the...
Roots of Unity. $49.99. Oh my god. I haven't even seen you in my chat that often. Thank you so much. Holy shit. I'm exceptionally grateful. We have something on the docket immediately following this, but whatever you can, whatever you want for content, you name it, I'll cover it. If you want me to talk to a streamer or something, I'll bug them. You tell me what you want, and you got it. Thank you. Jeez. I talked to Tertium in chat, Andre on the Discord, earlier about I've kind of struggled lately with when I'm telling people that I appreciate them or that I'm grateful, that I feel like I'm not doing a very good job of like making sure that they know that I mean it and that it's not just a man, I can't think of that word. It's like when you say something out of habit but you don't really mean it. But I mean it. I really do appreciate so much, and it's more than like I am in a really rough spot and the money super helps, but it also makes me feel really grateful to know that people care, or that they, I don't know what I'm saying. I really, really do appreciate it, and it's genuine. I'm not just saying it. Yeah, it's not performative. There's a word for like words like that when somebody just says I'm sorry, or like they say I love you back to somebody just out of habit. I can't think of the word, but yeah, I genuinely mean it. Thank you so much. Usually watch the stream or miss the stream, just watch the VODs. Well, super happy to have you. It's
and
tremendous.
I'd like to give you the words of that song right now.
The update.
It's you I like. It's not the things you wear. It's not the way you do your hair, but it's you I like. The way you are right now, the way down deep inside you. Not the things that hide you, not your caps.
You're doing great at expressing your gratitude. I watch all your VODs and always catch your calls on the hotline. Thank you. Every once in a while, I'll find out like I'll see like a new commenter on YouTube that I haven't seen before, and they'll say something really nice. Or I remember I had to talk to JSTLK for something, and I think I had to message him to get a VOD link. And I seen in his chat or in his Discord, somebody said, "I'm a Drazi enjoyer," and it's like, I don't know that name. That always makes me feel really good. Like there's people out there that like that are willing to talk about that they like my stuff, and I don't even know who they are. It's nice to see that.
You. But it's you I like. Every part of you. Your skin, your eyes, your feelings, whether old or new.
Mrgirl told you that you were a Smith orbiter. I know.
That you remember, even when you're feeling blue, that it's you.
I thought it was funny.
It's you yourself. It's you. It's you I like. And what that ultimately means, of course, is that you don't ever have to do anything sensational for people to love you. When I say it's you I like, I'm talking about that part of you that knows that life is far more than anything you can ever see or hear or touch.
Oops, I didn't mean to do that.
That deep part of you that allows you to stand for those things without which
he called himself a Smith orbiter too. Well, it was like he was like, "Oh my God, I'm a Smith orbiter." I enjoyed that stream a lot. It was good.
Love that conquers hate. Peace that rises triumphant over war. And justice that proves more powerful than greed. So in all that you do, in all of your life, I wish you the strength and the grace to make those choices which will allow you and your neighbor to become the best of whoever you are.
I think the most recent hotlines, the caller heard of Smith, though? What? I think it was on one. Oh, yeah. It was the second to last hotline, if I'm not mistaken.
Congratulations.
That's when it's when Tertium called in. I missed the last little bit.
Congratulations to you all.
Yeah, it was you. To be fair to me, he said that he heard of Mrgirl through Smith and then me. So let's throw that in there. I wish Froggy Style was here, because then I could ask him how he wants me to do this. But I have an idea. So he wanted me to talk about magic because he got into it through Bloomburrow. Is he on the Discord? Yeah. His name is, I gotta check and see what his name is, though. I'll know it as soon as I see it. Oh. Let's see. I gotta. It's not Froggy Style in the Discord. You know, when you're right, Big C. It's something galaxies or something like that. Or star. It has something spacey in the name. I'll know it as soon as I see it. You know, I do have a considerable amount of people in the Discord. I do think that's pretty cool. Shit. I don't know what his name is on here. I tried. Wait, oh, he changed it. It was Starcursed Mask. Okay, he changed his name to Froggy Style. Oh. Well, if nothing else, he will catch the VOD. So... he has arrived. Oh, did he? Oh, hey! So, I had to go to sleep. I ate. I made the mistake of eating yesterday, so like almost 5 hours in, I crashed, and I guess I really needed sleep. I slept for like almost 9 full hours, and I've only been sleeping like 2 or 3 hours lately, so I guess I really needed it. But I'll be streaming all night. You talked about the next set too, and I'll go over some of the spoilers of that. So Bloomburrow is a new set from Magic, and it is absolutely fucking adorable. It's basically if Redwall was a Magic set, but it's not just mice. What is it called? Watership Down. It's kind of got influences of those things. So like lore-wise, there's a couple of these like the calamities. They're like these giant creatures. Yeah, there you go. That's like the main bad guy in the set is this big fire wolf. and like he's burning the forest down, and all the little critters are like teaming up to try to take him down to protect their forests. And it's given us some of like the cutest art in the whole thing. Like they made a bat cute. I think that a bat cleric is also like a really funny thing. And you have like the little like night mice, and all the frogs are like mages. I went to the pre-release and I had a ton of fun with it. Everybody, it's the first pre-release in a really long time where everybody was like really excited, just like talking about like the art and stuff. It definitely had a different kind of vibe. Oh, you want a link to the Discord? You got it. Give me 1 second, and I will get that for you. Copy. Okay. You like the rats? Are you trying to make a Wick, the World Mine Standard deck? Okay, then for you, I'm going to build a Wick deck. I think, do I have the... Oh shoot, I hope I have copies of Wick. I don't know if I don't think I do. But maybe I'll open some packs then. For me, some of the best cards in the set are... where's that mouse at? This guy is Superstar. Whenever you target him, he gets a +1/+1 counter, so he gets bigger every time you target him. And when he dies, he deals his power to the opponent. So what the play is to get him big. And even if they kill him in the meantime, it's not the end of the world. And then you can use a card that like flings. So you sacrifice it, and then it deals its damage equal to its power to the opponent. And so since he also does it, if he's like a 7/7, you'll be hitting him for 7 with the fling and 7 with that. So that's 14 damage. They're already at 6 just off this 1-drop. He's an insanely good creature. People are playing a lot of mouse stuff because of this guy. So you have like him, and then there's a couple of like things like Might of the Meek that buffs them if they're mice, in addition to giving them haste. And then there's where's the other mouse? I haven't seen a whole lot of Wick decks. It's interesting. I'm gonna try to build one for you, and I'll try it out. But there's another really good mouse. I think he's a 2-drop with Offspring. You really, I was really intrigued when you said that you got into the game because of this. I think I wouldn't have expected anybody to say that about Bloomburrow, just because it's not like an existing IP. I have 4 copies of Wick. Okay, I can do it. Manifold Mouse is busted. Is that what it's called? Yeah. It's Manifold Mouse, yeah. It's so annoying. I have a couple of standard decks. Oh, you're welcome, Roots of Unity. Just being able to give a creature double strike and trample. It's an average of 2 mana. I guess 4 if you get the copy, because you should probably hold out for the copy, unless you just have to like push through to win. But that's super cool that I have 4 copies of Wick already. I don't have to like open packs and hope for anything. Oh, I don't know if he's in here. Let me see. Frog. Oh wait, I know he is. Oh. He's in there, the commander thing. Okay, that's weird. Or is he in the alchemy of it? No. That's so weird. I built a Flubs, the Fool deck, while I was working on it in paper. Do the cards come with a gas pedal? I don't know what that means. Whenever you play a land, you get to play an extra hand whenever you play a land or play a spell. You have to discard a card, unless you have an empty hand, in which case you draw a card. So it's like he's just begging for you to put like ridiculous combos into the deck. So I've been working on that in paper. I have like the parts of the deck on my desk right now. It's super fun, and I also just really like the art. He's wearing a dress. He's got a goofy thing on his head. He has like the little like I'm traveling backpack thing, and then there's a little bug at the bottom, just like. And his flavor text is he knows exactly where he's going and exactly how he isn't getting there, to show you that he's not all there. I really liked him as like a really flavorful card. But you said that you wanted to build a Wick deck. You need to feel free to jump in the VC while you're waiting for your subject to come up on Discord. Oh, did he put up a subject? I didn't see. Did Roots suggest what he wanted? Okay, I just want to make sure I didn't pass it up. So since you wanted to build a Wick deck, we'll build a Wick deck. Step 1, get Wick. Oh wait, Wick, duh. I spelled it like the streamer. Wick the World Mind. 4 Wicks into the deck. Well, 3. He's a legendary creature. Well, you know what? It's Wick themed. I want to be able to play him. Or Wick or another rat. So, I already have rats that I really like. Important to note that rats and mice are not the same thing in this set. Lord Skitter is really good. We'll go 2 Lord Skitter, because he is a 3-drop. I'm a big fan of the blue ones. This guy is. Shoreline Relooter is super good. He can't be blocked, and when he deals damage, you draw and discard, but if you have 7 or more in your graveyard, you don't have to discard anymore. So he just becomes like a really reliable draw engine. Oh, there's the multicolored ones too. This card's fantastic. It's Menace 3/3. And once you have 7 or more in your graveyard, which a lot of the rats care about threshold, just having 7 or more, you get to bounce a permanent back to their hand. What's this? Target opponent. Oh, that's new. I only have 1, but I'm going to put that in there. This lets you take a card from their hand, and then you get to seek a rat card out of your deck. Which just like tutors it into your hand, but you don't get to pick it. Let's see here. There was another one. I go for the blue. Rats. Oh. Pretty good. Oh wait, no. He's not the one I'm thinking of at all. Here we are. I'm a pretty big fan of this card. You get to surveil one on your upkeep, and he takes down their power if you have threshold. Since we're playing Wick, we want some kind of... don't want to just ignore red. I think the cards that let you discard to draw cards is probably where you want to go with this. What do we got? Discard. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell... oh! I only have 1 of it. Well, I like it. It seems pretty good. No Codebreaker Fugitive. You discard a card or sacrifice land if you do draw 2 cards. That's what I want. Cool. So you got a couple of them. You have any hard removal in red? No, well, obviously not hard removal. Do we have any decent removal? It's like anything that's... oh, direct damage deal. No. We'll go with the braid. We don't play enough. Artifacts, get away with that. These rats. It's a noble. Wizard. Okay, they're not rogues. Or they're not outlaws. Oh. Standard. Oh yeah, I can't have that in standard. Duh. That's only alchemy. Hey! He did Azure Beastbinder. Good rat. How's it going, leader? One of the donators, one of my most, or not even one of, like, my most consistent and generous donators last night requested some Magic content, which is exceptionally cool to me. So we're gonna make a deck from the set that he has and see how it does. He wants to make a Wick deck, so we're gonna make a Wick deck. Let's see. Let's see. AZUR. Vigilance can't be allowed to creature's power 2 or greater. When he attacks up to one target or fit creature, planeswalker, opponent loses all abilities in any turn. If its creature is base power times 2/2 till your next turn. Oh shit. I don't have any of him. I didn't know that that exists. That is a good card. I 100% agree. What do we have for... I already looked at rats for that. Do we have anything in Grixis? I can throw a couple of him in there. Whenever you commit a crime, you get to put a card in your hand and one in the graveyard. That's a pretty big deal for a deck like this. But what do we got for blue red? No, no, no. Hmm. Oh, I'm crazy right now. We need... Actually, we need removal. That's what we really need. We need to kill stuff. No. Actually, throw a couple duresses in. Take stuff out of their hand. But I want... run out of room. Oh, well, 24, 23. 22 land seems good. Oh, yeah, here we go. Bitter Triumph. And then I just want a good counterspell. I think the there's one from... Here it is. That's exactly what I wanted. I just throw some lands in here. We got blue red. Take the deserts, Thundering Falls, Sparkle Canal. Oh wait, I'm adding too many here. 2 of them. 3 Sparkle Canals. 2 theaters. Black Leaf Cliffs are always good. And then blue black. Them in there. A Dark Slick Shores. And a couple of these. I don't think anything in standard punishes you for having non-basic lands. So I'm not too super worried about it. How many lands do we have? 20? Need 2 more. We have for... Oh, Cavern of Souls. Stop them from countering our rats. Cool. I didn't know if there was a way to do this, but could I post my current Wick deck list to show you what I can... Yes, you can. If you go to Arena, you can... you highlight a deck right here, and then you can click Export, and that'll put it into a format, and then just send it to me on Discord, and I can see it. Oh, hang on, though. I don't want to play Ranked. I almost exclusively play Ranked. Right now I'm like Platinum 1. I'm almost into Diamond. Just a couple of wins away. See how this goes. I would say that I'd play your deck list, but I know that I don't have the one rat that you have. Hey, Leader, it's nice to see you. It's been a little bit, bud. I seen you pop by for a little bit yesterday. Oh. That's Ruth's suggestion. Hey, welcome, welcome, welcome. All right, Roots, I got your suggestion for from Tertium. I like the hand. We have all of our colors, and we have a wick. Let's just do everything I want to do. So, yep, that's fine. Surveil, I want that on top. Oh man, the way this hand setup, this actually seems like it'd be pretty good. It's gonna run out pretty good. Oh, is that an artifact? Hell yeah. What does it do? Oh yeah, that's too good already. 2 mana to spend on activate abilities. I don't want them to get that far ahead. It's not happening. Oh. Oh. This is pretty lucky. I think I let him have it for now. I don't care about taking 3 yet. If I draw land, I can level this up and then still be able to play the Abrade. That's perfect. Level it up. I'm gonna pass to see if they play something. I can get them to tap down their mana first. That'd be great. Nope. Well, then I'll just try to get them to do it on their turn. So I want to be able to play Wick with them tapped too. So if they have anything to respond with, I want them to respond on their turn. Come on. I'd rather have them stop this than stop the Wick. And they're blue, so I'm not super worried. Like, the worst they can do is bounce in my hand, then I still have the snail. Yes, they're all tapped out now. Perfect. Discard this mouse, or this rat, to get a more useful rat. Excellent. Then we can drop Wick, and they can't counter him. We get the snail. Okay, so I just have to play other rats to make the snail bigger. Cool, cool. A lot of people during pre-release played him. Removing that counter from rated net, tap target, non-land permanent, its activated abilities can't be activated for as long as it remains tapped. Okay. I don't need more lands. On the yard. I'm gonna play Duress. I'm gonna discard my highway robbery. I get, oh, perfect. I keep staring at my snail. I don't know if you know, but when it lights up like that, that means they're hovering over it. Oh, that's fine. So he bounces the token so it goes away. But I'll get another one when I play my Shoreline Looter. Okay, we'll get rid of that. I hate that. I wish they didn't have that. Source. Okay, that's not as relevant. I'm gonna play this. And get the snail back. And then I can attack with Wick, and he can't block without his creature dying. Is he gonna tap down Wick? If he does, that's fine. I think I have to save my removal for the big guy that he's got in his hand. Yep, he's tapping down Wick. That's fine. I'll block with the snail if he attacks into me, and then he'll just straight draw me cards. There it is. Wait a minute. Oh, is he making it a copy of Braided Dot? He is. Damn it. That's annoying. Yeah, I still just kill it, I guess. Oh, he's tapping down. Rude. Oh. I didn't realize that did that. I didn't read him all the way. Oops. Well, sometimes mistakes happen. It's okay, though. I think that I have the better board state. So, I probably... Oh. Yeah, okay. Didn't think I cared about that, but that actually makes this deal 3 damage. Yeah, that's fucking cool. I like that a lot. Okay, yeah, I guess it's not... It doesn't get too out of hand if he crafts it. Quit looking at all my stuff. Oh, okay. I'm just gonna block with the snail. Isn't it menace, right? Nope, no menace. Okay. That's fine, it's fine. Let me check and see if Froggy Style... Nope, I didn't get that list yet. Oh wait, you sent it to me directly, duh. Alright, I'm gonna pull... I'll pull up your list after this game. Well, first things first, I should attack so I can draw a card. Unless he's gonna hit with the braided net. Did. Okay. Yeah, so I think the way to do this is to, let's see, 1, 4, 6. Okay, cool, I have 6 mana. So I can make a copy of Wick when he goes to attack, and then block with my copy of Wick, and I will draw 2, discard 2. Unless he plays something crazy, in which case I'll counter it, and then make a copy of Wick. Let the real Wick die. I'd be so mad if he countered this. Okay. Wait, he still could. I think he's crossed. Alright. Jesus, all lands? They both trigger? Okay, so I have a 2/2 snail then. Which means I can block with the snail. And Wick lives. My Wick token. Oh, son of a bitch. That's a good interaction. I didn't think about that at all. He made a treasure token and sacrifice, so it was bigger. Oh, perfect. Yeah. Discard a card. To kill this. Discard this land. Discard this land to draw a card. Got another Wick. Very cool. Gonna attack first. I get to draw. I guess I'll hold on to this wick for now. No need to play it yet. Then we get the snail back. Very cool. And when I sacrifice a snail to deal damage, it'll deal extra. Is he going to target my wick? I think he targets the wick instead of drawing. A shoreline looter. Oh, that's fucked. Okay. I didn't expect him to do that. Sacrifice the snail, deal 3 to him, and draw a card. Okay. A Mind Whisker. Get another snail. I think we win. I never thought to try Artist Tale with Wick. It seems good. It seems Artist Talent seems good mostly because of the other guys. I didn't even think about the interaction with the deserts, being able to deal 3 with them. That's pretty crazy to me. Then I'll sacrifice the snail and hit him for 3. Yeah, it's game over for them. Yeah, this deck has a couple little things to it that make it a little bit more interesting than I thought on the surface. He has 2 demolition fields, but we do have 1 of each basic in the deck still, I think. So, actually, I don't remember. I know I have at least 1 basic in here, so if he blows up my lands, I still have lands to get. There's actually nothing they can do. Because I can play Wick and then sacrifice the snail. They just lose. They knew it. Yeah, that was a lucky pull since I only had 1 in the deck. I'll take a look at your list that you sent me. I won't be able to play it because I'm missing a few cards and I don't have the wild cards for it. Oh, I'll delete this deck. I'll also delete this deck. It's out of date. Import. I'll go through it and tell you what I think. Oh yeah, this is pretty good, especially if you have ETBs. The one target creature gets -1/-1 until the end of turn. You create a 1/1 rat creature with this creature can't block. I like the Gnawing Vermin because it puts cards in your yard. Bounce something to get through this promise instead return target on. Oh, if you promise the gift, then you can bounce your own thing. I really like this card. That's for like my rat aggro deck. I thought the Wick one should be a little bit more control-y. Discards a card. Sometimes creature to its owner's hand. Valley Flood Color. Okay. Lord Skidor's Butcher. Pile on. Cap. Enters, you make 2 rats. Baby rat could be sacrificed another 1. Okay. Create X11 rats. Is there anything that buffs rats? Like makes them stronger? Is this one it? You cast not. Okay. Okay, I like that. The main thing with this is I would go for less bouncing things. And since you're playing black anyways, attacks each opponent loses X life. Oh. That's this card's pretty spicy. I would probably run as many copies of this as you can, because you're going for like a lot of the 1/1 rats. So you can buff them up with Valley Flood Color. Also, you should probably be running 4. You should be running 4 of both of these, I think. But since you're going super heavy into like the 1/1 rats, I would get rid of the bouncing cards in favor of more just like straight up like removal. You have the pile on. I'd look at cut down's not as good as it used to be, but cut down if you can't find if you don't have other access to other removal. Fell is really good. It's not instant speed, but like it's uncommon, so you can certainly craft it. The only reason I opted for the other card that isn't instant over Fell is because because Wick's kind of controlling, and I want to be able to sacrifice the snail on their turn too. But the main thing is that it lets me discard a card. Whereas like like on its face, like discarding an extra card is like an additional cost that's supposed to like be like a downside to it. But since we want to fill up our graveyard quick so that we can get all those threshold abilities triggering, it's a benefit. Oh, also Shieldred's Edict is really good. Shieldred's Edict is really good. Otherwise, I like it. It's actually a really interesting direction to take it that I wouldn't have thought of. Yeah, if you're going like hyper aggro like this, the downside to bouncing things is that they get to replay them. And I don't think that there's enough ETB stuff for you to like super want to do that, because like you could say like you want to bounce stuff so you can replay it to make the rat bigger, but really you have a lot of rats in here, so that he's just going to be growing like crazy anyways, especially with all the like little 1/1 rats. I just don't think you need to bounce. The list I got, I was trying to make Gossip's Talent work. If you want to build around this, that's fine, but you need more stuff than just like this card here, and this one here are the main things that are going to benefit from the bouncing. But this is kind of late game. Like I guess that's another thing then. So like these things are like this particularly is like a late game play, but the rest of your strategy seems to be like to go in really hard and fast. I would say like the strategy that you're going on here, you probably want to be winning by like turn 5. So you can get this down, or you play this on turn 4, and then you want to attack with everything, get some triggers off of this, and or be sacrificing your snail to like kill him. That would be my recommendation for that. And then, but otherwise, I think that it's actually a really cool strategy. It went right over my head. I didn't even think about pumping up Wick by making lots of 1/1 rats, or pumping up the snail by making a bunch of 1/1 rats, and then you get to refill your hand. I just sort of saw Wick as like a more of a control card because it refills your hand. So when you sacrifice the snail, but really cool take on it. Also, I'm not super big fan of cards that just make them discard a card that they get to pick. But if you do have a lot of the bouncing stuff going on, and you plan on replaying that, this card seems good. But then I would also want to see like 4 copies of it, so that way you can consistently be bouncing that rat to make them to like empty their hand. Because if their hand's empty too, then you really do have the time to build up to some like big combo with the snail, or some big combo by triggering Valley Floodcaller. I think there's basically you have 2 strategies going on here, and if you lean, like I would split this into 2 decks and lean heavy into each of the strategies these ones are trying to do, and see how that works out for you. Also, Go for the Throat should probably be your standard removal card. If you're going sideboard, then you can just have like your sideboard filled up with cards that like also deal with artifacts. My recommendation is a Braid. That's the red spell I was running, where you can deal 3 to any creature, or destroy target artifact. So like if you run into a situation where you're playing best of 3 and like just Go for the Throat isn't working out because they're playing artifact creatures, easy swap out, and then your removal is directly getting rid of their artifacts. And then I also said I'm gonna hold on to your list, and I'm gonna tinker around with the one side of the strategy where you're making a bunch of rats to build Wick up. I think that's pretty cool. Duskmourn, I think, looks super duper cool. I don't know if you've seen the trailer or not. Oh my god. I don't know if you've seen the trailer or not, but the trailer looks insane. Yeah, I'll get back with you too after I mess around with the like hyper aggro Wick list and let you know how it goes. I'm a big horror fan, like big time. Have been my whole life, and I thought they did a really cool job. So it's funny, this isn't like a horror themed set, it is a horror movie themed set. So they have cards that are specifically like poking at like horror movie tropes. They have a card called Unwanted Remake in this set, which I think is really funny. And they have a card that is literally a sequel to another card that existed before. They have the Meat Hook Massacre 2, and true to fashion of horror movies, it's a lot worse than the original.
Professional salad shooter.
But this is the trailer, and I really liked it.
This is a great spot.
It's kind of dark.
Better to see the stars.
But you gotta hurry. The sail.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
What are you drawing, sweetie?
My new friend.
Anyone receiving this?
And I've dug around into like some of the spoilers for this set. Gotta go to sleep now. I have no studio or audio at the moment, but enjoy the mega stream-a-thon, y'all. Thanks, Alk. I like the trailer. Nashi seems shit. Cool, and I like the 80s campy horror vibe. Oh, is that who the rat is from Kamigawa? I didn't know his name.
Okay, I think I found a connection. Hey, this is Nashi. Where am I?
Oh, he says it.
Second
Okay,
question?
I just couldn't remember.
I am lost.
So, the people who don't know, he's from Kamigawa and Yan Dynasty. It's like a set that happened maybe 2 years ago. It's like a cyberpunk samurai set
Super lost.
that also have like rats.
I'm looking for Tamio's scroll. So all her memories and stories. Tracked it here. Nice, right? I'm gonna get it back. That's all I got left of you. Oh, okay. This way.
Shortly after this drop, too, I found that they have officially canned the Netflix Magic series that they were going to put out, which makes me very sad.
And then the s'more fell right through the graham cracker.
Did you hear that?
I'll go check it out.
It's really crazy. They put so much into their trailer, like some of the trailers at least, and we haven't gotten a series out of them yet. It's nuts.
I must be getting close. What? Not going back that way. Okay, let's do this. I'm not sure I'm gonna make it out of here. So if this is working, if anyone's seeing this, please send help. Anyone.
And I think Duskmorn itself is like a haunted house because they have like a room mechanic. Yeah, House of Horror. But it is literally horror movie themed. Where is it? Everywhere token. I thought that this was super cool. It certainly adds a lot of like lore to the plane that they're on. You make a land token from one of the cards, but it's an everywhere token. And so there's like all these doors that are just like sprung up. So the idea is that like the horrors in Duskmorn have like doorways into every single plane. And I thought that was awesome. The very creepy kind of thing. Can you ping me in Roots when you're moving into his subject? Yeah, I was wrapping up on Magic because I don't know particularly where to go from here. Unless, Froggy, if you wanted me to talk about, go over any of the other stuff, by all means. Oh, and I really love this guy's art. He's, oh, I didn't know they were doing a new kind of foiling. I kind of wish they wouldn't. Oh, there we go. This thing is terrifying looking. Oh, he's the one that makes, whenever he enters or attacks, you make a colorless everywhere token. And the land is also every basic land type. I am kind of annoyed with all the different kinds of foilings they're doing, but that one looks pretty sick. What's the... Oh, it doesn't tell me the price. Well, it's Cool Stuff Inc. It's not... Cool Stuff Inc. isn't a real website. I'm making mouse stack with the new chainsaw card. Alright, we'll go to Mythic Spoiler. Check it out. Because I don't know that one. I haven't seen a ton of spoilers. This card's nuts. If it deals damage, it deals that much. If it's dealt damage, deals that much damage to any other target. If a player's dealt damage this way, they can't gain life for the rest of the game. I think that's only ever been on one other card in like the 21 years of Magic. The new ley lines are cool. It's kind of a bummer that black doesn't get a new one. Let's see. I really like the art on this one too. Toby, Beastie Befriender. They got a big scary fuzzy monster with them. I didn't see the piggy bank before. That's really good. I like that Toy is a new art. Oh god, I haven't went to Mythic Spoiler at all from this. The arts on these cards are fucking cool. I'm assuming the chainsaw is an equipment. Should be at the bottom. Oh shit. The full art lands are awesome. They're really good. Can you go over your favorite cards from Timber on Decimal Spoilers? Yes, I will. 100%. Oh no! This is from the Nightmare Bundle. I love these. Archon of Cruelties in the bundle? Oh, it's gonna be so worth it. Oh man. You get new Crypt Gas? These are really nice. And a new Exhume too. These are really good reprints. Like that's money, Exhume's money. Cryptcast, actually I'm not sure. Oh yeah, wait, it makes extra, like it is. I know the showcases were good. Oh my god. There's Chainsaw. When it enters, deal things damage to up to one target creature. Pretty rare to have ETB on an equipment. Whenever one or more creatures die, put a rev counter on Chainsaw. Creature plus X plus O. X number of rev counters on Chainsaw. You know, I pack a Chainsaw. I actually, if it didn't have the first part, I would say it's probably not that playable because the equip cost is 3. The fact that it kills a creature right off the bat is pretty good. Yeah, I could see it. I think that might actually be able to be playable. The reprints are all good too. Got another Coco. Noxious Revival reprint is needed. Oh man. The art is just on another fucking level with this set. Wow, we reprinted Damnation. My wife got a Damnation for her graduation present when she graduated from her mom and dad. It was like $60 back then. Withering Torment, Unstoppable Slasher, Ghost Vacuum, Fallout Slayer. Oh man. Flash Convoke, Double Strike. What is this? Oh, it is a new card. It's just special art. Jesus. Oh. The Jolly Balloon. Oh no, these are even better. Oh God, what is happening? Overlord of the Flood Pits looks so cool. Oh, this set's gonna... I'm too broke. I'm too broke for this set to come out this soon. I hate it. Why did they do this to me? Oh my God. Look at it. It's a cat doll that's made up of spiders. Ah, man. All these alternate arts. They're phenomenal. So we're getting new Arch Enemy Commander decks too. I definitely want to get... I never could play Arch Enemy because the cards were all so old and like nobody had them. And I didn't really know enough about Arch Enemy to like buy the scheme cards to play it. If you don't know, Arch Enemy is like a 3v1 commander game where one person is the arch enemy and it's everybody versus them, but they get additional scheme cards that like help that the imbalance of it being 3v1. So I really do like the Overlord of the Hauntwoods from this set. I also just like the impending mechanic because I have a Doctor Who deck that deals with time counters, and it'd be cool to throw the 3 of them, the red, white, and blue ones in there, the deck that can be played in it. There's a card in here. No, this one. This is my favorite card from this set. Because it's insane. So it's 4 mana for a 4/3. And they did the cool thing where they put like a name on the ability like they did in the D&D set. At the beginning of your second main phase of Kona, Rescue Beastie is tapped. You can put a permanent card from your hand onto the battlefield. So the only last thing I like to do is see you tinker with my Wick deck a bit just to see, come up with if I got time. I know MTG stuff is dragging it on a bit. I'm not complaining about it. I need to learn more about Brawl Commander. It seems like a fun format, but I don't know how to build for it. Yeah, I can certainly help you with that too. Yeah, that one. So the reason why that card is so it just says if it's tapped in your second main phase, you can put a card from your hand onto the battlefield. So what you do is you're playing on Arena. You can already do this in like Historic or Timeless. You play Springleaf Drum. That lets you tap an untapped creature to add a mana of any color to your mana pool. We don't care about the mana. We just want him tapped. Because if you have to attack with him, they can block and he could die. Unless they straight up kill it with like a spell. He'll still be alive. You can tap him down without risking him dying from a block. And then you drop Omniscience from your hand for free. It's normally 8 mana. Or 8 mana, Jesus. It's normally 10 mana. It just lets you play anything you want for free. And so you just win the game. So you basically pack 4 of him, 4 of this, 4 Springleaf Drums, anything else that you can use to just make your creatures tap. And after that, it's everything that is like nonsense. Like you're probably gonna play Atraxa. It lets you, I mean, you absolutely put Atraxa in there too. So if you drop Omniscience, you play an Atraxa, Flying Vigilance, like that doesn't really matter. What matters is that you get to reveal the top 10 cards of your library and take 1 card of each card type, put them in your hand, then you get to cast them all for free because it's Omniscience, and like you're just gonna win. So that's definitely my favorite card from Duskmourn. My favorite card from Bloomburrow. Nope, I clicked that wrong. It's kind of tough. So I guess I'll just go over my favorites. This one's up there. You pay 5 for it, you get 5 paw prints worth of modes. The bottom one, return target permanent card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard The battlefield with an indestructible counter on it. That's super rare. We don't ever see that. Nothing gives anything an indestructible counter in the game. So that's huge. I don't know what the best 3 or less drop to play on it is, but it's crazy that that's a thing. Yeah, the bird. I'm really, really interested in like trying to figure out how to fully utilize him in like a brawler commander deck. 6/5 flying trample for 5, already good. Ward discard a card, makes him crazy. But then creatures your opponents control base toughness 1. So the thing that makes this card so good is that black has a lot of like sweepers that do -1 to things. Hey. Oh, she won't show me. Oh. That should be enough. I spelled opponent wrong. Let's see. Other creatures. Oh, that's that you control. Nope. Creatures your opponents control get -1/-1 till the end of turn. So just 3 mana board wipe for them. All creatures get -2/-2 until the end of turn. Or if you have the city's blessing, all your opponents do. Creatures of the type of your choice, it's -3/-3. Creatures your opponent control get -1/-1 till the end of turn. The ring tempts you. So it just makes it super easy. Creatures your opponents control get -1/-1 till the end of turn. When it enters, creatures your opponent's control gets -1/-1 to the end of turn. Super easy to just like pack your deck up with sweepers. And if you just play stuff that's like heavy enough in toughness to where that's not going to kill them, you just get a huge advantage. The bird, they're black permanent, set opponent's cards stats 1/1 with the bird. And they die when they hit the field. Oh yeah, you could do that too. Like, is that even here? Wait, I don't know how to spell her name. I don't know how to spell Norn. Did they add her into this? So if you play Elish Norn Grand Cenobite, other creatures you control get +2/+2. Other creatures your opponent control get -2/-2. If one of them's already out when they both hit, like your opponent just can't have creatures until they get rid of one of them, which is pretty nice. Let's see. I like Cruel Claw because like Cruel Claw is the easiest card to build a commander deck out of in the whole world. When he deals combat damage to a player, exile top cards from your library until you exile a non-land card. Then you can cast it by discarding a card rather than paying its mana cost. So this is the cheapest commander deck you can ever build. You pick one card that you can just win the game with. So I picked like Arcana Cruelty. You just get him out. Everything in your deck is lands except for that one card. So you get him out from the command zone, attack. He has menace, so you just attack somebody who can't block. So you hit him, you get the card that's going to win you the game. And then it's so early in the game, you just get something that nobody can deal with, and you win. A lot of people are playing Worldfire, which is it sets everybody's life to 1 and gets rid of all creatures, enchantments, artifacts, lands. It just wipes the board of every single thing. But then since you have nothing but lands in your deck, you're gonna refill your lands before anybody else does, and you're just gonna pick them off one by one with Cruel Claw. That's a lot of people do. I didn't want to be that shitty about it, because people get really salty with me when I play Commander with them. I don't really know how to gauge how good my decks are. So when people like you have like the Rule 0 conversation, people how powerful is your deck or whatever. Like, I don't know. Just play me. People say they play casual Commander. I always assume that it means if I beat them, then my deck's not casual. Heartfire Hero is my favorite card from this set, probably. Overall, it's my favorite card to play. It's just because it's so good with fling. Or fling effects in general. Where is it? I actually built a deck around it and did very good with it. Standard. Oh wait, no, that's not it. Oh wait, actually I have a historic deck too. So I played him, and then you can play scale up on him. It makes him a 6/4, but since he gets the +1/+1 counter, he's a 7. Play him on turn 1. You play scale up to make him a 7. Swing at them, hit them for 7, and then you use the Callous Cell Sword to target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to any other target. That does 7 to them, and then sacrifice it, 7 more. It's literally turn 2 win. It's bonkers. So then you just also have like Fling and Slick Shot, just other Cacophony Scamp he acts like a worse Heartfire hero. Well, kind of. He can sacrifice himself too. And then just something else that does cool stuff when it dies, Nested Shambler, and then Luris to bring them back. That's why it's my favorite card from Bloomburrow. Otherwise, so it's not in the actual set, but in Commander set. It's probably my second favorite art of all time. Where are they? Where are they? I bought all the Commander decks for this set. There they are. Odd Acorn Gang. They're just 3 weird little guys just hanging out. I really like their art. This dude's got fucking spikes coming out of his tail. He's very clearly up to something, and this guy just doesn't give a fuck. He got big claws and shit. And he got a fishbone or something in his mouth. I always take it to look like he's smoking it. Whatever he has in his mouth. They're just so goofy. And he's got a really goofy looking face. They're all just like 3 of the weirdest little guys I've ever seen, and I love them for it. Also, they're an insane card to run as your commander. I'll take a look at fixing up your deck in a minute. I have to use the restroom, so I'll be back in just a minute or 2. Sorry, my headphones did that. I'll be back in a minute. Okay, I'm back. My apologies. Ugh. I lose everybody? I didn't lose everybody. That's nice. Okay. Oh yeah, you gotta tinker with his deck list. So, let's see. Okay, let's see here. So, there's a better way to do this. Delete. Delete. So I'm gonna clone this. Go. Mrgirl. And then clone it. ETB. So this is how I would build them if I was going to make the different, like you said, you have like two different things it looks like you're going for. And so if I was going to do that, let's see here. Good. Shoot. Won't let me add more to the list. Well, that's annoying. Okay. So, which one's this? This is the ETB one. Okay, so we don't want that or that. Not that one either. We want 4 of this. We want more of this. Yeah, I guess I would keep that. We'd have to go one or the other with this. So I'd probably stick with the gnawing vermin. We go 4 here. Four here. Go 2. We get rid of that. So we want, okay, I guess we just go for it. I had to check the Gossip's talent whenever. Okay, yeah, it only does its creatures. Okay. Oh, Orator. I see. I would actually go with a couple of these because we're playing the slow game. It's like 2. We'd like to see one throughout the late game for sure. Start picking off their creatures. We're not really proliferating. Uh, oh, I didn't think about that. We have that as offspring. Oh, dude, yeah, run 4 of these. Whenever land you control enters, deal 1 2 damage to an opponent. So you can play him with offspring, get the offspring, and then bounce him back to your hand, replay him, get the offspring, and then these as well. We want a couple of the, like maybe 3 of each. Maybe it's not so much of that. Well, actually, you know what? We'd get rid of that vermin too. And this guy to make a little bit more. How many creatures do we have? 17. See, I'd probably play 2 copies of this. And then we want, we definitely want, I think this would be like your, like the super good card that kind of pulls a lot of it together. It's the same counterspell I was using in the Wick deck that I played. Oh, I'm dumb. Searching for creatures. You would play 4 copies of this, so that way you can make tokens that are copies of your creatures as well. So this is a lot like bouncing them, but better. So you're going to get the ETB again, and then you also have the ability to counter their stuff and draw cards. Once you build up to that late game mana, you can start picking more modes instead of just the one. So I'd say that's probably how I would run that, and get some more Cavern of Souls in there. Probably don't play that the Grotto, unless I don't know what your land situation is. So I would go that way for that. I'm just gonna do up the aggro version of his deck, and then we're gonna go on to the physics thing. So for this deck, 4 of these, 100%. I can't represent 4 of them. So how do I want to do this? Because I don't have them. So I'll just throw in... Oh, shoot. I want it to be by the red cards. So I'll put some preposterous red card in its place. Just has to be higher than 4 mana. Just so we can visually represent. Okay. So we want 4 copies of the song. So for the aggro, we get rid of all the control-y stuff. Keep that. We want 4 of this. And 4 of this. 3 of that. Oh, you're probably right. Let's see. Oh, okay. I don't think I've ever done it before. Beautiful, beautiful. And with that last list too, I would tinker around with seeing how much removal you need, what you're seeing in the meta, and then adjust accordingly. Okay. I would drop this just because this is so much better. I like the pylon because it has convoke and we're making the rat tokens. We go up in number and rat out. We go down in gnawing vermin. Into the flood maw isn't cutting it for us anymore. Valley rot caller. Oh. Not collected. I'd lean all the way into that. We don't care about the discard. I'd only played 2 of this. He's really good with the theme, but the mana investment's high, and we want to win by turn 4. Yeah, you know what? Oh wait, no. We do. We want 4 of him. I'm lying because he gets huge. Okay. And then I know exactly the card. Well, I have it in my head. I don't know its name. There it is. 4 copies of Imodane's Recruiter. When it enters, creatures you control get +1/+0 in haste. So if you have a bunch of dudes, even if they didn't just enter, you're gonna buff them all. So if you have like 10 little dudes that are like doing nothing, 10 1/1s isn't crazy, but like having 10 2/1s is insane, and you're a huge threat. That's for sure a card to add. And then we're pumping up Wick. We're pumping up the snail a whole bunch. You know what? Oh, I guess. Oh, sure. I'd throw in a couple of Gixes. No, we're aggro. It's tough. Let's see here. We have It's tough. I think that even though we're aggro, probably want to run a little extra removal because our guys are small. Oh wait, Lord Skitter. For sure. Okay, yeah, maybe we don't care so much. And I would say again, like you have the pylons, I would say adjust accordingly. I would cut Lord Skitterer first. I'd cut down to like probably none. Oh wait, this is only when he enters? Okay, never mind. We get rid of the Butcher in favor of actual Lord Skitterer. And then we have room. I thought that was when he attacked too, since Lord Skitterer gives you 1 all the time. Oh! Oh. I didn't realize Bargain let you use tokens. That's perfect. Where's the card? Oh. I'd probably play some of that. It gives them all Toxic 1, which it doesn't stop them from dealing damage, but if you hit them 10 times, they die. But when he enters, you get to look at the top 5 cards of your library, reveal how many number of rats, put them in your hand. Seems pretty good. I don't know why. Oh, I know why. I'm stuck at 3 mana. There we are. Am I spelling bargain wrong? G-A-I-N. Jesus. Discard. If the mana ends up working out for it, I don't know if it would. But if you find that you're not getting a lot of consistency, you can sacrifice a single rat token, and you can search your deck for anything because everything's 4 or less, and then cast it for free. So don't do it on song, because X will equal 0. If you don't want to sacrifice token, you can get song, but it lets you get anything from your deck and then just put it into play. You pay triple black and 1, and you just tutor something straight out of your deck. I think it's pretty good. But I would definitely play around with the list as it is before you make cuts to see if your deck can like sustain that kind of mana by like turn 5 or 6. Yeah, this is Froggy Style donoed $50 fucking yesterday, and this is his topic. So so we spent a little time not being rushed, going over his thing, and also Froggy Style. I just sent you both deck lists. Okay, next I have another tremendous $50 donators suggestion.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh boy. I didn't really look at the title. I just seen that it was physics. And also, if you're here, please like the stream. It is helpful. In Froggy Style, if you're tinkering around with these decks and you have any questions, just let me know. And you can feel free to add me on Arena as well. And I can help you test out decks as well. So I have like standard decks that are like in meta and stuff. So you want to see how they do against the field, and then try to see what you can do to make them better against some of the decks that are seeing play. My name on Arena is Elderdrazi, like this. 6.61. Yep, I got you. Okay.
Hey.
Ooh, hey, God. Hello.
So, I had muted.
Now say something?
Am I on the stream?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. So yeah, hopefully this is an interesting video. I find it fascinating because, you know, you grow up, everybody tells you the sun is a big ball of gas. And maybe it's actually a giant ocean of liquid metallic hydrogen. Which is like
Plasma?
Yeah, well, plasma, you know, plasma is sort of vague. You can have different states of matter in plasma. Just means that the atoms are ionized.
Yeah.
No, it's filamentary tubes. It's filamentary tubes of ionized gas. So there's like a structure to it.
Well, liquid can also be ionized. So you can also have liquid in a plasma state. So it's meaningful to ask, like, is a plasma gaseous? Is it liquid? So this is sort of making the case that, hey, the sun is, by the way, you know, this is a little known fact, but like, so this sun thing is a little speculative, but in fact, there's they now think Jupiter is a giant ocean of liquid metallic hydrogen, not a big ball of gas. You know, it's got an atmosphere, but below the atmosphere, there's something like an actual surface. And,
what's metallic hydrogen mean?
Yeah, so, you know, hydrogen, so it's a nucleus with 1 proton in it, and it's got these metallic properties. If you look up like the phase diagram of hydrogen, it's shockingly weird and complicated. And
okay, yeah, metallic hydrogen is a phase of hydrogen, and in which it behaves like an electrical conductor. At high pressures and temperatures, it can exist as a partial liquid rather than a solid, and researchers think that it may be present in large quantities in the hot and gravitationally compressed interiors of Jupiter and Saturn.
Yeah, and perhaps the sun. We'll see what you guys think about that, but that's the case he's kind of going to lay out in this video.
Okay, so just to be clear though, metallic hydrogen is a theoretical state of hydrogen, correct? 'Cause that's what I'm reading.
I think it's maybe not
Well, it's
something.
predicted on theoretical grounds by Wigner and Huntington in 1935.
But
so
has it been synthesized in the lab? I don't know about that.
No, I don't. I don't think so. Experimental research in '96. Experiment. Claimed observation of solid metallic hydrogen. It seems like it's still in the theoretical stage. From just scanning over it.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'm interested in this. I was just reading a little bit about the theoretical metallic properties and why.
Thank you very much.
Seems pretty good.
I would like to thank the organizers.
Yeah,
It's,
let's see what you think. I find it quite interesting, and it was something where I watched this video and I was like, yeah, how come I never heard about this? You know, it seems like a legitimate theory. You know, how come I never personally met like a solar physicist? And I know some physicists, but you know, are they really taking the sun thing seriously? Like they all want to study their strings and their particle dark matter and whatnot.
Solar physics would fall directly under astrophysics, so that's why.
I suppose so. But it's
like,
a lot easier to study the sun than some far off star, you know, a million light years away.
But those, it doesn't matter on the distance of those stars. They're still like the types of stars that are out there can be categorized into different classes. We can sort of know from like experiments and ways of observing them, like redshift, gravity wobbles, and so on.
Yeah, but we can like observe the sun.
Right, like it's right there. Like you can.
Yeah, but
the big disk in the
I'm
sky.
saying like it, just because like one is really far away and one is closer, it doesn't mean that like, well, why aren't we just sort of observing the sun like all the time, and why worry about the distance?
We are observing the sun all the time, though. We have a live feed of it going.
I mean, our understanding of all these other stars kind of branches away from our understanding of the sun, because it's just like so much easier to see all of its properties up close and personal.
True.
It's easy to test our ideas against it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Like you can.
It's testable.
We're not going to have Elon Musk on the sun anytime soon, I don't think. But
it might not be the worst idea anymore. I don't know if you've seen. He's gone. Like a year ago, I was defending this guy. Yeah, did you see what he said? It was I didn't know that there was another like plot to shoot Trump, but he said, why isn't anybody and nobody's trying to shoot Biden or Kamala?
Oh, I saw a Mrgirl quote tweeted.
Yeah, that's how I saw it too, and I was like,
yeah,
that's supervillain shit.
Yeah.
And you buy a social media platform and you say something that you would never be allowed to say anywhere else, to say stuff to use it for that. That's crazy. But yeah, I think this guy who's presenting it is smart because he has a very, very nerd sounding voice. So I'm gonna assume that he's done his research before he presents this to us.
Pleasure to be here.
Yes, he has. He's a really interesting.
I don't know if it's really wise to be.
He talks about theoretical physics and those kinds of things. This is not his theory, but it's something that he's sort of taken on as like something to spread the word about. But
yeah, I assumed that it wasn't that he was presenting this idea.
Yeah. Well, yeah, the other guy, Robitaille, who actually came up with the idea, he has his own YouTube channel where he talks about it. But somehow, for me anyway, Unzicker does a better job of just summarizing the whole thing and laying it all out here in this video. Robitaille, if you want to like go really deep into depth, you can check out his Sky Scholar channel. He's got some interesting stuff on that too, and like the history of our understanding of the sun. And
I might. The funny thing about physicists is they're not all super good at presenting their ideas. Not every physicist is gonna be a Richard P. Feynman where they can captivate people.
Right.
like they have a job in entertainment. Most of them are pretty bad
Play
at
the
public
bars
speaking.
and smash hot women.
Dude, he's the coolest.
But,
He's the coolest guy that ever lived.
Here and to give this
Yeah,
talk
Feynman.
because people might be more interested in
He
my
had a way with words.
own stuff.
Oh, yeah.
About
Heavy Brooklyn accent.
Marx
Yeah.
principle and
Yeah.
cosmology with Marx
I like his
principle.
style. You know, I've
or
watched all
people-
the Feynman lectures you can find on YouTube, and he's got a good way of explaining things, and he's just very approachable with it. You know,
Yeah, I
he
don't
makes
It's
it
not a
feel like
slog to
something
listen
that
to
you
it. Some
understand.
physicists,
Famous red
it's
book,
very
Feynman,
difficult.
So I don't know if Unzicker is quite on the level of Feynman in terms of like being able to express himself, but well, we'll see what you guys think.
Most people are not.
may appreciate more
That's a high bar.
if I mock
Yeah.
the
But
parallel
one thing I
universe.
like about Unzicker is he's a real kind of iconoclast, heretic kind of guy. He's not afraid to say something that might rub the physics community the wrong way.
That's how they all should be, to be honest.
Yep, but it's very rare.
And my apologies, before I didn't have the sharing the stream in here, so that way you guys even know where I'm at.
This or the entropic
Yeah,
principle.
I was just listening in the background.
And so I'm not sure it's wise because solar astrophysics is a sane research field. But I consider it as my duty as a scientist to present the work of Pierre-Marie Robitaille, which is about an alternative model of the sun based on liquid metallic hydrogen. And I think his work is vastly underestimated and very significant. Now, when I start to point out a few problems of the standard solar model, I'd like to begin with the pictures I saw here at the conference. I was impressed by these pictures, and these pictures are impressive because they have a very good resolution. The resolution is less than 0.1 arc seconds, which corresponds to
I'm still here. I'm just going to eat something real quick, so I'm turning off my camera, but I'll be commenting and stuff still.
some tens of kilometers. But the strange thing is, the standard solar model postulates that the thickness of the layer where these pictures are generated is several hundred kilometers or even 100 kilometers. Now, how could this be possible? If turbulent processes and fast processes extending over a depth of 100 or several hundred kilometers, how can they produce patterns of a much smaller scale that should be smoothed out? I think this is a contradiction, and even with the very high opacities the standard solar model postulates, this remains a contradiction. And this is an opportunity to wonder about
Extraterrestrial solar spectral irradiance total area, black body spectrum per T, 577 kilometers total area, 37 per meter square. Okay.
the opacities which are postulated by the standard solar model.
So
The big question is,
Yep. Oh, do you have something?
well, I was just gonna say, I think he's maybe gonna explain it, but just that gases don't have a black body spectrum like the one he's showing here, nice smooth Planck spectrum. Gases have these really sharp peaks in the spectrum. You look at a neon light under a spectrogram, or you look at any kind of gas in its excited state, and it has a spectrum that looks nothing like this. Black body spectrum is a condensed matter phenomenon. You get, liquids and solids that give off that kind of, Planck spectrum with the temperature and whatnot. I guess he'll go into it, but
Yeah, gas
Okay.
spectrometers and stuff. Yeah.
How can the photosphere produce a Planck spectrum? Actually, the photosphere can produce this because a Planck spectrum is usually created by condensed matter, because you need all the oscillators, because this is a continuous spectrum, you need all the frequencies. And in a solid body and a liquid, evidently you have all the oscillators. But once you have a gaseous body, these oscillators are not there. Gases emit in bands and they have distinct frequencies. Plainly speaking, if the sun were gaseous, it should emit more like a gas discharge lamp than the observed spectrum. So how is this appearance of the Planck spectrum justified by the standard model? The standard model says, well, the continuous spectrum is created at layers beyond, and then the outer layers filter everything what is left, everything what is created by a higher temperature inside the sun. So these assumptions are very strange, because you need to assume that once you go to deeper layers, you have a higher temperature. In every layer, there is a corresponding Planck spectrum of higher temperatures. But this higher temperature Planck spectrum doesn't appear at the surface, but rather a part of it gets filtered, and the rest appears as a Planck spectrum of a lower temperature. This is quite miraculous if you think about atomic physics. And let's look what Pierre Robitaille points out. He has written a brilliant paper about the historical aspects of Kirchhoff's law of thermal regulation, which is very relevant to the theoretical arguments provided by the standard model. And he points out the major flaws which are still present in this very old law. I recommend to read this paper. Now, think about, it's not valid only for the sun. You need, the surface is obvious, or the standard model says it's obvious, the surface can produce these 6,000 Kelvin Planck spectrum. So the postulate is that astrophysics is requiring that a perfect mixture of atoms, ions, and electrons exists at all layers within the sun. In each layer, these mixtures could then produce the desired local blackbody spectrum. Within each solar layer, a new perfect mixture must exist in order that its absorptive characteristics enable the production of a new shifted thermal spectrum. This requires a very complicated exercise in assumptions about solar opacities, but still it's miraculous that Planck spectra occur. Now another very strange result is the emergence of the waves created by coronal ejections. Rolf Schlichenmeier criticized that.
Could that also happen with a gas? Let me see. Okay. So generally, I guess gases can also ripple like this, but we just generally don't see it because they're too thin. But if you have them in like a really dense situation like the sun, it could happen.
That I presented this picture because he said that these are not real pictures. It's these structures
Yeah.
are recovered from top of the data,
Yeah,
but actually,
I guess so. I mean, I've heard Robitaille say that it can't happen, but I feel like I've seen, like, there was this viral video a long time ago with the Sundog meets Sonic Boom. This rocket creates a sonic boom and causes ripples, but clearly, anyway, I think it's provocative. This ripple image makes me
Yeah,
think of a
yeah.
pond.
It does. It certainly is reminiscent of like something being dropped into water.
Right.
But it also too, like I'm just speculating that we would see it really clearly. Like that the reason why we don't usually see it in a gas is because of the density. So I'm just assuming that because the sun is dense gas, if the sun is dense gas, then we might be able to see it there. I
by
can't
the
actually
way,
back that up.
You're bringing up an interesting point, which is the density of the sun, and this is something I didn't realize till I went down this whole rabbit hole. But so the sun, according to the standard model, it's gaseous, right? That's established.
Mhm.
It gets denser and denser and denser as you get closer to the core.
Yeah.
And so if you actually look at the densities, like at the core, it's super dense, crazy, like, unimaginable, it's not a black hole, but it's extremely dense
Sure.
based on like relative to what we're used to. But at the surface, at the photosphere, like where these pictures are representing, it's so thin, it's like a vacuum. It's like when you pull a vacuum chamber, like Action Labs on YouTube or whatever, when you pull a vacuum chamber here on Earth, you don't reach the level of vacuum that the hydrogen is supposedly making at the photosphere. Like where the part of the sun that we supposedly see is not dense at all. In fact, it's supposed to be a vacuum. It's more or less a vacuum.
It's super close to being a vacuum, but then we would see it just because it's so luminous.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think it's I think it's an interesting question.
Are we
Why
seeing the
see it, and
luminosity from
why
the thing below that?
why does it appear to have a surface? Because the difference in density, if you just look at the standard model between like, the outside of this photosphere, like the corona, versus like this apparent surface of the sun, it's really minuscule, and it's basically just vacuum, vacuum, vacuum until you get significantly deeper into it. So the reason why, like based on the standard model, why do we see this surface? They kind of have it as an optical illusion. They're like, oh, something about the way the particles are moving reflects light in a weird way, and it makes it almost look like it has a surface, even though it's not really there.
But I mean, it has
That's
to
what
have a
they say,
surface
but-
because even if like the thing that we're talking about isn't it, there's still something below that than there would be the surface. That's the
Well,
surface is kind of
like,
a
what's the surface of the Earth's atmosphere, right? Like the atmosphere doesn't have a surface; it just gets thinner and thinner and thinner the further you go out.
sure, but the Earth
kind
has
of
a.
the same.
Well, I'm saying like just in the same way that the Earth has at a certain point, there's objectively a surface there. There has to be a surface at some point with the sun as well.
Well, that's what Robitaille would say. That's what Mrgirl would say. But that's not the standard model. In the standard model, it is just a big ball of gas that gets denser and denser and denser the deeper you go, and it's gas. It's an ideal gas, infinitely compressible and whatnot, all the way to the very core. I don't think it makes a lot of sense, but that's the story. That's what we're supposed to believe. I mean, that's the standard model. There's no surface. It goes against your basic senses, right? You can see the surface. Like, what do you mean there's not a surface? But
I'll have to take a look at.
no.
I'll have to take a little look further into that. Past what this goes into then.
Yeah.
That's pretty interesting. Did you have more you want to add before I play it again?
No, go for it.
Okay.
that's what the website says. The solar quake that the science team recorded looks much like ripples spreading from a rock dropped into a pool of water. So, however these pictures may be reconstructed, the rest, by the way, looks very much like a real picture, but it's certainly, the evidence may be not as compelling, but it certainly does not contradict that the surface is actually a distinct surface of a liquid. But now let's go to a case which is, in my opinion, even more compelling. I have made 2 slides, and you can look at these, look at the difference. This is a coronal ejection, and you look at this heating point. And I will just, but I can show you the video here. So, oh, we don't have the sound here yet. Do we have the sound here? No, anyway, it's not really important. It's the picture is important. So we just okay. So look at this. This is taken from the website. Look at this coronal ejection. Whoosh. And now you see the lighting up. When it comes back the material, it lights up again. How is this possible? Can repeat it. Let's see, shows it 2 times. And again, you see these lighting up at the surface of the sun. Again, the same ejection. The material goes up and it falls down. And when it hits the surface, you see this little light. So how is this possible? If it's a gas, so you would assume that the denser part is ejected in a gas with less density, and it falls back. What happens if a denser gas passes a gas with less density? Nothing happens. It just distributes. It just becomes less dense. So why are these bright spots here? The bright spots are here because this might be a real surface. And might be a real material, real condensed matter material, which is ejected from the sun. So I would invite you to think about that these so-called illusionary surface could be a real surface of the sun. And it pretty much looks like a real surface. And if there is a lesson to draw from history, that sometimes we should believe what we see. Even if it sounds strange. And of course there are counter-arguments, but unconsciously the counter-argument is very much like this. That's what geologists in the 1920s said about Wegener's hypothesis of the continental drift. If we are to believe Wegener's hypothesis, we must forget everything which has been learned in the last 70 years and start all over again.
That is a really real problem in the hard sciences. Anything that butts up against like what has been like established for a very long time, they tend to act a lot like religious people. I do know that.
Yeah, absolutely.
You can get blacklisted pretty easy for promoting ideas that go against like the academic consensus, regardless of like what you're bringing to the table. Because if you're right, there's a good amount of people that stand to lose jobs over it.
Right.
And so they have
Not a lot of upside.
Yeah.
People.
And so that basically they have a choice in either support it and then potentially lose their job, or if they beat it down, they can just kind of keep on coasting with what they've been doing. It's tough.
And it's not just about losing your job, it's really more about the reputation, I think, because it's like you get into science, you want to like be making a difference in like the way we understand these phenomena, and you want to leave a legacy of ideas that can last like way beyond your death. You don't want to be the guy who was like pushing some bullshit that nobody believes anymore, you know, that everybody laughs at.
Sure, there is also a really there's also like a good faith reason for this to happen too, is that I would say that generally most people are like, it's the consensus because most of them do believe it. And if you open the door to just like any ideas that people bring through, you end up spending a lot of time debating, like people like anti-vaxxers, whatever, like just people that have like really bad ideas instead of getting any work done. So like I don't think that it's all bad faith, but there is definitely like malevolent incentive in the works as well, which is unfortunate.
I think it's pretty bad just to have like a scientific monoculture where everybody is sort of pushing the same idea. But that seems to be the way it tends, because you get in, the people who have the most power, they get to train the most acolytes and the most grad students and postdocs, and that's the way to get published. And there's sort of a self-reinforcing cycle to it where, even if something's wrong, it can stick around for a really long time because, how would the naysayers even get a voice?
Yeah, and I will also say too, like I agree with everything that you're saying, but the other thing that I would put on there too is that it's also scary to entertain things like this if you are like in high academia, because if it ends up being wrong, now you're just a fucking idiot. Which can be really scary too. Like you suck. Nobody wants to work with you.
What if
it's
right,
high risk, high reward.
Yeah.
It's very high risk, high reward kind of deal.
All those people who said that Einstein's ideas were no good, or those people who were working on a geocentric model of the solar system, or all the ideas that didn't come to pass were all those bad ideas that we don't still hold, and we kind of laugh at those people now.
There's the funny situation where if you were one of the people that were naysaying Stephen Hawking through like his mid-career, and then like he was proven right and everybody accepted it, so then you finally fall into the fold, and then like Stephen Hawking's like, nah, this shit's wrong, and you're just like, what the fuck? Like, I can't win.
Yeah, right. That's big of him to admit when he was wrong.
Especially after everybody was like, yeah, you're not just right, you're brilliant. And he's like, you were right to call me brilliant, but you weren't right to say that I was right. I was wrong.
But it's in his best interest if he thinks he's wrong to say so,
Yeah.
So that he doesn't go down as the guy who didn't realize when he was wrong. And, once people figure it out, eventually I kind of have that idea that if something is really demonstrable and compelling, that eventually people will come around to it.
Yeah, I think that it's the job of a scientist to pursue truth first. But I guess people still need to put food on the table, I guess. Yeah, I think it's more so, like, I would say it's everybody's job to protect the innocent, but it's more of a cop's job than it is my job. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, that's not how I see the police, but I think I get the point you're making.
At least the idea of what the police are.
Yeah, right. Or
rather than like what their legal responsibility is.
Boundaries. Well, there's the legal responsibility of it, but then there's like the institutional, like what role are they really filling? Is it really about protecting the innocent, or is it something more about like enforcing laws and social norms?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like the idea of like what most people think about the police would be that they're there to protect and serve, which should be everybody's job, but it should be more their job. If we go with like how people view the institution of police, does that make sense? So I'd say that scientists,
if you sort of go with the public image of it.
Yeah, in the same way I would say that, like the public's image of in the same way I think that a scientist should have a higher responsibility to seeking the truth than the average citizen does.
Yeah, right. It's like, seems like it's part of their job description.
Yeah, because they have the time and space carved out for them to do so.
Yeah, right. And what else?
Like if you're working 3 jobs, maybe figuring out the absolute truth of everything just isn't in the schedule.
I know. Well, more and more science is looking like one of those other ordinary jobs where there's not room in the schedule. But it shouldn't be that way.
I agree. Yeah.
And
I like this guy.
I think that solar astrophysics might
me too.
be.
Oh, I meant you.
Oh, okay. Well, all right. Yeah, me too as well.
Very same
Fair enough.
situation. But this is, and of course, there is an alternative model. Joe just at the time proposed land bridges that explained the extra geological and fossil evidence that Alfred Wegener had presented, and it worked quite well. But this is not to dismiss this old model. It's not dismissing the current standard model. So why couldn't the geologists at the time believe that continental drift was real? Because they couldn't understand the alternative. Because nobody could imagine processes inside the Earth that were able to move the continents. And this is the big barrier that I think solar astrophysics had faced. We couldn't imagine an alternative. But Wegener and Huntington...
When did he put this out? Oh, it's 9 years old. Okay.
In 1935, and mind, 1935, this was long after the gaseous sun was established, noted that hydrogen has an interesting double structure. Of course, it can make covalent bonds and arrange in molecules, but at the same time, it's also, so to speak, the 0th element of the alkali metals. So, what hydrogen can do is to release its only electron, and the protons may form something like a metal. This is a real possibility. There is a metallic state of hydrogen, and it's investigated at the time. This is a phase diagram. Obviously, it's not an easy field. There's a lot of research to be done, and it's a lot of research underway in condensed matter physics. And the situation is unique because we have these competing states of these competing phases of H2 and the metallic. And each of them is showing up in a solid, in a liquid, and in a gaseous phase. So, and we are in a regime of very high pressures at the transition point. And it's quite clear that you need very high pressures if you want to condense molecular hydrogen, because you have to break up simultaneously all the covalent bonds, and you need a tremendous activation energy. By the way, it's now common wisdom that the planets consist of, in the interior consist of metallic hydrogen. So I wonder what happens to a brown dwarf. It becomes more heavier, so suddenly it changes, everything changes, I don't know. Anyway, what I want to point out is that people still say, okay, this is absurd, this is nonsense, because we don't have pressures of 250 gigabars at the surface on the sun. Correct. But there might be a metastable state of liquid metallic hydrogen at much lower pressure. Look at this. It's very easy. If you go up if you look at the alkali metals, they have a very, very high boiling temperature. So there is no obvious reason against the assumption that liquid metallic hydrogen may have a very high boiling point of several thousand kelvins at normal conditions. It's simply because hydrogen likes very much forming molecules, but that doesn't mean that it dislikes forming a metal. As a consequence, passing from that molecular state to the metallic state requires a high activation energy and high pressure, but metallic hydrogen may be stable at photospheric conditions at the same time. Now, is this an outlandish proposal of some freakish people, you may assume? Look at what NASA says. Metallic hydrogen again.
I guess I guess I don't understand the reasoning at the higher temperatures why it would necessarily. I guess maybe I don't know. Does he go into? Is it the gravity of the sun that forces the hydrogen atoms to be able to sort of be pressed into this liquid metal? Because at the higher temperatures, you'd think that it would force a gaseous state, but I guess the gravity. If the claim is the gravity is it's sort of pressing the molecules into liquid metal, is that part of the claim?
Yeah, well, I suppose there wouldn't be any pressure at all without the gravity.
Well, I guess
yeah,
because it's only theoretical because we don't have a way to get them to arrange themselves in a way that would allow for this metal formation. But so I'm just curious at what the property that the sun has that is being suggested that's causing the metal, the alkalite metal formation to occur.
yeah, right. And it seemed like he was sort of just speculating that
Okay.
Maybe those conditions that exist in the photosphere are somehow just right to put it into some kind of metastable liquid state. But I don't think he had a.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if there was a claim for as to why that happens, or if it's just saying we're seeing signs that this is what's happening. We just don't know exactly what's triggering this to be able to be to occur here.
Yeah, I think it's that. I mean, the Robitaille, the guy who came up with this idea, he has a line where he says, that, it's an empirical fact that the sun is liquid. We just need to fill in the details of how and why. But
I see.
Or that the sun has a surface. I mean, which I'm pretty partial to, because it's who are you gonna believe? That old Marx Brothers thing. Who are you gonna believe, me or your own eyes? The sun plainly has a surface. It's just there's sort of no two ways about it. So
it's tough because have you ever read Feynman's QED?
No, you mean what? Like a textbook that he wrote?
It's not I wouldn't call it a textbook per se, but it's just the quantum electrodynamics by him, QED.
I know of QED, yeah. But
so the way that light interacts with glass is so contrary to what you observe. It's phenomenally contrary to observation.
And sort of counterintuitive. And then
if you get more into it, how it behaves when you increase thickness of glass and stuff, I got a headache, legitimately had a throbbing migraine after getting through his section in there about how light interacts with glass, and it's just so outside of observation and even common sense. But we did it, right. We built the experiment. These are the results, and it's just it's offensive to somebody that has the senses to perceive light interacting with glass.
Sure. Yeah.
So it is tough for me to always rely on my sight when it comes to what sometimes ends up being weird quantum weirdness, basically, how particles are behaving.
And the fact of the matter is, there may be all sorts of stuff happening with the sun that we just don't understand. We can't really approach those sort of levels of temperature and pressure in the lab. And
we can't even launch something and do it because it'd burn up before it got into it.
Yeah. Right, exactly. So maybe it's just hubris to even pretend we know what's going on. But I will say, all that's very true. But also, there's just something. I guess for me, it's counterintuitive enough to say that the sun is gas or that it doesn't have a surface. It's counterintuitive enough that there should be some evidence to support that claim. My default would just say that that's not the case, and then if you're going to tell me that's actually how it works, then you should have pretty compelling evidence. And I think when it comes to the gaseous sun, the evidence really, when you look into it, it's not there. There's like absolutely not a shred of evidence. To say
Basically, what you're saying is
gas.
we don't have the telescope to say that the Earth is round yet, but we're acting like we do.
Yeah, maybe something like that, right?
Because at the time that was like a super bold claim, and if he didn't have the telescope to prove that the Earth was round, he really wouldn't have had any merit to stand on.
Sure.
He would sound just as
Although,
crazy as flat earthers do to us today.
Maybe. I think that as a historical matter, I'm not sure, like, if that, it seemed like we've really known that the Earth was round for a long time, and it's not clear that there was really anybody. There's probably a heck of a lot more flat earthers today than there ever were in history. But yeah, like the spirit of what you're saying, I think it's sort of basically.
Sure, or yeah, at least from the perspective as the tale goes.
If you look at the Earth, you don't see it being round. So yeah, you should have some. If you're going to tell me it's round, you should have some reasoning behind that. Or, you know, if you want to really believe in it. Intuitively, yeah, the sun has a surface. We all see it. We've all seen it. So right, you gotta come with evidence.
You have to tell me why I shouldn't trust my eyes.
Right, totally, and hopefully have a pretty compelling reason. But actually, as a matter of fact, or my impression, I should say, is that the real reason that they say that the sun is an ideal gas is because they have this lovely, simple ideal gas law, and it allows them to, use really. It's a bit of a spherical cow, if you know that analogy. Like it's something where you can have these completely simplifying assumptions that make the math work out really nicely.
Sure.
And physicists love that kind of situation.
Well, I'll let you in on a little secret. It's really funny that we're going into the sun, questioning the sun, because like I have a lot of issues with the moon from a physics standpoint.
Oh, interesting.
It's too round. It's in like the spot that it is in relation to us for us to be like harmonious with it, and for it to always be facing us and like never rotating. It's like
it's fishy,
it's
right?
so mathematically improbable that it is as though somebody picked the moon up and set the moon exactly where it needed to be for it to behave the way that it does, because there's almost no satellites that we see that behave the way that it does.
So, right, I think there are satellites that are kind of tidally locked in that way, where like they always face the.
They're very rare.
But I think what's one weird moon coincidence that I'm aware of is the fact that the moon is the right size in the sky to cause a lunar eclipse.
Yeah.
That it just so happens to like have the exact same viewing angle as the sun.
The moon is full of coincidences like that, and it drives me bonkers. It basically, the way the moon is it defies it is everything works out so perfectly that it's very rarely in nature do you see something that is so absolutely perfect. Like if we consider the natural world to be sort of the result of chaos, like the moon should make you believe in God.
Yeah, that's funny.
It's not, it's like when somebody finds a watch, it's like you assume there's a watchmaker. It's like somebody finding a cell phone, like a perfectly working cell phone, and not assuming somebody made it. It's that ridiculous. And so it's sometimes I'll just look at the moon and I'll get really upset because all these things will go through my head. I'm like, it just doesn't make sense.
Well, so do you have like a conspiracy theory for it, or it's just an unusual set of coincidences?
Like, I know for a fact that like I've had them like pass through my mind, but like they're all silly. But the problem with having conspiracy theories about the moon is that the truth is so silly. Like the things that we understand scientifically about the moon are so ridiculously preposterous that like if I said that like an alien tractor beamed the moon to be exactly where it's at and shaped it so that it was like way too spherical for like natural forces to have shaped it that way, we don't have any real better explanation than what I come up with anyways. And we have no way to really like test anything against it either.
Have you-
It's just so frustrating.
Have you seen the simulation, like the video of like the simulation of the formation of the moon, where like it's like some kind of Newtonian simulation?
Yeah, but it should be a little bit more oval shaped.
Yeah, interesting. I wasn't aware of that, but
And also, I don't like the term tidal locked because from everything I can tell, tidal locked just means the thing that the moon's doing. Like it's used often as an explanation, but it's just the word to describe it. What's happening?
yeah, right. Well, and it makes you think that somehow the friction from the tides has something to do with why it's doing that.
Yeah,
not sure if
I'm
that's
pretty
accurate.
confident that there's no real interaction happening there that makes it so. It's just that we know that the moon has like a lot of effects on tides, but we don't really have anything to say like the tides are what's causing the moon to behave the way it does.
Right, right. How would it possibly? But that said, of course, the moon drives the tides, and the tides, obviously, they're causing some kind of friction on the surface of the Earth. But what does the moon know about any of that?
Yeah, if anything that the tides are going to do is going to be overshadowed by the rest of the mass of the Earth in terms of gravity. Like it's just a piece of that because water is covering the majority of the surface of the Earth, but still the majority of our mass is still like solid, even if it's molten. So I would say it
Majority
has.
of our mass is molten, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what I said. I said it's going to be solid even if it's molten. It's like molten, like I don't know. Is that considered a liquid? Molten
I
stuff.
think of it as a liquid.
Okay.
Yeah, like what's under the crust. Yeah, I think
Sure.
the core is solid, maybe, but who knows? I've never been there, but
So I should say it is the kind of impact
yeah.
that water is going to have.
The
It just
tide-
can't compete with the dense metals that it's in the inside, like past the crust.
yeah, right. Water's just just
It'd be
sitting there.
absolutely negligible in the calculations of like the gravitational force, unless like maybe if you removed all of it, but it's
I
not
don't
going
know,
to.
right, but it has billions of years to add up. Maybe there's some cumulative effect.
If that's the case, then they should add that into the explanation as to why tidal locked is what it is.
Yeah, totally.
I absolutely I hate that. Because just
Yeah.
even just moving around the Earth the way that it does, it should develop a spin if it didn't have one.
Well, it's spinning. It just so happens to be spinning around its own axis at the same rate that it's spinning around the Earth's axis. Like a day is equal to a year.
Yeah, my issue is that like it should be, even if very slowly, it should be changing slightly.
Yeah, right. And why would it stay synchronized?
Yes, I hate it. I hate it a lot. I hate it so much.
Right. Well, and maybe if it was an oval, then you could say like, oh yeah, well the pointy part points towards Earth, and that's just natural. I could buy that, but you're saying it's like perfectly spherical. So what difference?
It's
does it make?
it's exceptionally spherical for a satellite. It is unbelievably spherical. Like if it came off of a like an asteroidal impact where a chunk of the Earth became the moon, that thing needs to be way more oval.
Interesting. Although it was probably
because-
molten at the time.
Yeah, so when it travels around, it's going to be getting pulled on unevenly by gravity, which will stretch it, and then it'll like come back. It'll keep on expanding and shrinking, and like it'll develop an oval shape from this from basically how it's being tempered by the gravity in that molten state.
That's interesting. So what about? I mean, I think the moon is bigger than Pluto. Pluto's quite round.
Since it would be spinning at that time as well. So like think if you had like a oblong chunk of something and you heat it up, if it's spinning while it's like kind of contracting and expanding, it's going to naturally get that oval shape because it's moving. Do you see what I'm saying?
right,
Because of the
right.
unequal forces
I
that are
think
being
so.
applied on the surface of it.
Like, have you seen those little meteorite, those moldivites? It's like dark green glass, and it's like the meteorite hits the Earth, and then it sends some glob spinning, and it makes a little dumbbell shape, and then it hardens into that dumbbell shape. It's pretty neat. called Moldavite. Molda.
I should do a stream about the moon sometime.
Yeah, that'd be fun. I would definitely
Oh.
check that out.
So Elk, if you didn't, I guess you didn't catch it yesterday. The reason why I am currently asking for donations is, yesterday, I went to pick up my wife from work, and she asked me to pick her up. And when I got there, she texted me to let me know that she took 2 of the dogs and her stuff, and she left. And she's gone.
God.
And we've been staying in a hotel. Because we haven't found a place yet, and it's been pretty hard to like save up for a place while paying the extreme rates of a hotel. And we've been sort of taking turns back and forth who's paying for it. And it was I just paid like my check out like this week, and like it's supposed to be her turn next week, and so I'm just like sort of like fucked. And additionally, she left for like a day. She came back and was like very apologetic and saying like, I'm sorry, like this was obviously the wrong move, and just stuff. And so I was really stressed out from that, and I missed work on Monday, and I lost my job because I didn't go in. I wrote them an email saying, hey, this just happened to me. I'm really not okay, and I have a lot of stuff to figure out. However, I absolutely love my job. So if I have to come in, please just give me a call or respond to me via email, and I'll be there immediately. And instead, I got an email saying that I was laid off. At least they did it through an email saying that I got laid off due to declined sales, so it's not going to like hurt me for future employers. But it really was a big double whammy. And I in the back of my head is like I should still just go in, even though it might end up being a bad idea. But I didn't sleep at all. I had like absolutely no sleep, and I was super exhausted. One of the things that like I think people don't really talk about is when you have an extremely stressful event, is that it also like it hurts your body. I don't know how most people do, but my muscles tense up like a whole lot, and like I have like muscle spasms even, so I don't realize that I'm doing it, and I'm still like fucked up and sore from that. Like the top of my stomach when I sneeze feels like somebody's stabbing me in the gut, and my shoulders and my neck are like pretty fucked up. I don't know if that's a normal person's experience, but yeah, it's just a lot of like super bad things happened at once. And I'm asking for donuts just sort of like buy myself some time to figure out what I'm doing. Because I'd really, all the people in my family that I would normally turn to ask for help if something really bad happened, they're all dead. Like in the last 5 years, like all the people that I really cared about just died. And normally I would just like turn to my wife, and like we would work together to figure it out, and just sort of on my own with it.
Wow. It's awful.
Yeah, it's not great. The streaming is kind of nice to help me like get out of my head about it for a little bit. But it just kind of like comes in waves too, regardless.
I know, and that, man.
And yeah,
Your wife, that seemed like a really powerful connection you guys had, and
we've been together forever.
was it totally out of the blue, and like
it kind of was on Monday. At this time though, yeah, it was, to me it was out of the blue both times. It's like on Monday, or sorry, it happened Sunday. She came back home on Monday, but like we've been having some issues. I think a lot of it has to do with like just our living situation and stuff, but at least part of it. But we had recently, we were supposed to go to marriage counseling. She's just like, I don't want to. She's just like, I don't want to do all this. I don't want to do these things. So like, peace out. I think is basically what it came down to.
that's awful. I don't even know what to say. Like, I feel like I always found your whole wife situation really inspiring and fascinating, but You know, things happen.
Thank you.
I mean, I think I don't know what I don't know what to say in a situation like that. I feel for you. Like it's really sad. And you know, I remember you said she's your one that's always.
Yeah, I every person like in my personal life that I've told, their reactions always like pretty consistently has been like, I always thought that you guys were the ones that like would make it.
Yeah.
Everybody is like
Well,
blindsided to hear about it.
right. And you know, I guess we don't know what the future holds, and it's really just sort of like meant to be. Then
I don't think that I can.
Shitty.
I don't think I can take her back because it's like my kid too, you know. Oh shit, Froggy Style! Thank you for gifting 5 memberships.
What, she walked off with
no,
kid
my
also?
kid's here, but like my kid needs her.
Right.
I greatly
yeah,
appreciate the 5 gifted memberships. It's so weird to like to say something about memberships while I'm talking about it too. Yeah, like that's she's been my kid's
on her kid.
like favorite parent. They just like have a better like individual bond that might like that like and I'm mad at her about that.
Yeah.
When she dipped and came back, I was like, hey, if you're for real, like you're staying and all that, like you need to talk to him because like that's fucked up. You know, you gotta let him know that like you're not gonna leave him again and stuff, like because that's the kind of thing that can really mess a kid up.
It does, yeah. I mean, it's gonna.
Well, and then she did. She went on a walk with him and talked to him, and then still dipped.
That's even worse.
Yeah, that's what I say. I don't think I could ever. As much as like I'm still crazy in love with her, I always have been.
Yeah.
I'm not allowed.
The same way.
I don't know. I don't know what she feels. She also wouldn't talk to me. She didn't respond to any of my texts or my calls. I haven't heard from her.
Jeez, it's like she's acting like she feels like you did her wrong somehow, but.
I think she would say that she's the one who's been doing things wrong. She just doesn't want to work on any of it.
Wow, yeah, I mean, it's tough to work on things. I mean, you know, I can empathize, but it's just like really inappropriate behavior, and like there's a kid involved.
Yeah, and I'd say like I'm okay with like I get things being hard, and but like you're supposed to like try more. Like when it's hard, you're supposed to like keep trying.
Yeah, but like sometimes people don't
tough.
try, and like, you know, they're going through real struggles, and if it's so bad that they're not trying, then you know it even makes it more sympathetic, I think, to imagine how much they might be struggling, and you know, if they're not even willing to give it a go, like how bleak of a place you would have to be to behave that way.
I don't want to get too heavy into it, but I would say that the things that on her end that needed to like be different, that like we both acknowledge were problems, were pretty easy compared to like problems that people could have.
Yeah. Right.
I kind of compared it to when I talked to her, like it's kind of like saying like she'd say like I can't do this thing. I'm like, yeah, but like what you're saying you can't do is like equivalent to just like turning a handle or something. Like it's not actually possible for people to not be able to do some of these things.
Yeah, right, of course. But like it's like mental illness, you know, it's like something might be really unreasonably hard for someone at some point in their life, and it's hard to get into that headspace to even.
Yeah, I understand.
What's so hard about that?
I'm not trying. Like I said, I don't want to get like too super into it. It feels a little weird to the audience to do. But I don't mind answering like straightforward questions. Because obviously I'm outside of my norm. I am asking for donations and stuff. So like people absolutely have a right to like be like, wait, what do you? That's not usually what you do. And I do gotta say too.
I don't mean to grill you about it or anything.
No, you're fine. But I do gotta say too, people really came out in the last 24 hours. Tremendous donations, yourself included.
Yeah, I didn't even know. I
Deeply
just knew you were
appreciated.
asking for donations, so I felt like I can chip in.
That's
But
even more nice of you then. Thank you.
yeah, yeah. No, well, thank you for all the streaming and everything, and
I
this is the first
try
time
to.
you're hearing from me, but I feel like I kind
Yeah,
of have I've been listening to you for I guess years now. Is that real? I mean, you've been calling
at
into
least
the
2 years.
hotline. Yeah.
Yeah, that's so
So
cool. It's
yeah.
nice to know that I have an impact on people. I have a stream that I privated of somebody who talked to me once. He said he didn't want to do streaming anymore. Like him talking to me was his intro into it, and he was like, "Dude, I listen to you so much." He's like, "Yeah, it's like this. He's like, this is crazy. It's like your Elder Draws." And I was like, "This is like listening to somebody call into like a streamer that I would watch and getting to talk to them. It's very
Right.
weird."
I
Oh,
know.
when that
I know.
happens,
I
it's very
sometimes
surreal to
look at
me.
your numbers and I'm like, how is it not more than this? Like, for how much I listen to it, like it should be. But but I also appreciate having like niche channels that I watch the big channels too, but it's like it feels more intimate.
My
Just
stream blows up. You're like, I listened to him before. It was cool.
yeah, right. Yeah. Well, I watched Mr. Beast before the pandemic, but
That's funny.
yeah, but not really. I mean, I knew who he was. I saw some of his when he would scratch off those lottery tickets videos.
So you brought up Mr. Beast. I wonder if, since Mrgirl won't talk about the documentary, I wonder if it's about Mr. Beast because he hasn't said a goddamn thing since all the Mr. Beast
Hey,
dramas
that's a good
happened.
theory.
He hasn't said a
That's a
single
really interesting
word,
theory.
and like, you'd think he would at least say something. It is
Yeah,
kind of
because
weird that he hasn't said anything, right?
Totally. No, now that you mention it, I mean, it hadn't occurred to me at all, but it's actually a really good hypothesis. Because I think it was you who was talking to him, and like maybe in the last one or two call-in shows where somebody was saying like, "Was it Destiny?" Like,
Dude, yeah, that was me. And when he said
that
like,
was you, right?
maybe I should, I was like, fucking stop. Jesus
Yeah, no,
Christ.
But there's no way it's Destiny, right? Like we saw what happens when Mrgirl goes poking around into Destiny stuff, and you hear about it right away. Destiny like goes nuclear, so it's like can't be Destiny because we would have heard about it through some other channels.
Yeah.
I don't know though if it's Mr. Beast. I kind of feel like it's coming at a weird time with all the cancellation stuff. But I guess he was making this documentary before all that happened. But
Yeah, maybe he got an early lead on some of it.
maybe.
Or
But
because the
I don't know.
cancellation stuff's happening, it might allow an easier access to information if people are seeing that's happening and they're able to talk in a documentary format where you're going to be a bit more padded and protected than like somebody who's just making YouTube content about it.
I guess though, why would he need to be flying all over the world for that? Because like most of his people are just like in the little Greenville or wherever it is, right? Maybe not. Maybe when they leave the channel they go far afield. But it's an interesting guess. I don't know. I kind of hope it's not Mr. Beast. I feel like he's been getting enough shit. Like, I don't really think. I mean, some of the stuff, like the Jake Weddle stuff, I thought was pretty shitty, and like, yeah, like that guy had a bad time, and that sucks. And I definitely don't think I would want to work for Mr. Beast. But like, I kind of think that it's gone a little overboard.
Dog, I would work for Mr. Beast if I was one of the people that got to have a free house in a heartbeat.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Well, free house. Yeah, there's something to be, especially in your scenario right now. Free house would be nice, right?
Yeah, and especially too, like right now, like really, like you really want to take that tone with me, Jimmy? Right now, huh?
Right now.
Everything that's
Oh,
going on, you
man.
really want to add to it?
I watched just yesterday. I saw a video where Mr. Beast went on How Ridiculous. You know How Ridiculous? They like drop things off of really high places. They're like Australian guys who drop things.
Oh, they're the
really
guys that
far.
like are they the guys that like Like drop a bowling ball off like a tall building and shit.
Yeah, yeah, those guys, they'll drop, yeah, all sorts of different stuff off of all sorts of really high places.
Sure.
But anyway, and Mr. Beast did a guest appearance on their channel. It's like a pretty new video. It was awkward, man. It was really uncomfortable.
Did you see him on Kill Tony? That was awkward. That was weird.
No, I didn't see that. Oh, I should check it.
Doesn't that sound weird on its face?
I don't even know Kill Tony.
Well, Kill Tony is it's basically comedians, amateur comedians, put their name on a piece of paper, and Tony Hinchcliffe, the star of the show, pulls names out of the bucket, and then they pull the people up on stage, and they get to do 1 minute of stand-up comedy, and then they interview them. They also they also bring in like regulars that they have.
Do stand-up comedy?
No. So, but the thing about Kill Tony is that it's on YouTube, but it's pretty like racial jokes happen a lot. It's a pretty edgy show because it's comedy. It's like I feel like it's the kind of comedy show that like comedians also watch. They have like really high profile guests like Shane Gillis, Joe Rogan's been on there a bunch of times. Like if you're a comedian, you've probably been on Kill Tony. If you're like a mainstream comedian. And Mr. Beast came there for one of their Madison Square Garden shows, and he was like, I'm going to give $10,000 to whoever the audience decides was the best bucket pull of the night. And he also said, Tony said he's going to get me canceled, so that's why I came at the end here. And for the whole time that he's there, when everybody's making jokes and stuff, he has this like weird, creepy smile, and he's like not engaging. He's just like, I am here. It's super weird.
Huh.
It's so far off from his brand that it's crazy that he even said he'd do it.
Yeah, I wonder. It seems like he's doing a lot of guest appearances these days. I wonder if it's part of like trying to shore up his image a little bit or something. But
if you want to shore up your image, you don't go on Kill Tony.
Anyway, I just found the video, and it's like 7 months old, so that was probably before any of the.
It was, yeah.
Yeah. Interesting. Maybe he was promoting his Amazon show.
I don't think that was a thing yet that we knew about.
Maybe that. Oh no, yeah. Even that was more recent. Okay, well, yeah. He was just, he goes on things. I mean, I think he usually is a pretty good podcast guest.
Yeah,
So
he said
maybe
he
was
watches
like-
the show, and he probably does. He probably just went on there because he likes the show, and he got to.
Right.
Like
Yeah,
if I
and
was,
then it's weird.
if I had the kind of like celebrity pull to get to like go on Kill Tony, I'd do it in a heartbeat. It would be awesome because I watch the show.
Right. And then hopefully it's not awkward.
That wouldn't be awkward. 'Cause if you're a guest there, you get to just make fun of the people that do stand up who do bad. Like that's basically the
But you
guest's
said-
role.
You said Mr. Beast screwed it up somehow.
Oh yeah, he was super weird. He was so weird.
Yeah.
Like the only thing you shouldn't do is just stand around with a really awkward smile and say nothing the whole time.
Yeah, right. Kind of blew it, I guess.
He made me uncomfortable watching it by myself.
All right. Okay. Well, that's definitely added to my watch list now. I'll check that out for sure. Maybe I'll check out some of the other episodes, less awkward episodes, to get a feel for the show too.
Oh, if you ever want any recommendations, I certainly know a couple of absolute bangers. I'm a big fan.
Send them my way for sure.
I 100% will do.
Awesome.
So let's see, 1, 2, 3. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna go back to this. So we made it halfway through, but I usually do double the runtime of any video.
Atomic metallic hydrogen is
I'd be talking.
metastable at ambient pressure.
Yep. Well,
That's not an outlandish
You gotta
proposal.
add something. That's
Yeah.
just the original video.
It does make me feel better about doing react streams. That at least I talk a good chunk.
Yeah. All right.
And
Yeah.
The authors
Play.
here say they are in Harvard. Atomic metallic hydrogen is predicted to metastable. Of course, we have to do research and we have to evaluate. It's not easy, but the possibility is real. And if NASA isn't wasting its money,
NASA.
then solar astrophysics has overlooked something very significant. So, to summarize the content, I believe that the standard model is a contradiction with the high-resolution images of the sun. The sum of non-thermal absorption processes as postulated by the...
Oh, I'm sorry, Elk. You asked who is this person. You asked that when we were talking about Mr. Beast. I thought that's what you were saying. It just dawned on me. You said, who is this person? I've never heard of him. How do you want, what do you want me to call? Do you want me to call you your YouTube name or your Discord name?
Oh, me? Either way.
Just so they can see, but Roots of Unity on YouTube, I guess is a long time VOD watcher, infrequent stream watcher, and they came in and donated $50. So I was like, you get to pick what you want, and this is the video that he wanted for me to go over, and he came into the call to help explain some of the things. And honestly, I didn't really have any. I didn't know if you just wanted to like talk, because but like I'm actually grateful that you're here, because this is such a new topic for me. It's been really nice to get your insight, kind of be able to talk over some of the points. Otherwise, I just kind of I would definitely be a lot more lost as to what direction to take my thoughts about it.
Yeah. I mean, I thought it might be helpful. I've done some thinking about this topic since watching this video a few years ago now. So
it legitimately has been. Okay.
A standard solar model cannot explain the appearance of a Planck spectrum in stars. Many observations point to a distinct surface. I forgot to talk about the coronal heating problem, because once you have condensed matter material...
Emery, thank you very much for resubscribing. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you very, very much. 4 months.
From the surface of the sun, it easily can be charged by friction in a way that it strips off all the electrons of atoms in the chromosphere. So if you wonder about this 13-fold ionized iron, it's not necessary a thermal ionization. It can be just stripped off by pieces or drops of liquid hydrogen, so you don't need these exaggerated temperatures in the corona, which cause a lot of trouble. Metallic hydrogen, though its existence in astrophysics is secured, may have a metastable state compatible with photospheric conditions. And last but not least, simplicity is an issue if you think about the opacities. Well, that's what I had to say about the content. And I would recommend that you have a look at the papers. That's very beautifully outlined in Robitaille's papers and his talks. And a summary is given in this volume of Progress in Physics. But certainly, I'm not as crazy to believe that with a 15 minutes talk, I have convinced everybody that the standard solar model is wrong. And I cannot even claim that every problem has been resolved in detail. But what I can testify, and I think that every honest scientist is able to testify, that Robitaille's research is brilliantly documented, it's well argued, and it demonstrates a sound knowledge of all the general physics fields involved. So if Robitaille is right, it's not just interesting, it's painful.
Oh.
And
shoot, how long am I streaming for? All night. At the very least until I have to take my kid to school in like 3 hours, but I'm probably going to come right back and keep streaming as well. Nope, there'll be a little break. I got to go and see what kind of resources I can get. I go to the DHS office and see if I can get any kind of help, given the situation I'm in with my kid. Because Monday, haven't been able to do anything over the weekend. But when I come back from that, I'm probably just gonna hop right back on. So several more hours, and then later on as well, unless I just come home and pass out. But I don't see that happen. I'm pretty. I slept until like. I slept late. Just keep going, getting donations as much as you can. Until I'm not here in this hotel anymore, probably. I'm so devastated. You lost your job. You talked about how much you liked it and how easy it was. Dude, I liked being there. I liked having my desk. I liked the people that I worked with. It was a great job. Like, honestly, I would sit there and listen to, like, YouTube videos, like, podcasts, like, stand-up comedy or books, like, all day. It was pretty... I had it pretty made. It was, nice, air-conditioned. The chair could have been a little bit better, but other than that, pretty solid job.
Such painful, paradigm-shattering attacks, they used to bias our judgment of scientific theories. That's a matter of fact. And Robitaille is practically silenced in the scientific community. And this becomes an issue of method. And
I'll probably message you later to talk on stream about Code Geass and maybe some other things. I did a fun, tiny debate with someone on justifying genocide. I hope that you were on the side of not justifying it. But yeah, I'd love to talk about Code Geass. Oh my god. It's like a fucking Lelouch on my arm. Love to talk about Code Geass.
scientific ethics. So I think you can and you should disagree
Okay,
with
good.
Robitaille as much as violently as you can.
Well, I'm gonna go to sleep though. I got work at 10:30 a.m. tomorrow. Okay. Take it easy, man. Also, too, if anybody super chats or anything like that, if you have like Emery super chatted like $2, if you put a question in there, you can kind of consider like an AMA. I'll just answer whatever. But I would say that's generally true all the time, to be perfectly fair. If somebody super chatted to ask me a question, I'm probably going to answer. I'm pretty open book anyway.
You're invited to. But I'd like to be the following attitude to be taken. I disapprove of what you say, but I will defend to the death your right to say it.
Based.
And if we try to put this into practice, those who are reviewers and editors, why don't you invite a paper? Those who organize seminars, why don't you invite a talk? Why don't you debate it? I think that Robitaille's ideas are sound and they ought to be discussed if the field wants to preserve its integrity. Thank you very much for your patience and go ahead with questions.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions? Thank you.
Here's a question.
Can you go back to the one of the last few graphs where you say that one cannot explain the spectral shape of the continuum of the sun without making some very strange assumptions?
Yes.
I think it was the third last.
Was it that, or was it the text?
One of the last foils, one of the third last foil.
You mean the conclusions?
Where you summed up your.
Okay, so let's get to the conclusions again. Yeah, the point is that you need, I mean, you can explain it, but you need a very many.
First the question.
There I disagree. We can do that, In the case of the sun, the continuum is produced by H minus. This is very consistent with the temperature of the photosphere and consistent with atomic physics. That is minus, which is the main continuum absorber over all the spectrum. So you have, and applying this to a standard solar model, you get perfect run of the intensity versus wavelength of the sun.
Yeah.
Indivisible.
Yeah.
Not only indivisible.
Is it all Q&A after this? Because I can't really hear them.
Yeah, it's just Q&A. Yeah, we don't have to listen to the whole Q&A.
Okay. Alrighty. That was if you want to send me, like, direct message me some links to some other stuff about this, I'll check them out. It's
Cool.
it's an interesting idea. Like, I have some reservations about it. But if it's correct, then I should just assume that my reservations can be squared away with more explanation.
Yeah,
I'm
maybe.
definitely willing to entertain it.
Yeah.
Because there's no reason to outright dismiss it that I can think of.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, and and it could be that there may not be explanations for every reservation you have. It really is like one guy against the world, trying to build up this idea, and he's done a lot. He's really done a lot of impressive work, but it's a huge task to try to tell the physics community that they're wrong about something that's so deeply held. But
you're not wrong.
But yeah, I'll forward you whatever I have. Actually, the presenter we just saw, Alexander Unziker, he recently just wrote a book, which I got a copy of, but I still haven't read the thing. I'm better at watching videos than reading. But he just wrote a book on this topic. But
the Higgs fake.
What's the Higgs fake?
It says Owen Zicker is a German theoretical physicist and author of Bankrupting Physics and the Higgs Fake. Certainly a catchy title if you like physics.
Yeah. He's a provocative guy. And he's got a lot of content on his channel too. He talks about like the Dirac's large number hypothesis and variable speed of light, Einstein's idea. Well, he sort of attributes it to Einstein, but he has this thought that the gravitational constant is somehow proportional to the age of the universe, or to like the total amount of matter in the universe, and that this helps us understand some numerical coincidences that we see. And yeah, he's got a lot of interesting stuff, not just the liquid sun stuff, and some of it's more like his own thoughts. The liquid sun is just something he's got from this other guy, Robitaille, but he's not a total crank. I mean, he's trained in physics. He understands the material quite well, and he's just of the opinion that maybe the field has gone off the rails a little bit, which I think it has. I don't even think that's all that controversial, really.
Sure. Yeah, I don't believe in dark matter.
Yeah, dark matter is garbage.
So one of the things that I think is really weird. So we use dark matter to explain why like omega doesn't equal 0. But we're not. So like the Big Bang itself, and then directly after the Big Bang, there's a lot of matter that would have just been completely converted into energy. Like we have like nuclear conversion of matter, like for sure, but we don't take any of that energy into account for the mass that ought to be there. If like E equals mc squared, then we can
convert back and forth between mass and energy.
Yeah, we should be considering the energy expressions of the early state of the universe as previous mass too, because where the energy like had to come from something. You can't create energy. Like you can't create energy. You have to. It has to like arise. You know what I mean? Like there's
Right.
fuel for it, and we're not considering this energy as like being sourced. But that certainly helps us make up a lot of mass.
Interesting. What do you mean, like the energy that caused the Big Bang?
No, like the energy that I would say just the energy that is that's created as the result of the Big Bang. So you have the Big Bang. So all the stuff that's accelerating out, a lot of this stuff is going to get like nuclearized, right? It's just going to get stripped apart. We have like a soup that like matter can't even exist in as we know it. So like so the super rapid expansion, then it like slams on the brakes and then expands like significantly slower after that. When it stopped, I would say the reason that it probably stopped is because an immense amount of mass was lost through the ejection of energy, through the expression of energy.
Okay, so that's what you think accounts for the dark matter?
Well, yeah, it accounts for like a lot of the missing mass, and it also accounts for why the universe slammed on the brakes in its expansion.
Interesting.
So I'm explaining two different phenomena, the same reasoning, which I feel like gives it a little bit more validity to be considered.
That's interesting. That's worth considering. I don't know. Yeah, with stuff that goes back to the Big Bang, I kind of feel like it's really hard to really know what might have been happening back then.
Well, sure, but I feel like
there's been a lot of extrapolation over not very much evidence.
I would say that it's very hard to know what might have happened, but the thing that I'm saying that like matter was converted into energy had to have happened. You can't have that happen in this kind of an event. It has to have happened, and so we don't talk about that at all. And so
you think that might have been what caused the inflation to slow down?
Yeah, and not only that too, I think that it's a problem that we're looking for missing mass, and we're not talking about it. Period. It should at least be in that has to be a part of the conversation. Otherwise, like you're by default you're missing something if you're not even examining that. And since
this seems like a good point.
And this is a very rare opportunity for me to talk to somebody about this. I'm just curious, where did you land with me and Mrgirl's black hole scuffle?
Oh, right. Yeah, the black hole. So I think what I can remember feeling at the time was that Mrgirl was trying to figure out what exactly it is that he was trying to say. And now I can't exactly recall offhand what, I remember waiting. I was like, yeah, when's this Drazi conversation going to happen? And it was like, it seemed like he was kind of ducking you a little bit. But then on the other hand, it's like, but he doesn't know physics. So maybe he feels like he doesn't have the confidence to really like dive into that. But so my thing is like his baseline claim that like the universe is a black hole.
Yeah.
And he's like, and this is like this big news. But as far as I'm concerned, that's not big news. That's like a known fact that like if you take all the energy and matter in the universe and you look at what the Schwarzschild radius of that amount of matter should be, well, it just so happens to be more or less approximately the exact diameter of the observable universe. And so like, it's like a known thing. It's like a weird thing that physicists talk about sometimes. Like, hey, by the math, it seems like we're in a black hole. And even Unzicker talks about it. I could send you a video, the guy we were just watching. But I think his takeaway is more like, there might be something missing with our understanding of what's going on here and what makes a black hole. There is something very weird about like the fact that the Schwarzschild radius is of some mass is proportional to the mass, right? So it's weird that the radius is proportional to the mass. So like the density of a black hole goes down significantly as you increase the radius or you increase the mass. So
Well,
like,
sure.
if you just had the solar system, but it was like all filled with water, that would be a black hole. You don't need some singularity. You don't need some like point of infinite density. Like
It
if
would
you wanna
kind of
make
change
it
what
into
we're
a black
talking
hole.
about, though. Like when we see a black hole in our universe and how it behaves, when we look at our
We
universe and
don't
how it
see a black
behaves,
hole.
we see the thing that we colloquially call a black hole.
We don't even see that, right?
Yeah, we do. Oh yeah, we've even seen them move and stuff.
Well, are you talking about like the Event Horizon Telescope? By the way, I think the Event Horizon Telescope was a bit of a sham. I mean, not a sham. I'm sure they took the measurements and I'm sure they reported the results that they got from their algorithm. But I think it's, for one thing, it's like the number of co-authors on that paper is like everybody in black hole physics was a co-author. So who's supposed to like, who's the reviewer, you know, if everybody's a co-author? And then it's like, you name the project the Event Horizon Telescope.
We've identified a few dozen.
Kind of mean, yeah, well, so you know, there's things that we would like to see that I think we haven't seen. Like it would be neat if we could, so the LIGO has measured what they claim is gravitational waves, but then we still, to my knowledge, there has never been a situation where like we observe something in the electromagnetic spectrum and then we see it in LIGO, you know, the same event. That would be significant. I think that would be pretty interesting if they were able to pull that off. There was the Event Horizon Telescope. They so-called imaged the center of the black hole at the center of the galaxy, and like the thing is, just by assumption, black holes don't give off light, so you don't see a black hole. And like, there's no reason that I'm aware of that like a neutron star can't have an accretion disk. Neutron stars are incredibly massive. I have no idea how you would distinguish a massive neutron star versus a black hole, because they're going to look the same as far as I can tell from Earth.
It does get a little sticky when you if you go to say like, well, what do you mean by a black hole? Then it gets understandably sticky.
Yeah, right. And like when you've created this object that by assumption can't give off any light, aside from, you know, modulo this Hawking radiation, which is still like cooler than the background. So it wouldn't turn up on your sensors. You'd never in a million years be able to measure it. But
by definition,
like, yeah. Well, right. By definition, you can't measure a black hole except for
you can measure what's happening around it.
Yeah,
you can get the Hawking radiation that sort of spews out here and there.
Right, and you can get the accretion disk, which is what they did with the Event Horizon Telescope.
But that's still like it's happening around it.
I find it a bit provocative that they named the project the Event Horizon Telescope before they had taken a single image of it with it. So it's kind of like you're assuming the result of your experiment before you run it. Like
that's not the craziest thing. They put the name of the goal on it.
It's a little like if they had called the LHC the Higgs boson finder or something like that. You know?
It would have made sense. It would have just been tacky.
Higgs boson with the Higgs boson. I find it a little tacky. Yeah, I'm not saying it's a major conspiracy. I'm just saying it's like, you know, cool your jets. Like, it doesn't exactly inspire confidence for me in the result, because it's like, oh, what a coincidence. You saw exactly what you already assumed you were going to see. So
I got there's a guy who's like a pretty regular viewer of mine who got like furious with me because I said, well, technically we don't even know that black holes exist. And he got so upset. And I'm just like, wait, no, like this, what I just said is 100% true. Like it's, if they do exist the way that we mathematically predict them to exist, it would be impossible to prove that they exist.
Right. Exactly.
Like, I was like, I'm not,
they're a bit of a...
it was
spaghetti monster or something.
yeah, it's like it ought to be the least controversial thing that you can say about a black hole is that we don't know if they exist for sure.
Right. I think
But
so.
we can point to anomalies that we are aware of and say that, like, call it a black hole, but we can't know if it matches what a mathematical black hole is. And it just seems like there's just enough stuff for us to say, like, we think that this is the same thing. Because we can math it out, and then we see in it, and so it seems like things are working out right. Which, honestly, as far as like predictions being verified by like observation and physics at this level, pretty good. Like it's pretty good as far as like observable phenomena to match. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. We haven't proven anything in forever.
Right. Physics is a bit of a standstill. And you sort of wonder if ideas like black holes might be part of what's holding it back. But I'll agree. Yeah, there's some observations.
I would say dark matter's holding it back. So much research goes into dark matter, and it's bonkers.
And dark energy. There was a funny line in Unzicker, the guy we were just watching. He had a podcast guest on, and he was talking about dark matter, dark energy. He's like, yeah, we're sort of in the dark ages, aren't we? You know,
it's
dark.
It's the way to put it. Yeah. That's dark matter is probably dark matter feels like my personal version of Mrgirl's black hole. Like nobody like wants to talk about it.
Yep. It's very irritating, the sort of attachment that the community has to this. It's not an explanation. I mean, I suppose it is an explanation of some observations, but there's no observational.
There's no justification for that.
There's no justification.
And I don't think I've seen anything that is predictions. Yeah, it is the strongestly held, completely unjustifiable position I've ever seen in like the sciences.
Yeah. There's
the ratio between how strong is the belief versus how much evidence do we have is like insane.
There's this physics YouTuber, Angela Collier. I don't know if you've heard of her.
Hang on. Is she like British and kind of not pretty?
She's American.
Oh, maybe that's not the one I'm thinking of.
American. She's pretty cool, but she is like really a dark matter person. So that's something about her I find irritating. I like her videos a lot of times. She did a really good one about string theory being, not panning out and making life harder for science communication and stuff.
Oh yeah, she's not the one I'm thinking of.
No. Oh wait, you're thinking of a British person. I'm not even sure if I know who you're talking about. There's a handful of physics people I follow. Obviously, Sabina Hassenfelder. I think she's sort of like the.
Is she not British?
Sabina?
Yeah.
No, she's German.
Oh, okay, same thing. I'm American. It's all the same to me. Funny talking.
Are you thinking of Sabina Hassenfelder?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, not her. But of course, I also watch her.
She's the one I'm thinking of. I like her because she won't agree to things without proof.
Right. And she's very like honest and straightforward. I find her, sometimes I can't always get on board with what she's saying, but at least I know where she stands, and and she's not just saying something because that's the orthodoxy, but she has.
Sure, if I don't agree with her, I still respect her reasoning.
Right. Yeah. And it's somehow, whenever she weighs into something political, she always seems to come out on the wrong side, but that's not really her expertise, so I can cut her some slack. But,
to a degree, but since it's not, maybe she shouldn't.
Maybe she shouldn't.
Yeah.
That's fair to say. But I can understand. I mean, it's tempting to talk about politics. I wouldn't fault anyone for doing that. I think it's more that I would just fault people for not agreeing with me. But then, hopefully they're open-minded.
I just think it's weird that she does because she's already in so much hot water in her own like field.
Yeah.
Then she's like, let's see if I can stir some shit up over here too.
Yeah, yeah. It's a little like Mr. Girl. You know.
That's fair. Mr. Girl is to physics what she is to politics.
Right. There you go. They could just switch. Yeah. Not that I'm like always agreeing with Mr. Girl on politics either, but I do think he sort of has thought it through a little bit more deeply than she has.
Yeah, when
That's the vibe I get.
when I've argued with them, I usually come away with well, I still disagree with you, but I understand where you're coming from.
Yeah.
That's why I like arguing with him too, is because most people, I think they're wrong, and then I also think they're stupid. Well, like most of the time. But like when I disagree with him, like I think you're wrong, but I don't think you're stupid. I can see how you got to the wrong answer, and I can't convince you off of any of these like pivot points that like brought you there. So like I guess we just have to let it be.
It's very frustrating, but yeah. But at least you know he comes by it honest.
Yeah, it's a lot less frustrating than the people who have no real reasoning. Like when you press them down if you like take them down the epistemological trail and they're just like, I don't know, I hate that. Like you shouldn't be arguing if you don't know at this level. This isn't where the I don't knows ought to be.
Or at least you know you should be taking what I'm saying a little more seriously if you haven't really thought it through like all that much.
Yeah. The I don't knows should be like at the top of like your epistemological like ladder.
Right.
They should never be super close to the bottom.
Yeah, right. I mean, there's problems where it's like, you know, if you ask somebody, it's like the thing where the little kid asks their dad, oh, you know, why is that? Oh, why is that? Why is that? Why is that? Yeah, you know, eventually you get to turtles or whatever it is. You gotta say, well, nobody really knows that. I mean, it's like with particle physics, you know, we keep saying like, okay, well, what's this made up? What's this made up? And then you get to these objects that are like ridiculous, that you know, the evidence is thin and
quantum foam.
Nice yeah, right. Or yeah, even just like quarks, you know, gluons and whatever, all these like
mesons, gluons.
Gotta catch them all, you know. Starts to feel a little bit like Pokemon cards or something like that.
So I feel like when we get into quarks, like it's fine that we don't know. Like it's still describing. So like, how would I put this? We don't have to be like necessarily correct about the exact mechanics of it, as long as we have something to describe the processes that surely have to arise, that surely have to like result in the emergent things that we're seeing, because that's what lets us understand it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, like you're saying, there's real observations that need some explanation.
We need a system to work them into. Well,
yeah,
it's not the same as dark matter, because like even if we're wrong about like the exact mechanics of this thing, there is a mechanic happening here, and like we're just sort of labeling it as this way. But like with dark matter, we're going like, we don't even know what's happening, so we're going to make up what we think is happening, and we're going to invent this thing to make that work, which is way crazier.
Take this point of confusion and call it actual stuff.
Yeah. Do you agree that it's different because of that?
Yeah, I see your point.
Okay.
I mean, I think there's some similarity there, but it's maybe not a perfect analogy.
I would say that the subatomic pieces are like, we're more justified in how we label and describe them than we are with dark matter, which just literally feels like a con.
Yeah, it's more of a con. But I think there's issues with the particle physics too.
Yeah, necessarily so. Are you sold on string theory?
No, I'm sold on string theory being bogus, if that's what you mean. String theory is shit. I don't care for it. I think it's not even wrong. You know, Peter Voigt there. I mean, I guess.
You're saying it's like not even wrong, it's like inappropriate?
not even wrong. Like it's not even making enough of a claim to merit the distinction of being wrong. It's
Yeah,
just meaningless.
that's what I meant by like
I
it's
mean,
inappropriate.
yeah, right. Yeah, yeah, basically. So, yeah, I don't think, and I think the proof is in the pudding. Like, you know, there's been no discoveries based on string theory, and the theory of it really doesn't work out. It's got too many dimensions. It's like, okay, 12 dimensions, but we're
It doesn't
26 or
really mean
whatever it is.
anything.
It's just, yeah, nonsense. And then, not to mention the fact that it, like all the string theorists, working in this thing called anti-de Sitter space, where there's a negative cosmological constant, and but empirically, the cosmological constant is known to be a small positive number, and maybe there's some wiggle room there, but it's like they're just totally wedded to this. It's almost like, to the extent that it can be examined, it's proved wrong. Now, of course, the string theory is not even a proper theory. It's like a landscape, and it's got all these free parameters that can bring about all sorts of different theories, and none of them have any really particular reason to be favored over the others. But the ones that they're all studying are sort of empirically wrong.
My big problem with string theory is that the people that espouse it are it's hard for me to take anybody who preaches it serious, because they take it they basically take it for granted that it's true, which is, it always seems very wacky to me. When
Right.
we don't even seem I don't even understand what your presuppositional justification for string theory is tied to, why it can't be incorrect.
Right.
It's
and I'll tell you,
it's founded on a lot of faith.
String theory. Yeah, absolutely. I don't think it's worth the paper it's written on. But I think the best thing I can say about it is a quantum theory of gravity. And everybody says, oh, we need a quantum theory of gravity. And how are we going to quantize gravity and whatever? But actually, string theory is, to my knowledge, the only known quantum theory of gravity. And it doesn't help us make predictions or measurements or understand the world, but it has this nice mathematical property, which is that it gives you gravity from a quantum theory. And that's what a lot of physicists think is really important. I'm not even sold on that whole project of a quantum theory of gravity.
Yeah, I don't think that gravity necessarily has to be interacting at the quantum level. It might just be something that's emergent on another scale.
Right.
That's kind of the issue that I've had.
One interesting thing there is that, and I can't actually go that much longer because I got to get to bed, but
sure.
There's a Planck mass. There's a Planck length and a Planck.
So it would stand to reason there needs to be a Planck gravity?
Well, there is a Planck mass, but one of the interesting things about it is okay, so a Planck length is so unbelievably tiny, unimaginably
smallest.
tiny. It's smaller than it's way so many orders of magnitude outside of anything we can measure.
Yeah, it's literally the smallest.
It's the same thing. It's so fast that you can't even imagine measuring something that was that fast. Planck mass is not that way. Planck mass is about the mass of an eyelash, like a little eyelash. It's a totally tangible mass. It's something that you would encounter in your day-to-day, a little piece of dust or something. It's not even microscopic scale. So that's interesting to me. I can't tell you what to make of that or what it might have to do with quantizing gravity, but it is a fascinating thing that we just don't hear that much about. That's something I learned on the Mrgirl podcast. Yeah, the Planck mass is it's a totally reasonable mass, actually an eyelash. It's like a biologically relevant.
No,
mass.
that's not true. I just googled it. It's the smallest unit of mass. Okay, that's what I
not.
thought. Yeah.
No, it's not.
It's
Mass.
2.176434 times 24 times 10 to the negative 8th kilogram.
10 to the negative 8 kilograms. Yeah, think about that. Like a kilogram is...
No, big number before that, though. Or like the 2.
But that number doesn't matter. Order of magnitude, 10 to the minus 8 kilograms. So, like, what are we at? Like, a gram would be 10 to the minus 3, and then a milligram would be 10 to the minus 6. So, it's like 100th of a milligram. It's not that small. Wait, did I do that right? I think so. Yeah. Right, 10 to the minus 8, then a gram is 10 to the minus 5, a milligram is 10 to the minus 2, and then, or wait, I'm doing it backwards, but whatever. I think my numbers are right. However, I'm saying it in a weird way, but yeah, 10 to the minus 8 kilograms is not an unimaginably small quantity. 10 to the minus 8 kilograms, because kilogram is a lot, you know?
Yeah.
So, like, just you lop off 3, so 10 to the minus. So right, a gram is 10 to the minus 3 kilograms. A milligram
Yeah, it's weird.
Is 10 to the minus,
I just saw how many Planck masses the average atom is, and it's... Yeah, that's goofy.
Yeah, it's weird, right? It's like not even a microscopic scale. It's like, almost feels like you could buy that much of drugs or something like that out of a Planck mass of...
Maybe fentanyl.
I mean, it's... Yeah, right. Yeah, right. You wouldn't bother with a Planck mass of cocaine, but it's still, it's like, you could see it with your eyes anyway.
I don't care for this at all.
It's weird, right?
Yeah.
Doesn't line up.
I feel like it's just something that I took for granted, that I understood what it was when I read it.
Yep. Very counterintuitive, something I wish that would have been explained to me by someone before. I mean, it was like you learn it and you're like, whoa, really? And they were presenting it like, yeah, why does nobody talk about that?
Like, what's the point? Why have that unit of measurement?
Well, it's
and why
just that the
associate
Planck
it?
measurements, like, they're not necessarily actually like the smallest. They're just some scale below which the rules change somehow. And so, like, to really see the rules change, like, you know, the Cavendish experiment where you have like these really heavy balls that are like suspended, and you can measure the gravitational force by how like the balls attract to each other.
Yeah.
And yeah, you need a really heavy ball to really make it work on like a really still room where there's no air and there's. But imagine trying to run that experiment with a couple eyelashes where the balls are like, you know, it's not going to go very well for you. You'd need, I don't know, you'd probably need to do it in space or something. But like, if you think of the gravitational pull of an eyelash that it has on the other eyelashes, yeah, like that's small. That's really small.
Sure.
That's
also a funny thing to hear somebody say.
Yeah, right. We don't think about it all that much, but it's in principle, it's a thing.
Sure.
You know, but that's kind of the idea. So like, probably gravity maybe behaves a little bit differently when you get down to that scale.
Yeah, I think I've always just assumed that either gravity doesn't interact at that scale, or it would seem weird to try to apply our scale rules to that.
Yeah, so that's why it's a Planck scale. Yeah, it's a weird thing. Anyway, yeah, I should really get to bed. It's definitely.
It was very nice to meet you.
Totally, same. And I'll keep in touch. You know, I'll send you some more materials, and we can chat offline or maybe I'll hop on stream again sometime.
Sure. Well, you're in the Discord now too. Feel free to stir some shit up with your physics ideas in there as well.
Cool, will do.
All right. Who do I call you?
Oh, you want to like my real name?
That's up to you. I just don't know what you prefer. Like, I'm gonna to refer to you. I was gonna say bye, and then I didn't know if you want me to call you Roots or.
Oh, Roots is good, or subcountable, whatever. You know, I'll respond to all of those things.
Okay.
I'm subcountable on the Mrgirl subscription, but but then I used my real name for that, so whatever. I can tell you that too.
Whatever you're comfortable with. I have no like real preference. I wouldn't want to push it one way or another. Because people online are insane.
Yeah, that's true.
And I don't know if your real name is you know, maybe not right now. But you never know what's gonna catch somebody's attention.
Fair enough.
But yeah, thanks for being on here. You know, I'll just say, like, if you ever want to give me like a real name, just do it off stream. That way I don't have to feel bad if somebody gets all fucking weird at you.
Will do. All right. Okay. Well, yeah, thanks for chatting and watching my video.
Absolutely. Thanks for being here, and thanks again for the super generous donation.
Yeah, hope it helps.
It does. It really does.
Great. And yeah, I wish you the best. Sorry, I know it's difficult times, but you know.
I appreciate it.
You'll make it through.
All right, well, you have a good night.
Yep, have a good stream. I'll catch the rest of it as the VOD, I guess.
All right, we'll do. Take care. All right. It's cool to get to talk to a long-time viewer like that. So now, I don't know what the fuck happened. I want to see. Do we have anything from Twitch poll peeps? What would I even look at? Filters. Shit. No, I didn't, because of all the stuff going on. Thank you. I do want to do that. I'll do that right now. Oh. Let's see here. Let's see here. Do you know if anybody else streamed it live on YouTube? You could always put this part of the stream as a video. Hope Run fans catch onto your reaction and react to it. Did they stream it on YouTube though? If they did, then I'm fine with it. Because having music on YouTube is what got me banned temporarily. And if I'm banned, then I also can't get any of the donations that I've gotten or anything. Okay, yeah, I think I'll do it before I come back on after I go take my kid to work, because I'm pretty scared of that happening again. Because last time was a weekend. I think if I get banned again, it's a month, and that really fucked me over. I want to know what happened with Trump. Really bad though. But thank you for reminding me. I wanted to, but things were rough with my wife, and it just seemed like it really hard to find the time to do anything like that. But I wanted to do it the day of. As you know, I'm a huge Red fan. And he specifically asked people to react to it, so I very much wanted to.
Welcome to our viewers
Check
in the
this
United
out.
States and around the world. We are continuing our breaking news live coverage after the FBI says it is investigating what appears to be an attempted assassination attempt of former President Donald Trump. We are told the former president is safe after shots were fired in his vicinity while he was golfing at his club in West Palm Beach, Florida.
Shots were
It's about a
fired.
15-minute drive from where his Mar-a-Lago club is in Palm Beach, Florida. Moments ago, we got an account from the Palm Beach Sheriff's Office detailing how all of this unfolded, Wolf, and it is quite stunning.
It's stunning and very detailed. In fact, very revealing. Law enforcement officials saying a person has been detained in connection with this incident that occurred at the Trump International Golf Club around 1:30 p.m. Eastern earlier this afternoon. U.S. Secret Service agents fired gunshots at the suspect, who they believe was armed and intended to target former President Trump. An AK-style long-arm rifle with a scope, 2 backpacks, and a GoPro camera were recovered. Let's go to our panel right now and get Charles Ramsey's assessment of what's going on.
They wanted to stream it or what?
Chief Ramsey, it says to me, it explains, I think in part, why the FBI has concluded this appears to have been a second assassination attempt against Trump.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, clearly, in my mind anyway, that's the appropriate classification for this particular incident. We're just fortunate. We're very lucky. We were lucky in July in Butler, Pennsylvania, and again today. The luck only goes so far. And so everyone has to be incredibly vigilant, enhance security, not just for the former president, but for all of the candidates, because we're just in an environment right now where you have a lot of unstable people who apparently are not afraid to try to actually harm someone. So we're very fortunate that the Secret Service agent was able to spot this and able to take immediate action and prevent a tragedy from occurring.
And that Secret Service agent spotted the barrel of a rifle sticking out from those trees near that golf course right there. And that's when shots were fired at the suspect, and eventually another individual saw what was going on and took some pictures of the vehicle that the suspect was using, the license plate, and eventually the suspect was captured in Martin County, just north of Palm Beach County, not very far away. Jonathan Wackrow, the fact that there was a GoPro camera that was right near that fence, near those backpacks that this suspect had over there, what does that say to you?
Well,
I assume they
I think
were
that,
planning
a
to
lot
stream
of these
it.
elements, speak to an elevated level of sophistication by this shooter, right? So, the GoPro camera was the intent here to live stream, this attack. By the fact that we saw those, we heard reporting that, and I believe we heard it during the press conference as well, that the backpacks contained ceramic plates. Again, this was, really setting up a firing position. The shooter probably intended to, engage directly, with Secret Service agents at one point. I think the Secret Service structure, though, the protective methodology, by putting out agents in advance of the protectee during their golf operations to really flush out this type of threat along the edges of the fairways, really proved successful. This is a model that the Secret Service has applied to these types of activities for a long time. I mean, dating back to, I believe, the Bush and Clinton administrations, where putting agents anywhere from 75 to 150 yards in advance, again trying to expand out of that protective bubble around the protectee just for this very reason. But it's difficult. I mean, they're out there flanking the protectee for a long time. This person obviously set up their location. They had a level of cover and concealment to launch this attack. They most likely had a line of sight from that fence line back into the fairway. That's disturbing. And the more troubling is the accessibility, the ease of ingress and egress by this attacker. They had that escape route. The critical factor that we heard during the press conference is the witness. They saw the suspect running away, getting into the vehicle. And I think Andy McCabe said, very smartly, the person took out their phone, took a picture of the car, and then got the license plate. The communication with federal, state, and local law enforcement entities through the real-time crime center got that information out almost instantaneously. And utilizing license plate readers, they were able to track the direction of the vehicle, make the vehicle stop, and get the suspect in custody without incident. So this is a real big success for law enforcement, and it all centers around the coordination, the rapid coordination of information and dissemination to all stakeholders. We heard that during the press conference. It was great to see everybody reassuring the public that there's no additional danger and that all stakeholders within the law enforcement and prosecutorial community were represented there.
And you can see how close this golf club is to Interstate 95, a major highway going all through the state of Florida.
That's pretty bananas.
As well. Caitlin, go ahead.
I think I got the information I needed. Oh my god. I wonder if this is like a new trend. I wonder if the FBI actually really did well here, if they're trying to portray that they did really well after they miserably failed the last assassination attempt. It could be both, right? It could be that they did good, but they want to play it up as they did even better than they did. Like, if the person didn't even get a shot off at Trump, I'd say that's a win. Because they certainly need good press. Like, man, it's got to be terrifying to be Trump right now. Holy fuck. That's pretty fucking intense. Well, I didn't expect to see that shit today. I don't have any suggestions on the docket. So, I think it's time to get back to the end of two of my favorite streamers. Sometimes I think about the fact that Mrgirl seemed like he was like pretty upset. I said to him before like that I still watch Destiny like many months ago, and he's like, see, like even you, like it's just how ineffective he is at persuading people against him. Like, I like debates, and he seemed to like that a little bit more. Like, see, he seemed to like take some like some positive. He seemed to have some positive takeaway from that. But it is like if you like watching people debate and stuff, it's pretty good. But he's had some pretty dry spells for good debates in the last like 6 months, I'd say. Let's see. Where are we at? Okay, Mrgirl makes Destiny worried about unexpected Keffels offer. We passed this. I feel like maybe not, since it was labeled as a creepy. Mrgirl cameo. I have an attachment to him, having followed him for so long, so I want to see how he's progressing career-wise, and I'm interested in some of the debates he does. Yeah, I think basically what happened with the falling out between him and Mrgirl is that I don't think I had a whole... when they had their falling out, I didn't have a whole lot of feelings towards Destiny that changed. However, when I talked to Destiny, and he so clearly lied to me about, like, he stood his ground and said, like, no, he actually does all of a sudden think that Mrgirl's a rapist. On a personal level, I didn't... He shattered the illusion for me. Because I would have thought that Destiny wouldn't need to do that. Well, I think this is the one we were on. So it's here, and then the bridge collapses.
Steven. Depends on Steven's career. And
I'm just gonna go back to here. Here we are. We're back.
The only possible
If he went
explanation.
completely protection mode before that, I would say he was always just honest. Yeah, and it wasn't like he was like troll lying to me, because like, you're doing this. You're going after his reputation in this way. Mrgirl is hurting Destiny's reputation by doing what he thought was correct. But Destiny was hurting Mrgirl's reputation. It was what's the word? It was retaliation, which is night and day different to me. So I still really like watching a good amount of Destiny's content, and I'll still put it on, but I don't have, like, I would say the parasocial attachment has completely dissolved. Like when he got married, and like he was just married all of a sudden. I didn't know that he got married. I was like, what? When did Destiny get married? Like, how did I not know about this? That was like my reaction to that. And I was like, it really blew my mind. Like, how could I have possibly missed that he got married? It's felt like somebody should have told me. And after that, it was just like, I have no personal, it's like it's just like sometimes somebody does something and there's something inside of you that just like completely severs a tie that you have to them, and now the way that you engage with them is completely different. That's sort of what happened to me. And it may have just been that because I was so like unusually informed about the thing that I was talking to him about, that I just knew for a fact, like I was like, oh, I know that you're lying. Like I know how Destiny debates, I know how he argues with people, I know enough about the way that he engages, and I know all the facts of the matter that is available to anybody, like I know as much as anybody could about the Consent is Complicated story that somebody could, to just know like you're full of shit. It's just hard to come back from that.
For all of the inconsistency in Lav's explanations. Which
I have to go back. God damn it. Now, I'll say ahead of time, I'm gonna laugh when people shit on Lav, but I still think it's fucked up how this happens. But I never said I wasn't somebody that doesn't laugh at fucked up shit.
Every statement Lav has made about sex work, she would get eviscerated. She's made so many contradictory statements, it would be impossible to keep track of the contradictions. You can make a whole Google Doc on all of this, but my explanation for that is not that I think that Lav is some bad fake, horribly moronic actor. I just think she's young and figuring shit out. You call that discrediting. I call that explaining why there are so many contradictions in her political positions. If you want to claim that, then that's fine, but you're just wrong. And the alternative treatment that you're asking for would be way more harsh. If I were to come down on her as though you should have all this shit figured out, if you don't, I'm gonna crucify you on every contradiction?
I don't think you should make speeches about whether your orbiters are retarded or young.
It's not about being okay. Then I'll You're so wrong. Hold on, no, hold on. You're so wrong. You're just so wrong. Because that is the only possible explanation that I can give for all of the inconsistency in Lav's explanations. Should I just not say anything about that and let everybody assume that she actually is totally politically incoherent?
Okay.
There's so many other things you could say.
Name one thing. Name one other thing.
Okay, to explain what?
How her political positions can be so off the wall and inconsistent.
Off the wall. What
Well,
have I had that is extremely off the wall?
Didn't you very publicly switch from being conservative to being more progressive?
Yeah, it's happened over the course of like 10 years, but yes.
Okay, so you...
Mr. Girl's heart's in the right place in this, but it is... He's really critiquing this space more than Destiny directly, I think.
Can identify with that.
He just thinks it's Destiny.
Like,
in the moment, but I think he knows that now.
The audience is going to be able to empathize with and understand and say, look, you guys are really holding Lav's feet to the fire, but let's not forget, I made an even bigger switch.
I literally said exactly this. What are you talking about?
Okay.
So no, hold on. Wait, we're talking about you, Lav.
Then leave. Wait.
No,
but then leave out. But then leave out.
I just want to say something really quick.
Okay.
I do obviously. So I'm somewhere in between Steven and Max. Fence sitting, lol. I don't listen. This is what I think. I think that I've put myself here with my own actions to some extent. I think that I would appreciate if you could protect me a little more from people making like personal jabs at me or denigrating me in a way that is not critiquing me. I would like you to maybe like make it on your subreddit like a reason that people don't like me other than like
I think it is extremely difficult to protect anybody when you're online. It's online. It's tough. I think that's a bit more than you can ask.
So much. I love
Although he could probably do.
Critique would be really helpful, other than just like virtue signaling to each.
I think the best you could do is to not make things worse, and I think Destiny does make things worse a lot.
Other that I'm like the most hated person alive. I think that would be really cool. But ultimately, I think when I enter your space, I'm playing by your rules in your house, and I respect that. And I don't expect you to overextend yourself to me in any way, because I knew what it was when I entered the house. Obviously, Max disagrees with that because he thinks that you have like more responsibility than I think that you have. I think that I can both be. I don't think that the reasons why I've wavered are because I'm dumb, or even because I'm young, but more that I'm just like maybe more adaptable and it rubs people the wrong way. I don't know. It could possibly, that could not be the reality. Also, I could just be retarded. I'm not particularly attached to the fact of me being the smartest person alive. I'm just happy to be here, happy to have tough conversations, happy to have hard conversations.
Lav, real quick, can you give some actionable...
even more? Really?
Actionable...
Max made some really huge statements, and now we're going to go off on a random other tangent?
No.
Okay, so to be clear, no, I'm not blaming you, Lav. I'm blaming Dan, okay? So, Max, when people talk about me having made changes politically, when I talk about myself making changes politically, I say...
I know some people that really don't like that I like him, but I like Dan. Dan makes me laugh. He can easily try and publicly, earnestly call for people to avoid personal attacks, especially when it comes... Yeah. I just think that when it comes down to it, there's not... He could do better. But I think that, to some degree, when you do that, you're going to encourage, like, the worst people to go harder. So it's tough. Like, I think that you'll get the people that are just, like, casually engaging in it. You can do a pretty effective job of getting those people to stop. But I think the people that are the worst about it are going to be emboldened to do it even more.
Literally fight.
So it's like it's kind of a tough, like, balancing act, kind of. I think that I would have a very hard time figuring out the right way to go about it.
That I say about Lav. Destiny used to be super progressive, right? What happened? I grew the up. I gathered more life experiences, and I realized, hey, there's a lot of things that I cared about.
And that's what I mean too. Like when I'm saying, like, it's kind of like a critique on the space, just because of the kinds of people that like engage with it.
Being a conservative, but now I kind of realize, being a little bit older and having some more experiences, that like, yeah, actually, I was super wrong on these things, and now that I have the life experience, I totally changed my mind on it. I think a thing that I've said a million times to my audience is like, man, you know, one of the worst fucking things about me being young is I bet even if I time traveled and spoke to myself in the past,
You know what I ought to do? I ought to change my title now. Well, augment my title. Back. And I'm back to the chat. Should put the Mrgirl and Destiny thing in the title.
I wouldn't even be able to convince myself of how wrong or dumb I was about some ideas. I think I've literally even said in this stream that if I started streaming when I was 18 or 19, I thought I was a anime main character villain. So yeah, I've actually denigrated myself personally multiple times related to my age. To say that I'm doing something unique to Lab is absolutely not true.
Okay, wait. You asked me what I thought you could say, and here. My answer is, since you have changed your mind about things, I think that you can frame it in a way that is not you calling her retarded. Now,
that's
even
what
if
I've
you called
done.
Yourself, even if you've denigrated yourself as immature and said you grew the fuck up, you have definitely every right to.
I do this all the time with Lab. Have you ever listened to me talk about her ever? Whenever you could go on this stream multiple times and be like, why do you even talk? I think even Abba even said it earlier. Why do you talk to her? What's the point of talking to her? No, hold on. I just want to literally. Okay, you're not saying I don't do this.
I'm not saying that you don't. I'm not saying that you don't say nice things about her.
No, not nice things. I specifically say this is why I think she is where she is, and I think she's growing.
I'm not saying that you haven't said this. I'm saying that I think this should be the only thing that you say about Lav's inconsistency, rather than saying that maybe she's a moron.
I don't think I've ever said she's a moron. No, I explicitly say I don't think she's dumb. I don't think she's stupid. In fact, I think I even
said there's only two
Yes, there are only two explanations. She's either young and figuring out, or like you're saying, she's actually retarded. Those are the only two options.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you have another option where you don't have to define her.
I have to. What do you mean? We're having conversations on stream about our positions, and a lot of them are incredibly incoherent. I need to explain the incoherency.
The only reason we're having a conversation on stream about her positions is because she came in to talk to you about something she said about you.
That doesn't relate to anything that we're talking about whatsoever. I don't understand how that.
Okay, the conversation started because she came on my stream.
That's where I'm a little sympathetic to Destiny. I think it's almost impossible for him to it's not impossible. It gets really weird if he refuses to comment on why he thinks if he thinks she's wrong, and then like why he thinks she's wrong. It's tough.
Stuff about you and your relationship with me.
But also too, I'd say that the way the Lab's been handled through this community up to this point also was so poor that like probably wouldn't be in this difficult of a situation had it been handled better to begin with.
Which you guys argued about yesterday and then continue to argue about today. And somehow, along the way, that turns into a trial about whether Lav has credibility and whether she's inconsistent, whether she's a snake, whether she can think before she talks, and you said either whether she's immature or she's a moron. These ideas all came from different people and different places. But the system discredited her. She said something about you, and then somehow there's no discussion of whether the thing she said about you is true or fair, or why she said it really has been able to take place without her being also discredited. So I don't think there's really a reason why you need to be making pronouncements about whether Lav is stupid or not.
It's about explaining why I have the conversations I do with her when it seems like a lot of her political positions are relatively incoherent. I have to be able to provide an explanation for that incoherency, because there's going to be a clear difference in the metal of conversations, the types of conversations I have with her versus other more politically thought out figures. And the way that I explain that is the way I've said multiple times. And I think I've literally snapped at people on my stream before who's called Lav stupid. I've literally explicitly said, Lav is not dumb. I've talked to plenty. You can go talk to the Miami girls. You're going to see what a dumb fucking girl looks like. I wouldn't waste my time talking to her if she was stupid. I've explicitly pushed back against that over and over and over again. So for you to say that I'm like treating her like a retard or whatever, I don't think that's true. Or if you say I'm saying she can only be retarded or young, that is true. She's young and she's figuring shit out. I think that's a more than acceptable explanation for why she is the way that she is.
You push back against it sometimes, but Abba came in and said, you don't think. You didn't push back then. You just said, here, what?
Because that was based off of her own words.
Hold up. I think I got a... Oh, no. Ah, man, I wish people would shout it out in chat. So somebody donated to me. I don't want to say their name because I think it's just their real name because they donated to me on PayPal. But thank you very much for $25.17. I gotta update the thing. Yeah, if you donate to me on YouTube, please just let me know to check it so that way I can give you a shout out. Unless you don't want me to. I don't have, for some reason, I'm not getting notifications from PayPal on my phone. none of the donos that I've gotten so far have given me that. Let's see. To the top. Did I say it was? It was $25.17. Thank you so much. It's a really big deal to me. I'm extremely grateful, and I hope you're still... Oh, it's you? All-rounder. Okay. Okay, you don't mind me knowing your... Thank you so much, All-rounder. That makes me so much more happy that you're still here for me to be able to tell you thank you. I really appreciate it. It helps. It's very meaningful to me. Because like I said earlier, at this point in time, like I don't have any source of income, so... Somebody told me, I was talking to somebody who's watched my stream and stuff, and they were like, well, you need to fucking stream. And they've always been on me for how, like, that I don't ask for donations or anything. Like, you need to stream, and I knew what they meant. God damn, they were right. Like, people have been so nice, even without knowing what was going on. This was the right call to do, but I really appreciate it. It's no worries. Happy to be able to help to whatever extent I can. It's not lost on me at all. I know I'm supposed to say thank you and just move on, but like right now I'm a little sensitive. I just really want to express my gratitude. Thank you very, very much.
That was what Abba was criticizing her. She literally said, oh, I haven't thought about these positions all the way through. And Abba's position was, why are you bringing somebody on that's so undecided about their political position? And then I explained it. I said, well, she's thinking through them. She's like going through a transitionary phase in her life, and she'll figure it out. That's what I trust that she's doing.
I understand, but he framed it harshly.
Yeah, of course he framed it harshly because that's the type of character that she is. Yeah, of course he was, and I was explaining why I don't think she's stupid. I think she's just young, or this is why she's stupid because she's young, rather than she's just like a dumb fuck.
On it. You didn't push back on that.
I don't know what if this is. I don't want to. I don't know how to explain this. You're just.
Can I please just say something? I gotta go.
Dan called her.
I don't know for a fact or anything, but I feel like this is how Destiny argues, like, in his romantic relationships. It's so funny because he's, like, clearly really triggered and also trying to be really careful. And also, like, just really, like, when like he really feels like Mrgirl's just wrong. It's just the mannerisms and everything. It kind of makes me feel like seeing somebody argue with their spouse or something.
They're a snake, and you didn't push back.
That was I can't push back. I'm not here to defend her against every single claim that every single person makes in here. The broad one of why I speak with her is that I don't think she's stupid. I snapped at people on my stream that's called her stupid, and I've never characterized her as being stupid ever. Never done that. Because I don't think she's stupid. I wouldn't say it. I wouldn't
Except when you called her a dumb bitch.
No, hold on. Me saying that you're a dumb bitch was not an indictment of her intelligence because she fucking cut me off over and over and over again in the middle of a fucking statement. I was like, shut the fuck up, you dumb bitch. That was what I said. I don't think anybody heard that. I was like, oh my God, Steven really does think she's unintelligent. Now I know that she's grabbed onto this idea of like, oh my God, that was him truly saying that that I'm.
Destiny's right there. That's still shit to say, obviously, but like he's correct. He wasn't commenting on her intelligence.
I don't even think she feels that way, and I don't think anybody in my audience heard it that way. I think they heard me snapping at her in the middle because she was cutting me off over and over and over again. And if you listen to the 400 other times her intelligence is brought up on stream or in conversations, I've always snapped at people that have called her stupid. I've never characterized.
Okay, so just 1 second. I have to move my window over to here and bring my chat over here. Pop that out. Okay, and then I just got to move it on OBS. Nope. Window capture. Nope. There we go. Wait, why isn't it showing up? Oh, wait a minute. Is it because of this? Nope. There it is. Okay. Make this large. Put it, I gotta bring it down so. There we go. Just gonna resize her. Where's that other one? That was okay. Cool. All right, now I go back to it.
Is being dumb. Sorry, I'm done screaming. I think Brittany wanted to say something too. Sorry, go ahead.
Say something. Yeah, I want to say something so I can leave and go to Walmart. Jesus
My bad.
Christ. I don't understand why Max and Lav need you to protect them or be their father or anything else. But Steven, I swear to God, if you think you're my boss,
Oh yeah,
this is gonna
I
ruin my
remember
whole
that.
illusion of you being my bottom.
Okay, well, I am the
I
boss
just-
of you, so that's okay.
Max, I don't understand.
Sorry, I had to move all that stuff around because I've been just streaming for like a while, and I want to play TFT while I stream.
Understand why you and Lav are so eager to give over your power to some f***ing gamer boy on the internet.
Fuck you.
Like as nice as he is and as beautiful as he is, I don't know why you're so eager to like tell like why. I don't understand. You're an adult. I'm an adult. Lav's an adult. Like I don't care how many viewers Steven has. Either I can take it or I can't. Sure, it hurts my feelings sometimes when the Reddit goes off, but that's the internet. And then you get through it. You stick around for a few months, and people warm up to you, and they move on. Like it's literally just the internet. Steven even warned me this would happen. That his Reddit's gonna hate me. Then they're gonna be fine again. So like, why do you think you need Steven's like to help like to be your parent?
I reject the premise of your question.
Fair.
Can I ask the question? What makes somebody an orbiter?
That's Stardust.
A significant power differential where your career depends on Steven's career, and your opportunity for growth and exposure depends on Steven allowing you to stay in his good graces.
Oh wait,
Hi.
so I'm not an orbiter, to be clear, because I've had a career for 12 years on my own, right?
How's it
so
going?
is that correct?
Yeah, it's different with you.
Okay, then I'm good. Thanks guys for the convo. Have a great day. Bye. Bye.
Good one.
You're my favorite orbiter.
Thank you. Bye. Bye.
Dumb.
Hi.
But-
Okay, can I say something quickly? I kind of just been watching the sidelines. This isn't really my drama, but I kind of want to respond back to what Brittany said.
I don't like this person's voice. The stream's going very well. Had some incredible donations tonight. It's been really good. And I've learned a lot of stuff tonight too. One of the like really cool highlights of the stream for me is that somebody gave me a big dono and asked me to stream about Magic the Gathering. And they're like a really long time viewer, so it was really, really cool to get to do that and know that somebody who's normally here for like this kind of thing that I'm doing wanted me to do something that I originally streamed at the very beginning doing, which was Magic content.
Said earlier, like, I feel like Max
Yeah,
and
welcome.
Lav are just trying to absolve their responsibility for their actions and how people perceive them by giving that
Oh,
responsibility.
1 second. You getting up, Levi? What time do you have to 7? Yeah, it's at 7, right? Okay. Okay, so I guess I do come back here for a little bit. So I gotta, in about 30 minutes, I gotta take my kid to school. It's gonna take me about 30 minutes, and then I come right back and keep streaming. I'll probably just let the stream run. That seems like the right call.
Steven, right? It feels kind of obvious that's what's going on. And I understand that you're talking about like how there's like power differentials and like that.
Yeah, actually, if you want to pop on here and talk for a bit, by all means, yeah, please do. If somebody pops in and is like, hey, what's going on, just let them know.
Why don't you talk to me directly? Let's do this. Let's have this conversation. Why don't you talk to me directly and I'll respond directly.
I mean, I guess
Yeah, it's fine.
Call you directly. Huh?
Just do me a favor and make sure that as long as you're responsive to the chat, asking what's going on, that's fine. As long as you're willing to, as long as you don't mind wrapping up when I get back, so I can hop back into this. I put this off for so long. I actually feel bad for starting it up when I have to take my kid to school.
nice
But
to see
I
you
am.
on
Oh,
stream.
the Frail.
I've
Thank you
seen
very
some
much
of
for
your
following me on
comments.
Twitch. I appreciate you.
Sweet. Thanks, Sherry.
Go. Stop wasting girl time. Go. Talk.
Max, do you feel entitled to be in Destiny's stream? Or
This person's voice is killing me. They sound like they're crying the whole time. Oh, I gotta turn off my volume on this game. There we go. I feel like if I listened to them talk a lot, I would get just like super triggered. Okay, that was you. Thank you very much for giving me a follow. I'd be so triggered by them. I'd always be thinking that they're
or to have
crying.
a conversation with Destiny?
They have a very cryy
To be
voice.
able to have a say on what goes on to his subreddit?
No.
No.
I have
Okay.
no. I have boundaries around it though. If I'm part of the community, I'm part of the stream, and I think to a large degree I am. Then I have needs and wants that I am going to express, and if they are not met, then yeah, I will declare war. We'll have conflict, and then if the conflict doesn't go my way, then I don't know. I mean, like I don't expect Steven to just immediately agree with what I'm saying, especially if I'm saying it in public. But no, I don't feel entitled to be on his stream. Absolutely not, or even to be in his subreddit now.
Okay, I think this
But it's a if-then statement. Like if we're going to be collaborators, if we're going to work together, if I'm going to be on his stream, if we're going to be friends, like I can be friends with Steven even if he's like professionally shitty to me. Like that doesn't matter, but it hurts more. It does make me feel like, well, what the f, we're friends and I'm banned from your subreddit and you're not going to unban me. Like what the f is your problem? Like it pisses me off. But no, I don't feel entitled now.
Okay, this is funny because you're saying you don't feel entitled, but you are displaying signs of entitlement, right? You are saying, oh, I expect to be treated this certain way and I want to be treated this certain way, and that is a level of entitlement. You expect
Well, it's like a workplace. Like if I work at Walmart, I expect to not be sexually harassed. That doesn't mean I feel
But
entitled to
Destiny
work at Walmart.
isn't your boss at the end of the day. You assign
Well-
that responsibility to him right now, but he, at the end of the day, he's not the one who is actually sending you paychecks. Your own community is. So it's extremely unfair that you're deciding that Destiny has that.
That's somewhat true, but
basically-
that's somewhat
Yeah.
true. But it's also true that Steven controls my exposure, especially now that I'm banned from YouTube. He controls my exposure and income to a pretty big degree, and I don't have that kind of control over his exposure or income really at all. So
are you
so there
fortunate that he gives that
that's
to you?
that's why I'm using the word boss. So again, to bring it back to the question you just asked me, I don't want to sound like I'm doing a looping Mrgirl thing where I'm explaining the same thing 20 times. So as soon as you understand this, please just let me know. I'm not entitled to work at Walmart, but if I do work at Walmart, I expect to be treated a certain way, or I'm going to complain or stop working at Walmart.
Okay, I guess this is what I think is funny, or not funny is the wrong way to put it. Odd, strange, whatever.
Okay.
Did Steven ever ask you that he could, for him to be your boss?
No.
No, right. So you basically decided
That's a bad way to
Steven is your
argue it.
boss, or you put yourself in a position where
It doesn't really make sense to word it that way. Mrgirl's obviously not saying that like they've entered some sort of agreement. Oh, thank you. I tried to be a pretty chill guy. Obviously, it's not like a super discussed thing. It seems like not seems like what Mrgirl's talking about is it when he got here, it sort of feels like just like a matter of fact thing that Destiny is their boss. Because there's certain things you can do and there's certain things that you can't do without more or less getting in trouble, suffering the consequences because you did that. And those are all kind of reliant on like how Destiny's going to feel and react towards those
he
things.
is greatly influencing your income or your exposure, et cetera, et cetera. So this is more like if you decided one day to be an employee of Walmart despite Walmart never hiring you, and then getting upset that Walmart is not treating you the way that you want to be treated, even though they never hired you.
How long has this been going? Jesus Christ.
About 3 minutes. Welcome. I think that while it's true that Orbiter and Streamer, this relationship is formed organically and there's no official hiring process, I still maintain that the relationship does exist. There is a term for it, orbiter. We all know what that means. And I'm saying boss being somebody's orbiter is a form of working for them, working with them, working for them, collaborating with them. But like, yeah, if you're collaborating with somebody has way more power than you and is way bigger than you, has way more money than you, makes way more money than you, then they have power over you.
Max, where did Steven touch you, Max?
Stop, Zerga, you're gone.
No,
Get him out of here. The amount of sycophantic bootlicking in this call is going to demonstrate.
No, okay, that was Zerga. That was Zerga doing Zerga things. No one else has done that besides him. Zerga's.
No, that's not true. Every single person in the call has at some point been like, no, he's fair to all of us. What are you talking about? Don't speak on my behalf. I would never complain. Steven treats me so well. Max, I've never talked to you before, but I'm going to come in and start arguing and sucking up to you. It's like, Steven, I don't even know why you talk to this guy. No, you guys are all bootlickers.
Can I make
okay, so this is kind of crazy because I was
the official bootlicker wants to make a statement. The professional bootlicker. What's your statement for it? Go ahead.
The last 3 years. Okay, but that is so interesting to me because you are assuming all these things about my relationship with Destiny and like how I interact with them. I have not been on stream for like the past 2 years for good reasons, right? And instead of taking the criticism that I'm talking about, you're
not giving any criticism. You're asking me. You're asking me questions. You're like, don't you think that maybe you sound entitled? That's not a criticism. If you have a criticism.
This is when the Antiqua statements shit started. This is where it came from. You can feel it boiling up right now.
Well, I'm trying to walk you through it, right? Because it's a lot easier to say like,
I'm not stupid. I don't have to be walked through. You could just tell me the criticism and I'll be able to.
Because you're deflecting right now what everybody's saying about you. Instead of listening, you're saying,
I'll be back in
you're all bootlickers.
Okay.
And
here's the primary.
You're saying like, oh no, like
wait. The thing that made me say that was Zerka saying, "Where did Steven touch you?" I'm not deflecting. I understand the primary disagreement right now seems to be that you think that even though there is a power differential that you definitely can't argue against, it's not a formally created power differential. So therefore, I should not have expectations of a formal nature or professional nature.
Yeah,
what I'm saying is
that's actually absolutely what she's saying.
Power differential. No one's like, I'm not disagreeing.
She's wrong. That's literally what she was just saying. Hey, it's Salmik? I'm so bad with names. Welcome. It's been a pretty good morning so far.
Yes, I just said that.
Yeah, I know. I'm rephrasing.
Yes.
I'm starting from the beginning.
You're not even rephrasing. You're just saying the same thing I just said.
Okay, chill. Okay. But you cannot get mad at that power differential if you're the one who's constantly putting yourself in a bad position over and over and over and over again, despite Destiny not asking you to, despite Destiny not, putting you there. You're the one who's putting yourself.
So because a formal relationship was never actually established verbally, so you do. So if Steven said, Max, I want you to work for me, and here's the job. The job is when you think of something you want to talk about, or if I think of something I want to talk about with you, or something naturally comes up, I just want you to come on my stream. I want you to try to be interesting. I want you to, make sure your audio equipment's good, your camera's good. I want you to look and sound good, and I want you to speak, concisely. You be yourself. It's a pretty simple job, but I just want you to come on and kind of like talk to people, and then I'll post videos about it, and I'll make thousands and thousands of dollars per month, and you, in exchange, you get to all be in your videos, so you get a boost in the algorithm from that. People will like you, my community, some of my fans will come over to you.
Yep.
What do you say?
Is this Factorio being played? By Destiny, yeah. I'm playing TFT on another monitor.
Okay. So if he said that, and I said, okay, that's...
But Destiny's definitely playing Factorio.
Then do you think I would have more of a right to be upset?
Honestly, if you said that, yeah, you'd have more of a right, because Destiny's not like begging you to be on stream. He's saying like, oh yeah, or tell me if I'm out of place here, Destiny, because this is like...
No, he's never begged me to be on stream. So again, the reason...
Honestly, I just don't have the weapons grade autism required to be able to play a game like Factorio. I just can't. It's too much for me. I say that lightheartedly too. It's way too much for me. Too much stuff to track.
I thought I did a pretty good job of framing your argument for you. Is that your main complaint is that no formal agreement was ever explicitly made, and yet I am bringing in expectations as if it were.
Yeah, I guess.
Yes. Okay.
Okay,
So
she agrees.
there's two parts of this. One
'Cause
is
that
how
was
I
what she was
feel.
saying.
You're saying I shouldn't feel this way, but I do. And so that's an angle where you're trying to discredit me by saying, well, you're just an entitled fucking weirdo. You're a crazy person. You think you're entitled to all this shit, but you're not. You're crazy. And then the
I
other
never said you were
is
crazy. I said you were entitled, which.
yeah. But I'm saying that's an attack on my emotional and psychological well-being. You're saying I shouldn't.
Wait, calling
feel this
someone
way.
entitled is an attack on somebody's emotional and psychological well-being?
No, telling somebody that they shouldn't feel what they're feeling is an attack on somebody.
I don't think she was talking about what she was feeling. I think
She said, "I don't have a right to be angry." So
Wait,
there's two.
no,
components.
No, what? No,
wait,
not
wait,
at
wait,
all.
stop! But don't
Wait, didn't she?
scatter what I'm
Didn't she
saying. It's
literally
very
say
simple.
that?
There's an emotional component.
Been playing Satisfactory lately. It's 3D Factory. My old roommate used to play Satisfactory. It looks kind of cool. But again, I felt like it was too much for me, and I didn't. I never bought it.
And
But
logistical
it looked a lot more
component. So,
interesting
do I have a
than
right to feel
Factorio
how I
did.
feel? She's saying I don't.
No, hold on. Okay, I'm going to take a quick stab at this, Pixie. You tell me if I'm right or tell me if I'm wrong, okay? Super quick, okay?
Jesus.
It sounds like what Pixie is saying is that you are... Now, you're doing this thing where you're like, just because I don't make a formal agreement with you doesn't mean that I can't have some forms of boundaries, which everybody in here would agree. You don't have to make a formal agreement with somebody who has some forms of boundaries. But you're not talking about a boundary like a friendship boundary. It seems like you're extending that to almost like a form of professional boundary. You're talking about these are the rules that you need to make to moderate your community to appease me professionally. And what Pixie is saying is that in order to make a professional ask of somebody or to have a professional boundary, it seems like some professional agreement would have needed to have been made and not just assumed. Otherwise, you have a feeling of entitlement that isn't justified. That sounds like what Pixie's argument was.
Yeah, but there's two components to that. There's the logistical, professional component, and then there's the emotional component.
No one here is talking about the emotional component. It's about the logistical.
She just said you don't have a. She just said you don't have a right to be angry.
Okay, what I said. Well, I don't. I'm.
Pixie, do you
not
think I have a
sure
right to be
that-
angry?
Honestly, I think everybody can feel what they want to feel, right? Everybody has a right to feel whatever.
Okay.
But whether those emotions are valid or not, whether those emotions should be introspected more, and hopefully
Okay,
we work
right.
towards
So
change.
so I can have. So why don't you just bite the? Let's cut.
Yeah,
to
no,
the,
no, I'll bite the
Let's cut the
bullet. I
shit.
think
Wait,
more-
let's cut the shit. Let's skip the loop. Let's bite the bullet and just say you don't think that my emotions are valid. That's what you said. Let's just.
It is Pixie, yeah. Is she the one who had the really cryy sounding voice at
Put
first?
that down, and then I can
Let's
respond.
So
to it
she's
without
cleared it
shifting
up.
to something else.
Can we be very
Can we-
specific though? Because I'm not saying, oh, you can't be
I'm not
angry
trying to.
or
I'm
hurt
not
in
trying to.
general.
I'm not trying to
I
get
know.
you. I'm not trying to dunk on you. I'm literally explaining your argument for you, and you're
Oh my
interrupting me,
God.
telling me it's wrong, going on a loop,
No,
having
no, no,
Stephen
no, 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 no,
translate,
no. I'm
and then
asking
restating
for
the
right
same
now.
thing that I
You can
just
be very
said.
specific.
For
I just
10
want to
minutes,
be
all that's been
clear.
happening for 10 minutes is you trying to escape me stating your own argument to you,
All
and
that's
then
been happening for
restating it
10
over
minutes
and
is
over.
you deflecting. Okay, but whatever. I am trying to be
I would
clear
like-
right now. That is all I am trying to do.
I
am
understand what
trying
you're
to ask
saying
you-
because you're saying the
Okay.
same thing as everybody else, so it's not that hard to understand. I get it. You think that my emotions are not valid because you think I am both professionally and interpersonally overly entitled to what I view as my property, my space, and my Stephen. I get it.
I never
get
said
what you're saying.
interpersonally, but continue.
When you talk about my feelings, you are bringing up the interpersonal. You're not just talking about professional anger. You're talking about my psychology. And I believe
Oh,
I believe
I
what
didn't
you
know.
think about my psychology.
She sounds a little less
is
cryy
that
now, though.
I have boundaries for me, but not for thee. That I believe that I can say no to people, and I can tell people to fuck off, and I can do whatever, blah, blah, blah. But for some reason, I don't feel that other people should be able to say no to me, including Stephen, interpersonally, psychologically. I think that's the picture you're painting of me. Is that wrong?
Yeah, I think more or less that's basically it.
Okay, so to address the two prongs, now that we've agreed on what you're saying. Professionally, streaming is a new and uncharted territory, partly invented by Stephen himself. And I don't think that we have really figured out how to establish these relationships and how to maintain them in a way that's good for especially the orbiter, but even good for the streamer. So I don't think it should be the Wild West. I guess I'm just for people speaking out when they think something is unjust. And I'm also all about calling out the unspoken bringing the unspoken agreement or unspoken relationship to light, and that's what I'm trying to do here. So when I call Steven your boss or our boss, I'm not saying he officially has accepted this title. I'm saying it because you are already not thinking. I'm saying it because it's not.
I think, I understand. Give him a sub, Scotty. I'll bring you in just a few, if that's okay. When I go to, when I dip out, my kid's getting ready right now. I got about 15 minutes. I want to say that I think that I don't think anybody is like actually confused about this. I think a lot of people that like where Pixie's coming from, I think a lot of people that feel the way that she does is like annoyed by it. They think it's stupid. But I don't believe anybody like not understanding why he's using like the boss metaphor for this. Seemed pretty clear to me. Oh. Okay, cool.
Not acknowledged. I'm saying I think we should acknowledge that.
Not reality.
That's fine if you don't. It's fine if you don't agree. But I don't think I'm saying anything about like you don't like the label, but everything I'm saying about it, like we benefit greatly from appearing on Steven's stream, and he can control that. He control our access to that resource. He doesn't really get much from appearing on any of our streams. That's just
not
true.
like he's not like a natural like. He's not like natural water. He's not like the pond or
natural
the
water.
I'm not saying he's the pond.
Will.
I'm saying he has control.
Like,
He doles out access to a very valuable resource when he sees fit, and this gives him a lot of power in the relationship. I don't like you don't have to call it a boss if you want. We already have the word. Orbiter is kind of a like semi-ironic term, but it's pretty accurate. We exist because of him. If he cuts us loose, then we are just a little asteroid sailing through the nothingness of space. That tie can always be cut.
I just don't.
If you cut ties with Steven, you heard him what he said earlier. Lav was like, "Well, I don't know if I want to be talked to this way," and he was like, "Fine, go fuck yourself." But like, the only reason I have a career is because of Steven.
Okay,
Max, you are projecting
threats
your...
at him and expect him to care, right?
Wait, stop. I'm not projecting anything. I'm just describing literally the logistics of our relationship. If you walk out of Walmart and you say, "Go fuck yourself, Walmart," it does not change Walmart's life at all. If Walmart says, "Go fuck yourself," you're fired, it changes your life completely. I think we should acknowledge that. Like, wait, I haven't even finished what I'm saying. Again, I'm just trying to. These are obvious things that are obviously true, and you won't even let me finish it. Stop making me come up with examples of how what I'm saying is like obviously true.
I don't think you should say
it's not obviously true. That's the problem.
When people are disagreeing.
Okay, what part of what I just said isn't true, Pixie? Let's do
Okay,
it.
when I keep saying, "Oh, you're projecting," what I'm saying is that
No. I don't want you to talk about that. No. You just said what I just said isn't true. What about what I described? I've addressed only the professional. I've addressed only the professional. What about what I said about our professional relationships with Steven is not true?
Well, first of all, my life and my profession, seeing that it's like not even streaming to begin with, is not affected by whether Steven is interacting with me on stream or not. Other people have
for most
communities
of us,
large enough
for most
where
of
they
us,
can continue
okay, great. Then you're not in
without
that case. You're not one of the people I'm talking about. I'm talking about people who are financially dependent or semi-dependent on their relationship with Steven.
Which might be you, but that's
yes,
not.
I'm one of those
necessarily every
people.
single
Yes,
person
that's
that you're
good.
talking
I'm talking
to,
about
nor even
orbiters.
every orbiter.
Yes, I'm talking about orbiters who depend on Steven for their living. So what about what I said about those relationships is not true, or can I finish making my point?
Finish making your point, but just specify it's you, because there's other orbiters.
I'm not just talking about me. There are multiple people, including people in this call, who benefit greatly financially and professionally from their exposure to Steven and his stream.
But just because they benefit doesn't mean that their career is over. Just because Steven doesn't talk to them
I didn't say your career is over. Just because Walmart fires you doesn't mean that you're never going to work a cashier job again.
Wait, hold on, stop. To be clear, that is what you're implying, because you're saying that I only exist because of... Wait, no, wait. You literally said that I only exist because of him, and otherwise we're asteroids cut loose into space. You're implying
that
I
only exist because of you. I said I only have a career because of you.
Okay, which means your career is over if it's not for me. That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
You know what this reminds me of?
It's just entirely... It would be very handy. At this point, I mean, you've already kind of semi-professionally cut ties with me in some ways, and I think I'm
really?
Oh,
he sounded so hurt by that.
Okay, this is the thing that's happening right now, but like you're still appearing on stream, no problem. I still appear in YouTube videos, no problem. I'm still like, damn, I don't think I haven't come close to cutting ties with anything.
No, but my the character I'm now allowed to play.
You can do whatever you want. I don't have any problems with anything you've done on stream. If I have a problem with things you've done on stream, I'll just shout at you.
Do you agree? Okay, will you bite the bullet that banning my fans from your subreddit does increase a anti-Mrgirl sentiment on your subreddit, and thus, therefore, does define how I am seen by your community to some degree.
Thank God, something I give a shit about. Oh, thank you. So, do you think you and your fans do anything to deserve a ban?
Stephen, will you answer my question?
It's forethought.
If I ban all of your fans, will anti-Max sentiment necessarily raise my sub? To some extent, it probably will, sure. But I mean, it's not like they're never going to be nice to you. Like, you've done interviews afterwards, right? I think my sub ubiquitously was in agreement that you did really well on the no jumper thing. I don't think there was like hardly any disagreement there. And I was with, I think that was already post like a lot of your fans getting banned.
But will you bite the bullet that banning my fans from your subreddit lowers my...
I just did. I literally already did. I can restate it again if you'd like, but yes, of course it will.
No, you bit the bullet, but then you did chaser. No chaser.
Well, I have to do it because you always do these hardcore insinuations, and then those insinuations like pump the rest of your arguments without people being aware of it. But
I don't think it's a hardcore insinuation to say, do you agree that to some degree banning all my fans from your subreddit hurts my standing in your community?
Yes, that's not the problem. The problem is later on you're going to say that by banning your fans, I've like made it impossible for my subreddit, or you're going to make more pointed arguments.
Okay,
we'll see.
I'm not going to. Let's see, and then you can say it after I do it instead of before.
That's what I really like Mrgirl for that right there. So rewatching deal with all these people. I agree. Yes. Mrgirl is always so good at getting ahead of when people are about to make assumptions, and then being able to do a really effective job at being like, hey, can we just like scale that back? I understand what you think I'm doing. I'm not doing it. So like, hold me accountable when I do it. I think that is so. It's not just smart. I think it's like really valuable to have for like the flow of these kinds of conversations. And he's like one of the few people that I see do it successfully.
Okay. Yes, it's true. I still have access to your stream. I can still come on and be me. But the character I get to play now is one that discredits me and actually hurts my reputation.
What, Levi?
So, yes, you haven't cut ties with me.
Are you not feeling good? You get to go to school? Okay.
But I have lost access to something that gave me a career. I don't have that thing.
Okay, I'm just making sure.
If I came on and you portrayed me the way you do now at first, I probably wouldn't have a career.
Like, you're the one who basically assigned your career onto Steven. Do you understand that? Do you see that?
I am describing the logistical, professional interweb here, or interconnected web of relationships.
Yeah, but do you understand
and you
that?
keep switching the conversation back to my...
What's that? Yeah. Okay. You only buy apple juice? Oh, well, grab me something. Grab me the stuff that you can...
Oh, bagel. 2 slices.
Well, whatever they got. You know what I like.
Yeah, that's right.
Thank you. Sorry.
Psychology.
Yeah, he said yes about being good to go to school. Somebody in my chat asked if you said yes to being good to go to school.
Wait, real quick. Wait. Let me. Hold on. Let me just.
What's that? I know. Yeah, he's involved in like a lot of like extra curricular stuff and volunteering at the school. So he's been taking it pretty serious. Not that he didn't before, but like I would say this year particularly.
So yeah, I'm working this day today, and Wednesday I'm going to get a day off.
Oh, that's true. You do have a day off this week.
This Wednesday I have a day off. The 20th, remember I have field day, so I'm literally doing nothing school related. I'm just going outside doing activities.
Okay.
No crowd will be in the office around my health issues.
No, I did not know that.
Yeah, she
Into
pulled
what?
me in her office. She's like, okay, so could you explain this more in depth? And I was like, yeah, I can. And I did for her. She's like, okay, just make sure when you're having a hard time, tell Sarge.
Yeah.
And after that, like, tell him you need a break, and you can take a break.
Good.
Other people can't take breaks. They're not allowed to.
Oh, well, at least you got that.
Yeah, I got to take breaks, and I get excluded from some things if it's too much.
Oh, that's pretty cool. When you're done down there, come back up here, and then I'll get ready to take you. Okay?
Yeah.
Oh. All right. Okay.
Pixie's
Just a
saying,
couple more
because
minutes, and then I'm
and I could be wrong.
take
But
off.
it feels like this is what she's implying, and it does make me feel a little uncomfortable. It sounds like what you've essentially done is, in a way, you have made me completely responsible for your existence, and now I have to accept a whole bunch of responsibilities that entails, and that's a really spooky ask or demand that I'm.
Yeah, I know. I know. I think you feel like I'm guilt tripping you, and I think it freaks you out.
Well, I wouldn't say that it freaks me out. It's more that just like I've been given a whole list of responsibilities that I didn't know I was signing up for. Is the argument Pixie's making?
Yes.
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 And do you?
I think
do you
we.
know
I think we
for
all
how
agree
long?
on that.
Do you know for
What,
how
what?
long? Do you know for how long you expect that? Is it until you outgrow Steven?
Oh, if I outgrow Steven, then will I feel...
when do you expect him to not put your image before his maybe like authentic reaction to your arguments or whatever? Or
That's
like,
not what I'm asking for. That's
or
not what I'm
allowing people to.
That's a pretty bad
demand
framing of
things,
it.
Like, at what point do you allow him to do what he wants to do with his platform?
He's allowed to ban my fans whenever he wants, but if he wants me to, I mean, obviously, if he wants me to
When
participate...
Cherry
in
says
subreddit,
allowed, she means like, what would you prefer? Obviously, not what am I actually
Yeah,
allowed
like
to
at
do.
what point will you be?
Well, I reject that framing of allow. So if you're asking me what I want, then just
What
say
is your
that.
ideal? At what?
Allow is a very difficult word to use in front of Mrgirl. I can put you on stream. I can set up so that you're on stream. You hop in the Discord. Yeah, I'll just pause here because I gotta get going. Well, I'll be back. Is it the three of you or is it just two of you? Who am I putting on while I take off? Two? Okay. Oops. Wrong one. These are the correct two, right?
Hello.
Hello. It's you two, right?
Hey.
Wrong one.
Yes. It's all good. And yeah,
These are the
drag.
correct two, right?
Yeah, drag Pookie's in.
Hello.
I said
It's you two, right? Hey.
And yeah,
Yes.
and me, Samuk, and Pookie's.
Oh, God.
Pookie's in.
Hello. Okay, I got an echo, but so you guys are here. I'm gonna hide myself. Are you both gonna be on camera? So you guys are here. I'm gonna hide myself.
I can turn it on. Yeah.
Alrighty. And I will.
Yeah. I'll take my tape off my camera.
Mute myself. Alright, so Tertium and Samik are gonna.
It's Samik.
Samik, okay, there we go. And
Yes.
Samik, you're gonna take over for a few, and then we'll get back into the Mrgirl Destiny bridge collapsing when I come back. Let me put this on to you guys. I hear you, pup. I'm gonna take you out. Let's see here.
Hey yo, what's good, chat?
They're all good. Samik's a streamer as well, and he's above reproach. He's a very nice young man.
Thank you for that. Andre is a
stream like it was
very cool guy.
I don't know, something precious. I should have thought of a metaphor for that, or a good example. I didn't think I had.
I'm just gonna crop you guys down a little bit, and then I'll be on my way. Cure dog, I hear you. My dog is like freaking out. Like, take me. I think she got to poop. Alrighty.
I had
So
to
yes,
Google nerds.
you had to Google what?
Someone in chat, all rounder 80, said, "Very random question. Does Samik know what nerds is?"
Oh,
apparently it's a card game.
Oh, I've never heard of it either. And I love me some card games.
It's called Racing Demon in the UK.
All right, guys, I'm gonna take off. I'll be back in like 30 minutes.
Oh, good, man.
I got somebody else doing my stream for me. Thank you.
It's a card game online, and I came across a player called Sani.
There we go.
Oh, okay.
That's dumb.
Oh, Semic. I didn't read that closely enough. My fault. Yeah, so chat, like, feel free to ask us stuff if you want. We'll be reading any messages, provided they're good. So yeah, we'll find something to fill in the time.
Hell yeah, bro. I'm actually tempted to turn on my OBS and get some 20 minutes until dawn playing. I don't know if that's okay or not. Yeah, what's up, chat? It's your boy Samik. It's Samik and Andre, also known as Tertium Comparationis. We out here. My hottest take is should I say it? It's nothing bad. This is actually just a hot take. I think black culture is deteriorating in America. It used to be white culture, and now it's black culture. So, if we do a purple and blue mix like Gojo does, combine it. Alright. It's just Samik. It's Samik. Okay, let's change that to what's the take that would make people from the left judge you negatively? That's what I consider a hot take nowadays. I think there's a few. I think gender is a big issue that the left has a certain stance on. Abortion is a big issue that the left has a certain stance on. I think freedom of speech, even, it's like so much freedom of speech is like moderated by the left, where it's like it's bad to say certain things even though it's either just my opinion or it's factual. Like it's like not a big deal statement, but it's just you can't say certain things because of the left. And I consider myself like liberal. Like although I like change. I like to think. I like to talk. Right. Um. I think the left does more filtering of language than the right does. But that's just me. What about you? What's a hot take for you? I'm curious. It makes sense, total sense for pro-lifers to exist. It's not some horrible, horrible thing for them to believe life begins at conception ever. Even I don't agree. Even if I don't agree. People are like, oh my god, you guys don't care about women's autonomy, which completely dismisses the opposition's belief that you're murdering a life by foregoing a woman's autonomy. So that's actually like a pretty good hot take. I think pro-lifers are coming from a certain place of either experience or just good-willedness that it tends to blind them to their opposition as well. Obviously, women's autonomy is important, but I think a lot of women's autonomy is also restricted by the relationships that they're in. And I mean, I'm not I'm not the most experienced when it comes to relationships. Um I'll be honest, I do observe a lot of people's relationships, and those from that seem to be pro-life uh tend to have like a good relationship already with their significant other. That's just what I've noticed. I'm not saying it's the case for every person. Obviously, everyone has different lives, and different situations. And I mean, birth control is always an option. Safe sex is always an option. Like, I think pro-lifers should also come to an understanding when it comes to those options, because that does go into a woman's autonomy. And hey, who says sex is a bad thing? You should have more sex. Just be like smart about it. Like, do you want a kid? Do you really want a kid? I mean, nothing wrong with a kid, but you got to be ready. It's like a huge responsibility. Massive responsibility. Like my man here, Elder Drazzy, W father, W father. That's my dad took me to school. My dad picked me up. I think I turned out pretty fine. I mean, he even did it when it was out of his way. Like he was at work. He had to go work all the time, you know. That he made enough time to at least make sure that I was safe going to and from. I could actually spend time focusing on my studies and stuff. I wish I could speak more about women's autonomy because I don't. I'm not a woman. I don't know if you could tell, but it is a perspective that I am lacking on. But I do happen to know that some women just prefer to like not have children or have a situation where they can't carry out the child. One where I'm really unsure on how to solve is that kids are doomed to have to be enslaved to their parents for like 16 to 18 years, depending on what country you're from. No matter how shitty the parents, as long as the parents comply with how social services would want the bare minimum requirements to be met. I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best, Andre. Enslaved is like a very, very harsh word, I think. Um, a lot of parents are parents for the first time in their life. Like you have to give them grace too. Like they don't know what they're doing when they're raising a kid. Um, I'm sure they're just using their experience and trying to raise them the best they can, but it is also on the parents to be educated or at least continue educating themselves. Like eventually this kid is going to become an adult and you have to deal with an adult in your house, no longer a kid. Yes, that is true. They do have full control over their kids, but I don't think that's a bad thing. It's like if you have parents who are trying to instill good values into a kid, that takes a lot of time, effort, and discipline. Um, and let's be real, if you don't have someone like if you don't have a coach or somebody in your corner showing you the way, um then it is going to be rough. You are not going to have an easier time compared to someone who has certain values instilled into them by their parents. So to that degree, I can see how you think that how it could be feel like enslavement. There are so many kids being brought up in fundamental religious communities, for example. Just cases where objectively to me the parents are shit or have delusional beliefs. And the kids are stuck to those parents for ages and ages. I can see what you mean like that. Then and they end up getting brainwashed, or either they're like rebellious because they want to fight back, and it just seems unfair. But I don't know how to deal with that. Well, I'm gonna speak on my background. I am Muslim. I do practice Islam. I just prayed like an hour ago. Um, a lot of that was taught to me when I was young and being brought up. Like that was something that I had to deal with to a degree. I even fell out of it, which is not something I should be sharing or saying too much of, but the important thing is like I found my way back, and I've also been able to like find balance with the things that like I want and the things that my parents want. I think it's hard when you're young because you think you think you'll be young forever. You think you can do anything and everything. W's for Islam, W's for Islam, mashallah is in the chat. Um, my parents were really fair with me. They even entertained me, and like I would support like the arguments for like other religions, for like being agnostic or for being atheist. I would even like argue for those points because I wanted to test them, test the faith. But eventually, like I came back. Um, yo, assalamu alaikum. All rounder 80. Yo, it's good. It's actually good. I can tell you about this. My parents are great too. I feel bad for my mom because for my mom because she's very Muslim, and I used to argue against her a lot when I was younger, and saying all this stuff like like her beliefs are crazy. That's my English. That's my UK accent. Yeah, you said you played Nerds. I was like, oh, that's like called Racing Team in the UK. I have some cousins in the UK. I have a good bit of family in the UK. There's a good Muslim community in the UK, I think. I went to a few mosques while I was there, like a few years ago. I'll be honest, I used to think like my parents were crazy too. Like, yo, I live in a Christian country. Like, I live in the US. The country is majority Christian. Different denominations of Christianity and other beliefs too, but a lot of the laws don't generally align with Islam. A lot of the culture doesn't align with Islam either. And it's really hard to practice when the rest of the country is not educated on what Islam is, what Islam believes in, how they practice. I think their culture is like a very big part of it because like I go outside, I have to find a way to befriend people and also stay true to like myself along with staying true to like the faith, right? Because of course there's going to be things that I want to do that may not generally align with the faith and be more in line with the culture. It's like that's how I think of it. It's like there's faith, there's myself, and then there's culture. Culture is usually like part of what's your environment, and I would have to say education to a degree. And then faith is also like education, but it's also I feel more like guided in a way. I don't feel like I'm like the perfect person to speak on it so much. Like I'm still learning more and more about it as I go on. And I'm also like reconnecting. Like I have a copy of the Quran right here. Um I even have some philosophy books. I have like meditations. I have letters from some philosophers. If I wasn't religious, I'll be honest, if I wasn't religious, I would probably be homeless. I would probably be doing a lot of things that wouldn't be good for my health, that wouldn't be good for the people around me. I would probably hurt a lot of people. Um, like, what I think is that, uh, like, thank Allah that I am as strong as I am, as healthy as I am, as smart as I am, um, in this position that I'm in. Like I literally like have like a roof over my head. I have a place to sleep. I'm safe. I can eat food. Um, I don't have to worry about a lot of things, and obviously there's conflict happening. People who are more unfortunate than I am, and I just drugs, yeah, for sure. I mean, like, let's be real. Like, if I didn't have religion, I'd probably fall into really heavy drugs. I'd probably fall into gang activity. Like, bro, I'm in the U.S. In the U.S., it's like gang culture is everything. Everyone wants to be from the gang. Everyone wants to be tough. Everyone wants to be like I don't know what the whole drug use thing is about. Like, I understand using drugs for medicinal purposes, but not abusing them. Abusing drugs is like a really big thing in the US. I can't speak for the UK, but I think also that's just part of education. Like education used to be really good, and then all of a sudden education just started getting worse and worse and worse. COVID is a reason for that, but also parents, because it's like, what are the parents doing at home? Well, why aren't you teaching your kids? Your kids have to be using their brains constantly, especially when they're young. Like shit, if I wasn't religious, I'd probably have like 10 girlfriends and like 20 kids, 30 kids, you know? I mean, that's not a good thing. That's not a good thing by any means. Like look at where I'm living. Let's say the money that's spent here for for what I'm living and all my clothes, I wouldn't have what I have right now. Instead, I'd probably be paying child support for like all these different kids and be living in poverty myself. I'm what you get when you're not religious, Lols. I'm in a poly relationship, engaged and married next year. Fairly addicted to weed. Um, brother, polyamorous relationships exist in Islam. Like, you can have the polyamorous relationship, but when you go into that, you also have a lot on your plate. Now you have two plates instead of three, instead of two plates to have like you and the one person. You have another plate to add. So now you have three plates to fill instead of two. Um, I mean, like that's fine and dandy. It's just hard to manage, and I wish you the best of luck with that. I actually happen to know someone who also is in a polyamorous relationship. They have about 6 or 7 kids. like 5 and 2 or something like that. Something like that. It's been a while since I've spoken to them, but yeah, they're doing pretty well. But it's hard. It is hard. Like they make do, which is the important thing, and they're thankful for the things they have, which is also great. And brother, weed isn't a bad thing. If you're abusing it, that's when it becomes bad. I think if you use it in moderation, when you use it when you're stressed, when you use it when you go to sleep, to help you sleep, that's completely fine. Even though we're poly, neither of us have dated someone else in the 3 years we've been together. We just have the option open to us.
So let me get the cam on. I've worked out like the dumbest way to get back in. So I'm able to give myself roles. So I just gave myself every role I could think of.
Oh my god!
Thinking that one would have access to unlock, and it must have. So if you look at right click and go to my roles, like I've got like 50 roles now, and like I'm like bot, guest, audiophile, stream guest, dumb bitch, philosophy, politics, cardboard addict, Elden Boy, Eldrazi spawn mod, guest of honor, stream enjoyer. One of those must have done it, but I cracked it.
Hell yeah!
And of course, I will take those away from myself when it's appropriate, because it is a sort of abusing access. But so I'm respectful of that. But no, dude, you've been doing such a good job. I'm really happy you stayed in.
Yo, thankfully we got a great chatter over here, all rounder 80.
Yeah, all round is a good guy.
Yeah, and honestly, these are good hot takes. And it's cool that you're sharing like your story. Like, here's my advice: if you want to do a poly relationship, go for it, but you have to be fully prepared for the emotional toil that it will take on you, your partners, and if you have any kids, your kids. It'll even affect your family. They're probably not used to it either, and it's gonna take time adjusting. In my opinion, you are far more better off focusing your time, money, and energy in one person and getting like the fruits of that relationship. Obviously, sticking with one person is hard, but I think many scholars in Islam say like that is part of the test of marriage in Islam, or even just like a committed relationship. It's like that's part of the test. It's like, of course you're gonna feel far from this person, but then like that's part of the challenge. You're gonna feel far, and if you really truly like this person, you're gonna both make effort to come close together.
I never knew that there was polyamory in Islam. Like that's, I don't know enough about Islam to like for it to be a surprise though. But
I don't know too much about polyamory. I don't plan on polyamorous relationships myself, but if it happens, it happens.
Yeah.
I know in Islam there are certain situations where polyamorous relationships are celebrated, where it's like if a woman from a former, like if a woman is in a bad relationship with her significant other and you see that it's clearly damaging, you take her in and you give her financial stability, you give her love, compassion, and kindness. In that case it's allowed. There's probably more cases like if you see, I know one specific one where it's like if she is doing sex work of any kind and you can clearly see she's a good girl or a good woman trying to create a better life for herself, feed her family, create a better life for herself, not one of luxuriousness but of one just for sustenance. Again, it goes back to being financially stable. That's a good situation where polyamory is allowed. But even like polyamory is just hard. it's just hard. Period. You got two people. You got two other people now. Instead of one person to put all your time and energy into, you got two.
Yeah, or two or more. But like it, I don't like I think I don't want to speak on his behalf, but I think Elder Drazi has talked about polyamory in some streams. So he has insight to it, but I don't think it's the time really to bring it up with him, given the things that have happened. But I do remember he's spoken about that. I think with polyamory though, like I'm definitely not against it. I just feel like a lot of people can't handle like that level of emotional investment and like defragmenting their like emotional hard drive, say, and like separating one partition from the other of like
Yes.
being able to love multiple people and not have one conflict the other one, and have all those people not say have jealousy, like, oh, do you love her more than me, and so on.
I mean, as a man in Islam, just to answer, he all rounder said reason why I'm poly has to be related to some trauma in my past because I feel like I don't want to control or limit my partner whatsoever. I'll be honest. A lot of the time, as a man in Islam, you are the guide. Like whatever relationship you're in, and as the man, you carry that leadership role. You are supposed to guide your significant other, your wife, your girlfriend, or whoever, into being a partner for you ultimately. I'm blanking here. Like ultimately, you are going to guide her. She is her own person. She's allowed to do whatever she wants. But if you want a good life for both of yourselves, then you do guide her in a way that it will make it work.
Okay.
Like, okay, Drazi is poly too. Like 80% or more people in mono relationships aren't secure enough to handle their partner being sexual or entering relationships with others.
I mean, I'd say that's presupposition in a sense, because I also know of a lot of people who claim to be poly and they're completely fine. They're like very, very secure with being poly, and they do it for a couple of years and then they crash and burn out of it because they can't handle it. So likewise, that they're not secure enough to sort of have it run in the long term. So I think it's the people aren't choosing that system that's right for them, and for what they want. It's not so much that like only monogamous people, like 80% of us, all aren't secure enough. Like nobody's really secure. It's very rare that you'll be very, very secure in who you are, and even the insecure ones might have good reasoning unrelated to the insecurity. What? Just interesting to be. Most mono people are insecure. Well, what do you mean by insecure? Like, it's you can't just say like most monogamous people are insecure, because most people are.
I feel like all rounder wants to talk about cheating, or just because I feel like in mono relationships, if you take out the idea of cheating, there's no reason for that relationship to be unsuccessful. Like currently, I'm single. I've been single for most of my life, and but for me, the idea of being in a relationship, I'm only thinking about marriage. I don't even think about like girlfriend or dating in general.
Cheating's different because that's a bit out. Okay, so you make a rule and break the rule and lie about it.
You could do that, but like cheaters always get caught. Cheaters always get caught. That is just like a rule of life. Like I've never seen a cheater like win at the very end of life. All throughout their life, even they had to even they face like some repercussion for their cheating.
Not if you do it really quickly. you just speed run cheating. You just like always on the move. All right, I'm gonna cheat on her whilst I cheat on her, and I can't stop moving. It's like Sonic the Hedgehog of cheating.
Yeah, but then you are always running. You are you're just a
exactly.
human. You're gonna get old, you're gonna get tired, you're
Yeah,
gonna
you can't
eventually want to settle down. And then by the time you want to settle down, there's no one left. You already have a history and a past that
and if you're always running as well, guess what? You're not going to be. You're never going to be grounded.
you're never gonna
You're
be
never
grounded.
gonna
You're never gonna
have
settle.
anything solid on your you can't
Yeah.
settle because you could be always moving. How can you settle if you're moving?
I think insecurity is fine. Like going back to the point of mono relationships aren't secure enough to handle their partner being sexual. I think that's a matter of communication. I think everyone in a relationship wants to be intimate in some way or another. You should allow that to happen, but you should for that to be like prime intimacy. I think you need to allow for communication because it's like
yeah.
how the hell am I supposed to be intimate with you if I don't know how you like to be intimate?
You cannot have intimacy without communication. Full stop. Like
Yes.
and that's the majority of problems with intimacy go down to bad communication, or people not expressing their boundaries explicitly, or they're not setting them properly implicitly.
Yes.
So it's most of the issues will come down to that.
Boundaries are a huge thing.
And so what the problem with boundaries is that a lot of people will just be like, they'll have their own implicit boundaries and they'll assume the other people can sort of infer what they are without actually saying what they are. So it's like, oh, they should know that like I'm only going to go this far and I don't like this thing. Like I know it. It should be obvious to them, but you've never told them like you can go this far, but don't go past there because that's too much for me. Hang on. Basically, if you ask one person how you would feel, your partner would have sex with a random person. I mean that's being a cock. That's of course they've been like unless you're doing cuckolding. Like yeah, if you said to your wife like, hey, do you want to go fuck another guy whilst like.
No, that's too much, even for me. Like I think that in terms of sexuality, in terms of being sexually intimate with
That's it said if you ask a mono person how you would feel if a guy agreed that your partner would have sex with a random person, the mono person would say it would break them or really hurt them. Like yeah, it's.
I mean that's the case most of the time. It's like, but here's the thing. It's like, let's say I have a girl, right? And a wife, rather, girlfriend, wife, doesn't matter, just a girl, or a woman, rather, and she's interested in having sex with another. Why is that the case? I first start thinking. I turn on my detective mode. Why would she want to have sexual relations with a person that is not me, who is her provider, caretaker, guardian?
Intimacy, like you. She's
they're
happy with the intimacy between the two of you.
Yes, that's what I'm thinking. It's like, oh, there's something wrong with the intimacy between us. So, like, going forward from that, I would think, how can I start creating more intimacy? Is it because I'm not? Yes, is it because I'm not communicating with her, finding out what she likes, what she's not liking within my behavior, or mentality, or understanding.
Thinking, damn, we need more intimacy, so you only need. No, it's not you only need me.
It's not like you only need me, but you need to have some space. Like if your hand this is me and this is my partner. If we're like this all the time every day, I can't do anything. Like look, I can't even pick up my phone like this, right? Like obviously me and my partner, we're trying to like have like a specific goal in mind and do something actionable together. Right? That's the whole point of being a partner. But I can't do anything if me and my partner are like this all the time everywhere, right?
Yeah.
So sometimes I need that space cuz look, now that there's space, I can pick up my phone. I can actually do things that are actionable that will bring me to other things. And like, let's say instead of it being my phone, me and my partner are trying to get a house. Like, this is a house, right? Like, how the fuck am I supposed to get this house if my hands are clapped together like this all the time? If me and my partner are like this all the time, there's no way. There's just no way. Like, look, I just dropped my house. But then here I am creating a little bit of more space. Like, let's say me and my partner, we both need to go to work. We're both doing like even amount of work, right? And then all of a sudden, there we go. We got a W, and we got the house, and then now we can actually do things together. A house, a car, whatever it may be. You two should have like these goals in mind.
I agree.
Even like raising a family, like this doesn't even have to be a house, because it just be a family. Like, ultimately, family is the most important thing. Like, a house without a family is not a home. Home is with your family. So I mean, me and my partner, let's say we want a family. We want to create a family. I'm not going to be able to create a family with my partner if we're just stuck together like this, because we're going to be annoying with each other. We're going to be nagging on each other's necks. Like, we're just going to be hating on each other. Like, I'm tired of being next to you all the time. I need some space. I need to breathe. You know. She probably would feel the same way too, and she'd be like, "Yeah, you're right. I need to breathe too. I need some space to flesh out my own persona, my own personality." And just my own like need for growth.
True. You know how women be like, I need my chocolate, and I want to watch I Love Lucy, and
Something's wrong if my partner wants to sleep with someone else.
yeah,
Well,
something is wrong.
So yes, that is right.
If you've both decided to be exclusively monogamous with each other, then unless you're like sexually polyamorous, but like say emotionally monogamous, I will say, then something is wrong, because you've decided like you're only going to be doing those things with each other and no one else, and not dating anyone else. So if she's seeking physical intimacy from other people, or wants it outside of anyone but yourself, then something is awry. Like, it's not that there's insecurity. There's something that's going wrong between the connection between the two. And the fact that it really hurt you is
I totally get your guys' perspective. My perspective is the reason why someone feels absolutely horrible seeing their partner sleep with someone else's insecurity. Even if you have valid reason for why you believe mono is the right way, the hypothetical was that you agree to opening up the relationship to allow your partner to sleep with one person. And the fact that would
it's no longer
really hurt
monogamy.
you is insecurity in my eyes.
Yeah, that
all
is
rounder.
trying to get someone to adhere to a monogamous relationship with like a polyamorous like asterisk on it, and then sort of treating them still in the monogamous way, and expecting them to be monogamous, and being like, oh, why are you being poly all of a sudden just because I gave you like one freebie? Like, now I'm hurt. It's like that's sort of like not going to one system or the other. It's sort of dangling the carrot, or like the sort of Damocles or something, and not allowing sort of each person to be on the same playing field. I think anyone would be hurt in that sense, and I would not call that insecurity.
I personally would not agree to open up my relationship for my partner to sleep with one person with another person. I would hope she would expect the same of me. I don't think it's an insecurity whatsoever. I think that's just like you're just bred differently. In my eyes, you're a different breed. Because
it has to be like a very particular scenario where you sort of like.
Because I personally, I wouldn't even consider this person my partner if I didn't take her seriously. If I took her seriously, entering another person into the relationship wouldn't even be a conversation or a thing. Because I would not.
For it to be sexually only and that like nothing else, like that is sort of makes no sense to me. I'm not a different breed, lol. I also feel kind of bad if my partner does sexual stuff. But yeah, like I just don't want to restrict their actions based on what I believe is my. Maybe visit what you think insecurities are, and sort of contemplate that if that is insecurity or not, or whether it's something else. I don't believe it is insecurity.
It's not insecurity. Don't let anyone gaslight you into thinking it's insecurity. Why is she wanting? Why does your partner? If your partner is taking you seriously, because let's be real, it seems like you're taking them seriously. If you're taking them seriously and you're considering these things and talking about these things, it shows that you are being serious.
Yeah,
But if
you're
she's not
right.
being serious with you, that's
It
it's
is
kind of
gaslighting in
crossing.
this
That's
sense.
crossing your lines. It's crossing
Yeah.
your boundary. It's not insecurity whatsoever. It's a boundary.
Here's a good example. It's like when if I go, so Meek, like, why do you always attack me on this one thing? And you're like, oh, I don't. Why are you being so defensive right now? Like, wait, I only said the one statement. Stop being defensive. Like, it's that sort of thing where you can just point at someone and say, like, yeah, you know, you're just insecure. I'm not the one with the problem. You're insecure. And then, like, you just throw the ball onto their court, and then you don't have to deal with it. I feel like it's that sort of thing. It's but
Okay. Well, I'll be honest. When it comes to relationship issues, all rounder did say he's Muslim. I'm also Muslim. So, one thing my cousins who are like 10, 15 years older than me, who have been married for a while now, they've told me that we like to quote the Quran and the Hadiths in exercising our expectations for each other in our marriage. Obviously, like, women have many rights in Islam, and men have many rights in Islam. And both men and women have their strengths, but it's about managing each other and each other's expectations ultimately.
right. Does the Quran speak about insecurity at all? Because that could maybe be something I'm missing here. Because if that's something that's like a thing, then I sort of get it more. But if it's not, then I don't agree with what he's saying. But I'm not saying it's wrong.
I just don't want to restrict their actions based on what I believe is my insecurity. I mean, in Islam, it's like if this, I'm not gonna entertain the idea of girlfriend boyfriend. I'm just gonna say strictly marriage because I'm also like a person that wants to get married, right? So you don't want to restrict their action based on what you believe is your insecurity, but in Islam, it is your right to say that no, what your body is mine, but then the women also gets that double standard of your, like, my body would be hers.
Yeah, that's confusing to me. And also, I don't think I'm gonna answer that last question because that's taking the original hypothetical and bending it so much that it's not it's not adhering to the original sort of idea of and spirit of the question that was being asked. I don't. Yeah. I don't
No,
think
but it's a double standard though. It's like the man is asking for this, but if the man is asking for this, then the woman has the right to ask the same.
Right. Okay.
Like if she's going to be practicing polygamy and having multiple partners, you should also have multiple partners. But
I'd agree.
ultimately you shouldn't even be entertaining the idea. In Islam, we don't even want to entertain the idea of polygamy unless unless it has to happen. Like, oh, this woman is financially in trouble and there are no other options that are within the faith, and are available to entertain like financially supporting her.
Okay, yeah. It's
Because in Islam we always protect our women. Like that's like
yeah. I mean, I noticed like
we protect and
hijab
support our women.
niqab.
I think in the UK we protect our women even more so. It's like
Oh, wait, Gary, get off the rooftop. Oh,
like
I'm off the rooftop.
I see Muslim women like
it's-
every now and then on the streets and of like America, and in my eyes like this woman has no relation to me whatsoever, but because of the fact that she is Muslim, but I mean I apply this to every woman, but because of the fact that she's a Muslim woman, I am more aware of her, and I'm like, okay, no one can touch this woman unless I see her with her brother, dad, father, husband, or someone of like familiar relationship. Like
But you wouldn't think about just a random non-Muslim.
I mean I would think the same for a non-Muslim,
Okay, I believe it's
but this is like something that's like well documented and practiced within Islam at least.
I'm gonna have to like I'm gonna buy the Quran someday, but to be honest, it's the last like text I want to read. But it's one like I want to like be like, okay, what was
I have a copy right here. It's called the Clear Quran.
Well, okay.
It's in English too. It's in English too because I already read the Arabic when I was younger.
Great. So I don't have to read in Arabic.
No. The hard part about Arabic is translating it properly into other languages. I mean that's the hard part of any language, is just translation proper.
But yeah, there's a lot of like
Purpose of the hypothetical is trying to show what I'm saying. When the first hypo fails to show that you what I'm trying to say, then I change the hypo to cover what I'm trying to say. I believe in the second hypothetical, most people would be hurt, and that to me shows they are insecure and they can't handle their woman being sexually intimate with someone else. My mom tells me to read the Quran, plan to do it at some point.
I think I need to get like a summary guide or something of the Quran rather than just. I don't think I'd read the whole thing, but if I get
No,
like it
don't read a summary. When you read a summary of any religious text or any text for that matter, you distort your own understanding. Because a summary is literally someone else read this and then gave you their opinion and their perspective on it.
Summary is a bad word. Then I'm like
You should read
ideas,
any book to its entirety and come to your own conclusions.
I agree normally, but say core plot points and ideas, like what happens, major characters, and then just to get like an overview of like, okay, what's the overarching thing, but not setting a tell-us being like, this is what it was all about. So let's say with the Bible being like, okay, Jesus, the crucifixion, died for sins, blah blah blah, disciples, but not like you just like the core points, but not going any further than that, trying to explain something a lot more complex with only that. Any summary includes lots of interpretation. Quran is, but yeah, I realize that I'm both a Christian minister and I've been a writer for 10 years. It's I get what he's saying, but I say summary because I don't feel like I would read the whole text and apply myself to it. But if I got sort of some of the stuff where I know nothing about it, and just sort of like, okay, here's this dude, and here's the Messiah, and blah blah blah, and God's actually called something else, and like really dumbed it down. I'd at least know a bit more, and yeah, it's a compromise for you. You can't be, but yeah, can you be bothered to read the whole like Torah? Can you be bothered to read all the New Testament? Like,
No.
It's
No.
not, you can't be bothered.
I personally, I would rather go to someone more educated on it and then teach me, because they are able to say for a fact this is the case and this is what I have read and this is not opinionated. But if you'd like the opinion, I will give it to you after I tell you the full the full passage, the full meaning of it.
Bro, you keep charging word to me attacking. What? I'm not saying by the. Well, when you're saying someone can't be bothered, it doesn't have like a positive connotation. You realize it's sort of it's inferring that they're being lazy or like they're not applying themselves. Not exactly saying that's an insult, but it's not putting the best air around what you're trying to say. You're better off saying like oh, I don't have the time to, or I don't want to put my full energy into it or something.
I want to go back to the point of the second hypo. Most people would be hurt, and that shows insecurity. They can't handle their woman being sexually intimate with someone else. So I personally think sexual intimacy comes with emotional intimacy. So of course, like anyone would be hurt over that. It's not even like a religious matter. It's just like a normal regular thing. It's like no one wants to be cheated on because that's ultimately what it is. When you're sexually intimate with someone, you're also emotionally intimate with them.
Sorry, it's taking me. I had to stop at a gas station. I didn't have my bank card, and I had to shuffle money from my card. That's not a good, Drazzy. We've got it. Yeah, you take your time whenever you.
It's not a rule. Cheating is more of like a pact. You broke a pact. It's an agreement between two people.
Yeah, that hypothetical.
I think if you enter a polyamorous relationship and you preface that it's going to be polyamorous, there is the expectation of, oh, this person is going to be sleeping with another person, and I cannot be insecure about it because I was informed. Cheating is when you're not informed about the additional partner. That is when that is when it becomes a violation of trust.
Yeah, still, I don't think that's still insecurity though. Like you'd be secure and be hurt. Because it could be, if your trust is betrayed, you're going to be hurt, but you could be secure.
I mean, me personally, no. I think if I entered a polyamorous relationship knowingly, like it was told between verbally, like yeah, let's practice a polyamorous relationship, I'd be like, all right, fine. I mean, I'm sure there's plenty of women who would want me, and of course I would want them, but that would be the expectation that we like set before we began. I would have no problems if my like if that was the case, but the only thing I would be like, yo, safe. Let's be safe. I don't want no STDs.
Yet he won't be hurt that sex is sex if you let it. I mean, you're saying that he won't be hurt in a polyamorous relationship because he's polyamorous in that scenario. So a polyamorous person wouldn't find that annoying. Monogamous person doesn't expect that. Like they're in a system where they both agreed not to do that. So yes, they'll be hurt because they're not expecting a polyamorous thing to happen.
Yeah, and I think polyamorous relationships are not that common. And of those that do practice, they also have their own like regulations, rules, and such,
like,
right? It's like,
it is,
okay, you can be sexually intimate with this
non-monogamous-
person, but I don't want you to be emotionally intimate with them.
Yeah,
I want you to keep your emotional
non-monogamous,
intimacy with me.
polyamorous, ethically non-monogamous. It's like different versions and stuff. Stop saying that they both agree not to do it. I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna say like, okay, so say it's $1 million. Like that's just a weird sort of hypothetical to try and wrap a mind around, and then it ends up in being, well, that's insecurity. Like I think if you're having to issue the starting variables to that extent, so it sort of fits your point, then the resultant sort of conclusion is like it's not really insecurity. It's like intimacy and sex, two different things that can overlap, but they mutually. Yes, agree.
Yes, that is true.
Definitely.
That is true. I mean, like, as a Muslim, there are certain guidelines, expectations set in place so that you can practice polyamory, but polyamory isn't really something that you should be going after either.
No. Oh shit. Let me. I'm gonna pull up your Twitch before I forget. Now that my net's working, because I'm gonna make sure Drazy shouts you out and
Thank
get you some followers as much as we can.
Honestly, I'm not even the most educated when it comes to relationships in Islam. Like, I'm still learning. Like, I'm not even in a relationship, but I've had some emotional intimacy with people in the past. They weren't my partner outright though, so I have no right to say, oh, you can't be sexually intimate with this person. I just have like I just have a lot of love and compassion for people generally.
Here we go. It's Shamik. I think I can pin posts. Otherwise, like I'll get in the works either way. I think you can learn someone's boundaries, but it's pretty hard to infer them, and that you're going to and how would I know that you're going to disengage in whatever way you're going to disengage if I do something without? Yeah, that's earlier on we were saying that most breakdowns in that sort of relationship is a lack of communication or like lack of showing
Communication is a
your
big thing.
boundaries explicitly. So yeah, agree. I think you can pin things in YouTube. Maybe I don't actually know. I think the person who started the stream can.
I don't think it's worth it for me personally. If I get $1 million for someone to sleep with my partner, that shit ain't worth it. I can make $1 million. Maybe not in one day, but I could make $1 million is what I'm trying to say. Not maybe not like in a fast way, but I can like. What is it worth to you? There's nothing worth it to me. You would have to kill me before you ruin the sanctity of my relationship. Is my mentality.
It's like how much money do I have to give you to like have your partner, like your girlfriend, go and have sex with someone else? Like well, I don't want her to. It's
like for me and my understanding of relationships is like they're pure. Like you can't destroy the purity of the relationship. And
go for a start. Go ahead. Sorry.
I don't know. I just. But like the thing is, like these are extreme hypotheticals. It's like who is going out and doing these things?
Extreme hypotheticals lose any meaning once they become extreme.
Yeah, you're talking about like the 0.01%, which is 0.00001 person
say
couple that does this.
My girlfriend owns Elon Musk's rocket, and I take the rocket to Mars. Only if it was cost $5, then I'd maybe give him a tip. If it costs $6, I'm not going to give him a tip. In that hypothetical, extreme hypo is that you can always point to why it hurts because it. Well, then it's
if
not
your
a
partner doesn't sleep with a randomer, then your parents die.
Yeah,
brother, your parents are much older than you. They have experienced life, and as humans, it is our duty to die eventually. Today, tomorrow, yesterday, a month from now, a year from now, who knows? I may have cancer and not know right now. I may have cancer. I may be dying right now.
You are dying right now.
Like
we all are.
we're actively dying. Like,
but What is like the last thing? Like, if you have to make the hypothetical that extreme in order to say, like, well, yeah, at the end of the day, they are.
I'm sure
in the
your
world,
parents, if they are good
that's
parents,
saying that
they
they're
would
not.
say, "Take my life. Do not ruin my son's life. Do not ruin my daughter's life by entering a haram relationship, or like allowing these haram things into their relationship." No parent ever wishes that on their children, if they are good parents, and they're
Change from parent.
bro. If you change it from parents to kids, you yourself as a parent, you as a parent, would rather sacrifice yourself.
Yeah,
Yeah, I would rather
these are-
sacrifice myself.
These are all not just like variables. You can't be like, well, say like instead of like a million, let's get 2 million, and it's actually it's your girlfriend and your wife, and your one of your parents is alive, one's dead. Like, you gotta just switch things around and be like, therefore it proves insecurity. I'm actually horrified by you guys saying you'd be fine with your parents. I didn't say anything like that. I didn't even
I'm
answer
not
that
saying I'd be
question.
fine with my parents dying. I understand, and my parents understand, and my grandparents understand, and my uncles and aunts and brothers and sisters, cousins, they all understand that we have to die at some point in this life.
Wait. Just to stop your partner sleeping with someone else to prevent that from happening. So he'd be fine with that. Like, I don't know what you're getting at there. It's
If I'm being totally honest, if this situation ever happened to me, I'd go to my parents, I'd go to my imam, my religious leader, and tell them what the situation was. Like, this is the situation. And then they would guide me to the Quran. I'm not well versed enough to say. But from my understanding, it's that they would not ruin the sanctity of my relationship or my life because they understand that this will affect you.
no.
It will affect you negatively. It's not even like an insecurity. It's just, oh, I now know that my partner has this relationship for money, and it's like, what is money to you?
Yeah,
Money is a means to an end. You're not going to go to your grave with $1 million and show Allah, show God, look, I made $1 million.
All rounder, like they're getting so extreme and so sort of. If God came down and told you point, but yeah, okay. If
Bro, you know how many different ways you can enter heaven in Islam? You don't need to do that. Allah would never say that to you.
Yeah, it's
the only gods that would say that to you are not Allah.
Yeah, it's we need to stop the hypotheticals for 5 minutes. It's a bit much. So
I don't mind the hypotheticals. I get it.
It's not driving home though that like the more and more you make it hypothetical and extreme, the less your original point is really having accuracy and truth. Like, if I try and make a point like all gay people can fly, and you're like, well, what do you mean? Like, I've never seen one fly. Well, okay, say a gay guy is in a plane, he's flying. Well, okay, what if he's not in the plane? Can he fly then? Well, okay, say the Earth is on a plane as well.
Yeah, you have. I think you have to separate fantasy from reality because the reality of it is not everyone is getting offered $1 million to sleep with so and so's partner, and of the people that do, like, look at Adam 22. Isn't he like married to like a porn star who also got like paid really well for that? Even she came out and said his wife who went and did that. She came out and said, I would not I felt the dynamic of our relationship changing, and Adam 22 seems fine with it, which is him. He is a different breed. Like, I wouldn't allow that, and even now he's feeling the impact of that. Like, social media is criticizing him for that. I'm sure he criticizes himself for that. I'm sure he's like, oh, I don't know why I did this. It's not making me feel good as a man. It's not making me like my relationship with my wife any better. Like, oh, I have all this money, we can get all this stuff, but this doesn't change the fact that this happened for nothing.
Yeah.
For $1 million? There's so many things worth $1 million that isn't cash value $1 million. Like, a house, a good healthy family, a good healthy body.
Lots of potatoes, like heaps
Lots
and
of
heaps
potatoes, a
A
farm,
million
like
dollar, imagine $1 million worth of potatoes. That's like heaps. Like, be like, I've got so many potatoes. I need like 5 islands to hold them. You'd be like for some irrational reason, you'd be so happy. Be like, man, there's so many potatoes. But then you're like, oh wait, they can
I
they're going to like rot off. So
and I mean like Adam 22 he's not Muslim. His family, his wife, they're not Muslim. But in the eyes of Islam, the things that they do would be considered haram, like just not permissible.
is he a porn star or something?
So even if you bring in the hypotheticals, it's like it's haram. Period. It's just haram. Like I'm sorry to give you the Andrew Tate. It's haram bullshit, but it's just haram. That's just what it is. Like no means no. It does not mean oh no. It could be yes. No does not mean it could be yes. No means
Is that
no.
$1 million no, or is that a $10 no? It's like no.
And if she is your partner and she takes you seriously, and you take her seriously, and you tell her like, hey, just say no. Like, I don't fuck with it. You shouldn't fuck with it either. Then, and if she takes you seriously, she'll be like, all right, fine. We don't need that. We clearly have a good relationship. I don't know what this rando person could bring into my relationship, or bring into my life that would change. There's no such thing as good dick that could change her life for the better. There's no such thing. Same thing for women. There's no good pussy that will change my life for the better.
Oh, I'd have to.
You're telling me you had the Super Soaker 9000 before it came out? No.
I've had. Yeah, I think I've had some experiences.
If she really wants that big 12-inch cock, I'll buy you the toy. We'll play together.
Okay, that's a little bit much. But let's
I mean, like, bro wants to answer hypotheticals. I'm just. Bro just wanted to answer hypotheticals, so I'm just like entertaining his hypothetical.
Crazy.
Like,
I just timed
there
him
are
out
ways around
once,
this.
Just to like, because it was constant hypotheticals, and they were just going to extremes. So I just said like, let's just take a breath for a bit.
That's true.
I felt 5 minutes was appropriate rather than just a minute. But like he's gonna so I think it's almost over. He's gonna be back in. It was getting a little bit difficult to try and like continually answer them as well.
Yeah, I kind of get it. He's kind of like, it's like if you keep doing the same thing but expecting different results, I don't know what else you're expecting. It's like you're gonna get the same results. It's like a science experiment. You do the science experiment 100 times and you get the same 199 results,
we
hoping for that one off result. It's not. The data consistently shows that these 99 results is gonna be the same.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fair enough. I wasn't sure of the correct action. I can untime him out, I think, or whatever it is. But
I need to be more educated on Islam to answer some of his questions, though.
Yeah.
His hypotheticals. I'll be honest. The hypotheticals, if you truly practice Islam, your hypotheticals wouldn't even hold up. They wouldn't even go that far.
Wait, that's 30.
And it's okay. It's like sometimes you stray away from Islam, but it's also like that is also like the test of Allah. He pushes you away so that you can bring yourself back to him, or you might push yourself away so that he will bring you back to him.
We did tell you to stop. Like, many times I was like you were going too extreme with the hypotheticals. Like, it's going to be the same answer.
I'm looking up some trusted sources right now.
Yeah, it's
about polygamy. Why is it permitted in Islam?
Yeah, I mean,
Islam is a way of life consonant with nature, providing human solutions to complex situations and avoiding extremes. That's just something I'm taking from this website. but it's
I
providing
did I
human solutions to complex situations and avoiding extremes. So
So
the
Nick,
like I said,
did I not ask him like a few times like you're getting a bit much? Can you stop with the hypotheticals? Like, say the last 2-3 times.
I mean, it was a lot. Like it's kind of just like saying, you have to believe this idea. You have to believe this idea. No,
Whether or not it was like
it's not like
explicit,
that.
like I didn't say it explicitly. To like from my perspective,
I think All Rounder is trying to make me believe his hypothetical is reality when it's not.
Hang on. From my perspective, they kept slipping away from my hypotheticals, so I just kept trying to make extreme. Unless you're dropping hard slurs or doxing in your examples, girl, I'd Dream BS can just ignore them. But no,
Is it your perspective or is it your reality?
even if they say stop, chat isn't behold.
Because if it's reality, there are things that we can do and talk about. You know, I'm not. I'm always about actionable things.
There's a lot going on. Yeah, it's.
Brother, All Rounder. If someone is coming to you and saying, "I will give you $1 million to sleep with your wife," you tell him no. You tell him no, straight up. You get between him and your woman, and you tell him no.
Yeah, I think we were trying to get to a perspective, but we just didn't agree with it. Especially me, like I didn't think it was the same as being insecure, and I stated that many times. So,
A good Muslim man would not allow that to happen. Period. And it doesn't even just apply to Islam. I think Christian men, I think Jewish men shouldn't even allow it to happen. Wouldn't even allow it to happen. They would also, a good husband, a good partner would not allow that to happen. Period. You see
I can't explain your perspective around it because I don't agree with it, that it's insecurity. What you started at with monogamy, I fundamentally didn't think it was that. So I can try and explain what I thought you meant, but I don't think it really led there. Like we had fundamental sort of disagreements on that. Like that's what that thing was.
this website I'm looking at, it's called
Not agree
fiqhislamonline.net.
with something, but explain what you think.
It's speaking on polygamy. In reality, you can hardly find one Muslim man out of tens of thousands who is married to more than one wife. He cannot have affairs or dating with any woman. In non-Muslim societies, more than 65% of married men have affairs with more than 2 or 3 or 4 women. That's non-Muslim. I mean, being in the UK, it is a non-Muslim society. US is similar in that it's a non-Muslim society, which is completely fine. Like, I just happen to live here. I just happen to be in the country. I just happen to be in this time period. But it is my responsibility to uphold my my faith, and it is also the responsibility of my partner to uphold the faith and the things that we practice and we preach. We practice what we preach ultimately.
Yeah, Drowsy said he's going to be back soon as well. Like so much of these conversations, like I'm just so out of sorts of like agreeing with the perspective and like being within like the religion / ideology where it's going to inform my own beliefs on it. Like it's sort of gone topsy-turvy a little bit.
Like, you cannot agree with something but explain that you think
I hate you back.
what you think I believe. What's up?
Uh-huh.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Mhm.
And this would be something that like I would observe. So like for example, I have Saxon in my chat. He blows up my chat with nonsense that nobody wants to hear all the time. And I always let him go. I have I muted him one time. I timed him out one time because he was being extraordinarily disrespectful to another chatter who very clearly said, "Hey, don't talk about this, please." He was basically saying stuff about his family. And I was like, Saxon, don't fucking do that, dude. What are you doing? And then he kept going. And I was like, all right, I'm sorry, dude. And I've always given people warnings too. But it's basically got to be TOS because, as a streamer, you have like all the power, and like we also have the power to just like not look at chat too.
Sure. It was a little bit heavy-handed, but I do believe like.
And I don't care how other people do theirs. It's fine. Like I know you didn't have any like super bad intentions or whatever. Like I know you've streamed too, but just for future reference, that's pretty much like my rule of thumb. I really want people to feel like they can say things that I don't want them to say in chat.
Right. Yeah. It's. I did not mean to like.
I believe you all rounder.
Yeah. What was you literally? If you literally asked me so.
Even if somebody asks to stop, like I understand that some people can like trying to ask something and it doesn't come off clear or whatever. If so, like I'm the king of miscommunications because I think somebody means something. I think we're all good. I understand sometimes. Like you just got mad about it yesterday. I don't expect you to know the rules. We didn't even have a conversation about it. But before I jump back into the thing, are you guys talking about? I've seen something about polyamory. Also, by the way, cheating is when you betray the trust of somebody. When you betray like the foundational rules of a relationship, it doesn't matter what they are.
Yes.
Like in the kind of poly dynamics that I have, let's say if I'm with somebody and they're talking to somebody to like that they're gonna like meet up or they're gonna date and stuff, but if they lie to me about any of that interaction, instead of saying like I don't want to talk about this part of it, and if they lie to me instead, that would constitute cheating. This is bringing a distrust. This is involving another a potential sexual partner or like romantic partner, and then taking that dynamic in making me not be able to trust them within that. That's cheating to me. That's way worse than them having sex with somebody.
So could you like all rounders? One of his hypotheticals was like, oh
wait, before you say, because I just saw a little bit of this, I just want to see how well I got it. Seemed to me that his hypothetical was, if somebody said, "Hey, I want to sleep with your woman, I'll pay you $1 million," and you guys both agree that it's okay, like would that be cheating, kind of thing? But it seemed like you were saying like it's just not okay. And there was like a conflict here of you saying like it's never okay, but the hypothetical involves it being okay.
He was trying.
Okay,
to
he said no.
Therefore, like, in that scenario, I think most monogamous people are just insecure. If that would hurt them, and yeah, it started off as being like, I think 80% of monogamous people are just insecure, and then
I think so.
He can't blame us for not understanding his point or seeing his perspective because, like, A, I didn't agree originally with the point, and B, if someone's not understanding what you're saying, you can't sort of like blame them for that.
It depends.
It might not be able to understand. We're not willingly sort of trying to be ignorant about it. In that sense, like we've been trying to get on the same page.
Sure, but also all rounders coming from Tax, and you guys have voice. I think it's a terrible way to communicate complex thoughts. Like if
yeah.
It's like I'm really good friends with Cat Dog Bark from Mrgirl community. Look, we've had like a lot of like 1v1 like video calls and stuff. We're pretty tight, and sometimes him and I will get into like a kind of like argument debate, but like we're not like hostile towards each other. But I'm like, you know what? I literally can't have this conversation in text. I think there's too much nuance. I'm gonna say things wrong. I might misread what you're saying. It's too much for me. So if your partner would die, if your partner didn't sleep with a randomer, then you would still get really hurt by your person. I think for most monogamous people, they would. Yeah, I think it would hurt their feelings a lot. Like, I think they'd be understanding, they would get it, and they'd have like horror flashbacks of like what they imagined was happening when their partner fucked that person.
I mean, All Rounder decided to share some information with us about himself, and he said he was Muslim or comes from a Muslim background. And I'm also Muslim, which is perfect because I'm trying to speak through an Islamic lens. Polygamy, it does exist in Islam, but it's not very common. It's usually in the cases of financial stability. That's usually the basis of it.
Well, no, wait. In case of financial stability, like no matter what, if you're a man and you take on another wife, you're going to be inherently less financially stable. Because that's part of the rule is that they have to have like their own space for that woman, and they have to be able to provide for her financially. And also, I think there's probably like a dowry involved as well.
Yes. You have to be really well off to be able to do those kinds of things.
To be able to do it right by Islam, yeah.
Yes. And All Rounder was saying that the hypothetical that he brought up was, let's say my partner was getting an offer for $1 million to have someone sleep with her, and I'm saying that that person, if we are already married together and in a committed relationship, that would not even be a possibility. If that was something in her past, let that be the past. The past is the past. Let it stay there. She got $1 million to sleep with someone in the past. Fine, whatever. Has nothing
if
to
you
do
have
with
kids, though, how could you feel? I would feel like such an irresponsible parent if I didn't let that happen. So like what I could make their life be with that kind of money, it just seems like how I feel about it shouldn't even enter the equation. So like I would make the correct decision, and then I would feel my feelings about it later. But that's just me. I feel like sometimes we have to make tough decisions, and when we do, we have to feel our feelings afterwards. Drowsy, do you get how when he answers he wouldn't let his partner sleep with a randomer in that type means my point isn't really relayed effectively? Yet you aren't entertaining his hypothetical. You're saying this hypothetical would be impossible.
That is what Islam would say. Islam actually does say that his hypothetical wouldn't even exist. So I understand the perspective he's coming from. It's a valid perspective, but it's coming from a non-Muslim perspective.
Is All Rounder?
He is a Muslim.
Wait,
So
I gotta check with All Rounder. Is it part of your frustration? Is him saying he did engage with it when he's not actually engaging with it? But me personally, if somebody's like, I did answer your question, just not the way you liked it, but if they didn't actually answer it, I'll freak the fuck out. Okay, yeah. I want my point to be relayed. Okay. So, like, basically in this situation, if you just be like, I don't think I can engage with that hypothetical because it's too far outside of, like, my realm of, like, I just can't relate to it so hard, I think you would probably avoid this kind of conflict. Because I've had some hypotheticals like that, like, I have no idea. I can't. You're asking me to put myself in a reality that's too far shifted. Like, in order to participate with that hypothetical, I would have to have a different brain. I'd have to be a different person. So I don't know how I would behave. How do I make them understand my perspective, Drazi? Because any hypo I give, can't relay it. Yeah, I think the reason why he can't do it is because he literally couldn't imagine doing it. I
couldn't imagine doing it. I wouldn't even allow it to happen in my life.
I think he couldn't, like, do you think it's fair to say, like, you couldn't imagine yourself doing it as, like, a nightmare scenario?
I mean, it's not even like a nightmare scenario. It's just like, I'm sure you've heard, like, Adam 22 and Lena situation. It just sounds like something like that. And I'm just like, I know it's a little funny, but it's like it sounds exactly like that because that's basically what happened between them. They had a kid, they have a family, and Lena just happens to be a porn star, and she just got paid a good amount of money so they could continue on doing their relationship. But that they're not even. I can't even speak on that because their relationship is outside of the realm of Islam. So it's like it's something that wouldn't even happen. So it's out of my scope.
It's kind of weird because like I know Muslims like just like Christians that are like bad Muslims. I used to.
Yes,
I
of
remember
course.
I worked with this guy.
There's always yes.
And I was like, Hassan, do you want a slice of pizza? And I was like, oh, I'm so sorry, dude. It was like pepperoni and bacon pizza. I wasn't trying to be a dick. I didn't think about it. He's like, no, dude. He walks over and he has a slice of pizza. I was like, what? I was like, you're Muslim. He's like, yeah, they say don't. He's like, don't eat this, don't eat that, don't drink. He's like, I drink. I was like, oh, all right, I get it. You're Christian, like most people I know are Christian. I got you. It does seem to be the case that on average, the Muslim people that I know tend to be a lot more devout than like the average Christian that I know. So it was pretty funny to see. It was kind of like a breath of fresh air to see somebody who was Muslim that took it about as serious as like the average American Christian takes it. It was kind of nice. Like, oh, I get it. Like, you're Muslim when you gotta be, but like at the end of the day,
I mean, you can do it that way. Like every individual within Islam has their own relationship with God, right? So it's more on them. Like to bring in that hypothetical to say that you're insecure about this thing happening, that is strictly on you, because you're not following the word of God, Allah. You're not following the Quran. You're not following the Hadiths. So of course you're gonna feel these things. Of course you're gonna experience certain things.
in his hypothetical where your partner would die if they don't sleep with a stranger, I would find it hard to be appreciative of God if God said like that's better if they die. I would have a hard time dealing with that. I think if I was a Muslim, I wouldn't be Muslim anymore. I think that any moral or religious system that leads you to death should just automatically be done away with. Moral and religious systems should be there to guide you through your life, not to
in
get
Islam,
you to end it.
you are that's true, but in Islam you are supposed to protect what is yours, and when you get married, you're supposed to get married. You're not even supposed to date. You're supposed to get married. When you get married, you are supposed to protect your wife and your
Sure,
family.
but in this scenario, somebody has
To the
a
death.
gun,
To the death.
has you captured. Yeah, but you can't do anything. You're captured, and they are captured, and it's on you to make this decision. So it's a nightmare scenario. Is what he's presenting, and so like, I think what he's saying is that any like decent person would say, yeah, do the less awful thing to my wife. Right? Like, it's not even about being like a good Muslim or a bad Muslim. It's about that's how you're protecting her now. Does the sex inherently hurt?
That hypothetical is like too far fetched, man. You're
Well, I
telling
mean,
me
that
like
kind
all
of thing could absolutely happen, though. This is something that could exist in reality.
Maybe in like dimension number 99, but not in this one. Like you're telling me
you don't
all
think
the
people get
nukes of the
kidnapped
world
and-
will drop if you don't sleep with my wife?
No, she gets killed.
I mean, ideally, like
This literally
my partner
happens.
is a good
Women get killed
practicing-
when they resist rape sometimes.
And those are unfortunate, good women who are in unfortunate times. That's just the case. Like,
Yeah. So
I
if-
can't say they made
So
the
it-
right decision or the wrong decision, but it's an unfortunate situation.
All I'm saying is that I think that it's better that, like, if the choice is death or rape, I think almost every person's picking rape. Like, I'd rather have somebody rape me than kill me.
I think you say that because you're a man, but I think a
I
lot
say
of
that
women.
thinking that it would be extremely awful, and it would ruin my life, but I'd still have a life.
You say again. I think you're saying that because you're a man. I'm also I've
You
heard
don't think a man?
stories of women.
Oh, when I
who,
say man, I mean being raped by a man, obviously, not by a woman.
yes, I understand that. But if a woman was raped by a man, she oftentimes regrets it and hates the fact that it even happened. It's not even like,
Do you
oh,
think that I
she
wouldn't?
even. I mean, there are so many stories of women who do get raped and they get suicidal after. They
Yeah,
would
I might
wish
be
for death.
too. Yeah, I might be too. It seems really, really awful. Yeah, dude, it seems like one of the worst things that I could imagine happening to me. But I don't want to die more. And I know that I think that most people in like the abstract, they'd probably say that like, so like for example, take the gender out of it. If somebody says like, you have to press a button, one of these two buttons. If you press the one, we're gonna rape this kid. If you press the other button, we're gonna kill this kid. You don't kill the kid. And it's a terrible thing, but you never kill the kid. Right? We would never choose
So
death.
men who have been raped or sexually assaulted are significantly higher risk for mental health issues, including depression and suicidal ideation.
Yeah.
So this is common between men and women.
All right.
Most men and women would rather die than have the experience of being raped.
I don't think so.
And that
I don't think when the rubber hits the road. I think that you might want to die afterwards, when the depression builds up and all that. But I think that in the moment you're going, like I said, every single person on the planet doesn't let the kid die. In my hypothetical, this is how we know which one's worse. Is that if it's a kid, you're always going to make sure that you don't kill the kid. Every person's not going to kill the kid because women are like, if you see women as like needing protection more than men, sure, we can get rid of that. You just make it a kid. Their gender doesn't fucking matter. We never, ever, ever kill the kid. And you're not the person who's done anything bad. The people who did it to them is the bad one. The person who put you in the position of making the choice is the bad person. But we never let the kid die. Ever. That's how we know which one's worse. Because it gets rid of all the externalities. We're saying this is the worst person you could possibly do either of these things to, and we never let the kid die.
this is like a tough hypothetical. Like
That's
again,
not
like
tough.
I haven't.
You would never let the kid die. Never.
I mean, obviously, I wouldn't let the kid die, but I would
Yes.
also rather not the kid not get raped. Like again, like if
Every
I'm
single
part of this,
person
me
not letting the kid
personally,
die would prefer that kid's not in the situation. 100%. Nobody's like, I'm glad they're in this situation, dude. No, they're all like, this is the worst thing ever. I'm so sorry, but I'm saving your life. Because that's the only thing that I can do. Like, there's no way that killing you is the correct choice. And that's what I mean. That's how we know that that's the worst of the two options. Everything that's extra around it, how we feel about all the implications and things, these go away when these are the choices and it's a kid. We just know.
that is true.
Yeah. That's it. And unfortunately, like I sympathize with all rounders saying he has to use more and more extreme hypotheticals. But when you get to the extremes like this, it shows which things we're considering when we're taking the less extreme ones. There's a lot of other things that we like to attach to things that we can't help but attach to things. But so if you get to like, this is when we hyper focus in on it and we get rid of all the extra things that can be attached to it, we can then kind of see clearly what we know is right and wrong. It's a really good way to examine our moral system. because sometimes it hides from us too. Oh shit, I didn't turn my camera back on. I suck. But by the way, I want to thank you guys for holding down the stream for me. It took me way longer. Cause I had to go to the gas station. I was like almost out of gas, and then I didn't have my bank card, so I had to. It's right fucking here. So I had to move money to my other bank card and wait for it to transfer and shit. I was so mad. I was so mad.
I mean, the hypos are just so far out, man. It's just so far out. It's like,
Yeah, but I showed you why it's useful to do that. You couldn't decide which one was worse until I made it so extreme that like everything else was cleared away.
but the extremes are not set in reality.
Correct, but they show us what we actually feel. It makes us really examine ourselves, because it took you a while, but you said, of course I wouldn't let the kid die. But it took you a while to come to that, and I think by putting you in that situation, you were able to very clearly see, because it gets really complicated. But when I hammered on that point,
Yeah, but what if the kid kills himself?
himself?
What if the kid kills himself afterward? You
Then
wouldn't
we-
let the kid die.
then-
You would let the
then the-
kid get raped. But what if the kid kills himself afterward?
When you make a decision on what's right or wrong, you make a decision in
Because
that
like
moment.
I said,
it's not
like I
based on the
said-
future. What if anybody that you interact with ever kills themselves because of your interaction with them? That's not how you can make decisions. What you make decisions are based on what you know at the time. And at the time, you know that if you don't save the kid's life, they're going to die. What happens after that is an extension of the tragedy that they endured. That's not your fault. It's the people who perpetrated its fault. You didn't do a bad thing. You did a good thing. You saved the kid's life. It just happened to be in the worst way that somebody could possibly be saved, but it's your only option. It's a tragedy regardless. And if they kill themselves, then it's another tragedy, and that's on the people that did it. I know you don't know me, but I
understand, but
I'm pretty consistently willing to engage with like insane hypotheticals to show my moral consistency. Sometimes to my sometimes to my own reputational harm.
What I'm thinking here is like you saving the kid and letting them get raped, and then them killing themselves
You're not
afterwards.
letting them. You're choosing that as the alternative to death.
Is worse than the alternative, which is death.
No, it's
them surviving the rape experience.
You're presupposing they're going to kill themselves. That's not generally the
No,
case.
because suicide rate among men and women is much higher after being a sexual assault experience. Much higher.
Do you know how many people live after being killed? None. You're saying the certainty of death is better than maybe. No. Absolutely not. Because they might kill themselves, you just kill them? No! By that metric, everybody should just die. Because everybody has the potential to kill themselves. Absolutely not. Like, would police go and rescue children from abusive situations? There's never the thought that's like, well, maybe they should just shoot all the kids because they've been through this horrible, crazy abuse. No. They might kill themselves. Yeah, we would never think that way. What we do is we understand the tragedy for what it is, and whatever it takes to remove any victims of like some severe tragedy from that tragedy, that's what you got to do. The answer is never death. Some parents actually just kill their children after because they don't want them to suffer. Those parents are fucking insane. Life is suffering. Death is the end of any kind of happiness that can come again. It's coming from a place of love. Sure, that's why I said they're insane. Their wires are too crossed. The parents are too damaged from the abuse of their child then to make appropriate decisions. Which is also why I say a lot too that I think that at least the way that I do it, the way that I am a good parent is that I make the correct decision for my kid and then I feel my feelings afterwards. My feelings play no role in the decisions that I make for my child. It's what's right, what's wrong. And if it's a difficult decision, I can feel my feelings later. Most important thing is that the decision gets made without me feeling
I
those
totally
feelings.
understand, but like these hypos are just so far out that is like unimaginable, and I've seen some unimaginable things. It's just so far out.
They kind of have to. Hypos are hypotheticals, Elk. Right.
Yeah.
I think that we oftentimes, when we get stuck in moral quandaries, we have to create unrealistic hypotheticals to cut to the heart of the issue, so that way we can actually understand how we really feel. It's like I said, sometimes what our moral intuitions are hidden even from ourselves, and we can make it really easy to not examine them by just adding in externalities that we are already comfortable with, and we know how we feel about the externalities, and then we apply our moral thinking to the externalities rather than the actual heart of the matter. My partner's like this. She hates me using hypotheticals, like engaging them because she feels cornered. I think what really happens here is that a lot of people don't do a lot of epistemological thinking. They don't go down the chain of their reasoning, and they just sort of like, they're like halfway down the ladder as to why they think what they think. And once you start getting past that, it can be really hard to make determinations about moral things, because if you don't examine them all the way down, then you're probably being morally inconsistent at some point, and it makes you feel weird if you reflect on that. I think Samek feels uncomfortable dealing with extreme hypotheticals because he's uncomfortable facing
I'm not
himself.
uncomfortable
I don't know about
facing
that.
myself. I have certain
depends what you mean.
experiences that could I have certain real life experiences that could speak on this. I could very much counter with my own experience, but I don't feel fit to share it.
I would appreciate not sharing any like real life stories.
Yeah, no.
abuse.
I understand. But regardless, it feels like you're making these extreme hypotheticals to prove a point that wouldn't surface in real life.
It's not about whether or not it emerges in real life. It's about examining your moral framework. It's about examining your foundational beliefs, what you really think about this thing. That's what it's about.
Yeah, but I totally understand that. But all rounder here is bringing one hypothetical to another and conflating those things. But it's not the same thing. The morality may be there. I understand the morality part of it, but the hypothetical just keeps on getting farther and farther. So you're taking like 3 or 4 different hypotheticals and saying they're the same thing as long as the moral compass is pointed in a certain direction.
I think what he's actually saying is that the thing that he cares about is present in each hypothetical, and they're getting more and more extreme to get rid of the externalities that are being focused on in the previous examples. Which is kind of why I jumped to what I did. See, me, I like to go with the extreme right out the fucking gate. Because I kind of have... I have like, I don't have as much patience as I probably should for people to work out that they're gonna focus on externality. So I don't generally mind going for the extreme like immediately. It just makes things a little bit easier. But it's the issue with that is that it's socially off-putting for a lot of people. A lot of people don't understand necessarily why you're doing that, and they think that maybe you have. It gets weird. I think a lot of people don't think that people engage with like intellectual exercises just for the sake of that. So like you're trying to like say something else than you're really trying to say or something, and they get weirded out, or they just aren't really comfortable thinking that deep into their own thoughts. That happens a lot too, which is frustrating for me as well. And it sounds like from All Rounder saying that he has a similar issue with his partner, that he kind of deals with a similar thing. But yeah, the more extreme that you go, the more you can remove other stuff from the equation.
I'm just coming from trying to come from a Muslim perspective though, and this thing where it's like it's just going too far. Like, of course you would save the child, right?
Sure. And then I think the best thing to do in situations like this is say like, I'm not comfortable engaging with this.
But saving the child is not the same as, oh, $1 million got offered to my wife to have sex.
Right. Because what he cares about here is how bad is it for them to sleep with somebody else? What does sex really mean to you? So, like, how much harm can sex do? I think is really the thing that he's driving at. And if you can't get an answer from the $1 million, then it's like, okay, then what if they die? Do you think that the sex
That's a
is
better
worse than
question
death?
than the hypotheticals, if I'm being totally honest. It's like, how much damage can sex do to a relationship or something or the other, you know?
Do you think that's kind of the thing that you're driving at all rounder? Like, how much damage can... What's the... Right. Okay. He said he can come in VC in 10. All right, we could do that, but I'm telling you right now, in 38 minutes, I'm going back to the Mrgirl thing because I've been putting this off for so long. I have, and I feel really shitty to the people who've watched me do like basically the series of it leading up to it. We getting it done today. There's no better time than on a Stream-a-thon. It'll be the series wrap on me covering Mrgirl and Destiny's Falling Out.
I'll take my cam off for a moment. I'll wait for them.
No problem. Okay, you know, in that case, we'll go back to this for now. And when you come in, I'll moderate.
All right.
Because you guys you've pulled me in and I'm invested now. Let's see. Where the fuck? Oh, God. Is this it? Nope. Yeah. Oh, that's funny. My little placeholder picture. Window capture. Okay, we'll just switch the window. Yep. What the fuck? Oh, that's the TV, isn't it? Yep, that's TV. Okay. So when All Router comes in, I'll moderate this this discussion of hypotheticals.
Time do you feel like it will be ideal for you to like cut the umbilical cord?
I don't like
cherry.
cherry.
That's not what I'm describing. I'm talking about a set of norms that I think should be in place when there's a huge power differential that are not in place. And so I think we should acknowledge the power differential. And then I'm still trying to respond to Pixie's, like, you guys are running so much interference for each other.
Okay,
I can't wait. Stop. Let me finish my sentence about how you're interrupting me. You guys are running so much interference for each other that I literally can't respond to any single point without either that person themselves saying they didn't say what they just said or somebody else coming in to translate, aka change the subject. So
Hey, you're okay, pup.
Like,
I hear that other dog barking.
All this started because Pixie asked me my position, I thought. And I'm trying to say, I think that or me saying, here's your two main contentions with me, and I would like to respond to both of them, but I feel like I haven't been able to do that. So instead of having a bunch of mini arguments, can we just accept that we do have a professional relationship with Stephen? That relationship was not formalized. It has not been made explicit until maybe right now, me saying this. It does not have clear terms and boundaries. There are no protections in place for people who enter Stephen's orbit. Orbiters do tend to be fans. They tend to be people who really admire Stephen and love Stephen and look up to Stephen. They enter into his orbit. It's a great honor to be here. And this primes people, along with the not informal nature and along with Stephen's not irresponsible, but like the like I'll willingness to wrestle in the mud or wanting to wrestle in the mud with you. All of this, I think, combines to create a situation where no one is really advocating for the orbiters. And so I want to stand up and say, like, look, I think this financial
Uncomfortable, but he's right here. This is like correct, whether or not this is what should be happening or not. I could understand both sides of the debate there, but he's right about what is happening.
A relationship exists is very real. A lot of us are actually dependent on you for paying rent, and I think that introduces a lot of power imbalances that I want to talk about.
He's not here right now, by the way.
Dan, why am I here?
Oh, sorry. I don't know.
That's fine. I think he already knows what I'm saying anyway. Then the second part is my psychology. So if you want to talk about how you think I feel over entitled, I can see why you're saying that. I think there's a couple things I'll speak to on that. One, my bar for expressing anger is pretty low. So for Steven to get to the point where he's going to come on a stream and say, like, listen, I'm here, I want to talk to you because I'm angry at you, he would have to be apoplectic in order to get to that point.
He'd have
I'm
to
much
be
more
what?
open, very angry.
Oh, okay.
I'm much more open about my feelings. So I can be feeling
apoplectic, probably
something less than what you're imagining, in order to tell somebody, like, hey, I'm angry at you. And then what's the other part? You're talking about how I'm entitled and flipping out, main character syndrome.
Yeah, that's pretty fair to say. If there's one person I can count on to tell me that they're angry with me, I would say that Mrgirl would be a very very good candidate for that.
I think I'm also much more willing to have conflict. So for me,
No.
there's been a lot of professional
No.
situations in my life where
You're
What?
not willing to have conflict, because to be willing to have conflict, you would need you'd need to allow the other person to have conflict with you, and you very much do not want to let Steven have conflict with
this
you.
is how I see myself, despite
Okay.
Cherry's assessment of me. I think that I am more willing to.
I also have to
conflict
go
with
do a
most
thing.
people,
And
and I think
sorry,
it
I
gives
didn't mean to
people
scare
the
you. I was gonna wait till All Rounder was gonna be here, but I have to go do a thing. I don't know if I have to go before he gets here. We'll wait and see.
Okay, I think he's be here in like 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'll be here. I'll be here muted until he gets here.
All right, I appreciate it.
impression that I am more entitled or think things are worse than they are. I don't think what Steven is doing is like horrific. I don't think it's really his fault that he's been thrust into this role. I don't think he wants the responsibility, but I think he wants the benefit of having orbiters, and I think that should carry with it responsibility. In my eyes, it does.
Okay, I have a question. It seems like you have put Steven in an impossible situation to win because, again, first of all, he didn't ask for this responsibility, yet it seems like you have hoisted it upon him. So if he decides, hey, guess what? I don't want this responsibility of dealing with orbiters. I'm not talking to any more orbiters on stream, et cetera, like where this is done. What's going to happen to you, Max?
I'll just fall back on being a rapper.
Okay.
What do you mean? What do you mean? What's
He's
going to
right,
happen to me?
though.
Like, yeah, it would
That's what
suck.
happened.
I would be sad. It would hurt my career, but that I understand. That's fine.
Okay.
Like, again, if Walmart wants to be like, listen, I can't stop hitting my employees, so I guess we have to shut down because we can't stop beating the employees. That's fine. If he cannot. If he does not want to or cannot treat his orbiters well, then yeah, I guess I think he shouldn't have them. But that's not what I want.
Can I challenge you on something, Max? Because
Sure.
I've heard much of your criticism of Steven.
Okay.
He's irresponsibly platforming other people and now irresponsibly managing his orbiters. What is responsible that he's doing?
What is responsible?
Yeah.
I don't
what
like
is-
Cherry.
What is a good thing that happens on this stream besides you having a career?
What is a good thing that happens on the stream aside from me having a career? He is very fair and understanding of people's different perspectives and empathetic and intelligent. 92% of the time.
I don't think that his opinion
pretty
there
good.
holds up to his current
I
one.
have a question. I have more questions for you.
He's doing a way better job of steering the ship than any of you would. So I'm like, look, I think that I'm not saying that I think anyone else is more qualified to do this than he is. I think most people in his situation would end up being abusive to some degree. I think that's just part of having power.
Okay. What I know you kind of like touched upon it earlier, but I really got to know the specifics of what does orbiter responsibility exactly look like for you? Because so far the things that you have been describing, at least from an outsider perspective, seems kind of unfair, if not just like completely unfair. So maybe
I
I'm
haven't
just
even made, but I haven't made any prescriptions. I don't know what
exactly.
you-
I'm saying what it looks like you're alluding to. So that's why I'm asking.
I haven't made any prescriptions yet. Exactly. What is she talking about? Oh, you're in the VC? Okay, cool. Let me pull you in. All-rounder, have I ever heard your voice before?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so either. It's nice to hear from you.
Yeah, nice to hear from you too.
Hello.
Thank you. Oh, yeah, I have this popped out. Okay. You both going camless? That's totally fine if you are.
Yeah, I am.
Okie doke.
Same here.
Alrighty. You guys go ahead and hash this. I'll just step in if I think something needs clarifying or whatever.
You can moderate if you want, but I feel like you can just step in whenever you want. You don't have to act as a moderator. Because it's not a debate to me. I just want
I wasn't really thinking of it as a debate, really.
Okay.
I wasn't thinking of it as a debate either. I'm also having a hard time figuring out where you're coming from.
Okay, so my perspective is that when you're romantically into someone, you're in a relationship with them, they're into you as well. When they sleep with someone else, that makes you feel inadequate or unwanted or unloved, something along those lines. It's like an insecurity. We don't have to use that word. It just makes you feel unloved or inadequate or something along those lines. Even if we had a device that could zap your brain and make you think that poly is the morally correct thing to do, you have to be in a poly relationship. Your brain literally thinks it's okay. That's what you need to do. It would still hurt you if they slept with someone else.
Oh, wait, that's not true, for sure. I'm polyamorous and it doesn't bother me.
No. I'm saying most mono people would feel to have this insecurity within them.
Yeah, but I have the zapped brain. That's what I'm saying.
I know that.
My brain is zapped.
That's what I was telling them. Like, yeah, that you're an amazing exception that is perfectly like secure and wouldn't feel bad at all. Like, literally, you feel good if they sleep with someone else, maybe because you're like, oh,
If
that's
they wanted
nice.
to, sure, yeah.
So do you get my point, Samek?
I don't think that's an insecurity though. I think that's nature.
We don't have to call it insecurity. I call it you feel inadequate when your partner sleeps with someone else. I don't know what word you can use other than insecurity there, but we don't have to use that word.
It is insecurity. It's just a loaded term, so it feels weird to hear it, I think.
Maybe. I think so. That's why I hate using that term, because people will be like, no, I'm not insecure.
Yeah,
It's like
I think,
it's
a
very
a lot of people apply it to themselves, right?
It's a very reasonable insecurity. Like almost everyone is like this. Like almost all of the world is mono, and most of them are going to be insecure if their partner sleeps with someone else.
People get really insecure when you accuse them of being insecure.
And when if you say, like, let's say someone enters a relationship with someone else, they feel horrible if their partner touches a person of the opposite gender. They feel horrible, right? That's an extreme insecurity, but we're way more okay with the insecurity of like, oh, if they sleep with someone, that's gonna feel horrible, right?
I think
So
touching
it's
is
more-
fine, but like sleeping is like sleeping with someone else is a way bigger issue. No.
Yeah, so that insecurity is so much more understandable to you, and that's why you don't want to call it an insecurity. That's fine to me. I just think it's on the same spectrum as someone feeling bad when your partner touches someone of the opposite gender. It's on the same spectrum. It's way more extreme insecurity, of course, but it's still along the spectrum of insecurity where you feel inadequate because your partner does something sexual with someone else.
I think what happens when somebody sleeps with somebody, even if you think that most people like would feel bad about it, even if like they're polyamorous, I think what's happening there is this person isn't thinking so much like, oh, it's bad that they slept with somebody else, but what they're really thinking is, what's wrong with me? Why are they doing that with somebody else when I'm here? What's wrong with me? It becomes a statement about themselves instead of about the other person.
It's not even fully conscious. You just feel horrible,
Correct.
and maybe if you really, really, really dig down, then you can be like, oh, maybe they just inherently feel like something is wrong with them or inadequate or something when their partner sleeps with someone else.
But I think, like I said, that's like nature. I think both parties, like regardless of gender, they both feel that way.
Okay. See,
So
see how when we get to this point where I'm trying to get you to understand, you'll say but, and then you'll say what you believe. But all I've been interested this whole time is to get you to understand what I believe. And can you explain that? Can you steel man what I believe?
You believe that people are mono relationships are insecure when they come in contact with sleep with another party.
I'll slightly adapt it to most people in mono relationships are insecure because an indicative of that is they can't handle when someone sleeps with them. Like even if you get rid of all the negative, all the externalities, like monogamous, we're in a sanctity, we're in a relationship that's like we have to only sleep with each other. If we sleep with someone else, that's breaking the sanctity of marriage or something.
Mhm.
Even if you didn't believe in anything like that, it would still hurt you.
That's true, but actually,
That's fine. That's all
that's
I
true.
wanted to.
I see where you're coming from. That is true. Like
That was
I
all
wouldn't
I was
even
trying to
argue
say this
against
whole
it.
time. That's literally all I've been trying to say this whole time. Every time I bring up a hypothetical like $1 million, it was to show this specific point. So
But
whenever you guys were saying, you know, oh, I believe in the sanctity of marriage, so I still wouldn't do that if you gave me $1 million. I'm like, oh shit, okay, I gotta change the hypo now, because you've got a thing that I didn't even consider. Like, damn, like you wouldn't go for $1 million? Fine. What about like killing your parents? And even then, Drazi, when I said, if your parents are gonna die unless your partner sleeps with someone else, he was like, oh, all parents die eventually. Everyone dies. So yeah, fuck it. And I was
that's
like,
true.
Jesus Christ, I have to choose another hypo again. Like, do you see why
I'm quite sure that most parents. I'm again trying to come from an Islamic lens where
You think most
this
parents would be
kind
like,
of
I'd rather die than have your partner cheat on you?
He would say yes. His parents would say that.
I'm
Oh,
sure my
god
parents would.
damn.
I'm sure a lot of Muslim parents would.
They
But
think
anyways,
that
I'm not-
their
I'm
partner
not
cheating
judging-
them is
I'm
more
not judging
valuable than
that
a living
belief.
parent? Like, you really
So
think
hang on.
that? Okay, continue.
I was just saying, like, I'm not judging any of these beliefs, but do you get why I have to make the hypos extreme? Because I don't consider that you guys are going to bring up stuff like, yeah, it's fine for my parents to die. Like, okay, then the point that I'm trying to convey with my hypo isn't coming across. So every time I was trying to change the hypos, you guys, what are you doing? You're making it more extreme, and then you time me out. Like,
I didn't time you out.
no, he timed me out. But you guys don't understand why I'm making the hypos more extreme. Like, do you get it now at least?
At
Like,
a certain
why was I
point, it
making the
becomes
hypos
finding out how big is this to you? Because if parents dying, like, then now I really got to know, like, how far does this extend out to? Like, there's like, I would assume that like you have to have like a certain curiosity at that point when somebody exceeds your expectations.
Drazi, I still don't think he understands. I want him to steel man why he thinks I'm going more extreme with the hypos. I don't think he
sure.
understands me still. Can you try steel manning that?
Are you looking for a response from me?
Yeah. I'm saying, why do you think I'm going more and more extreme with my hypos? Like, you guys were very not happy that I was going extreme and extreme. I want you to understand why was I doing that. I want you to explain that to me.
I just didn't like the extremes because
No, wait. Wait. This all goes away. This all stops. He's just asking you, could you imagine if I'm saying, like, right now, like, if you can tell me why he said that, then like you win $100 or whatever. So like the objective here right now is just to basically pretend you're him and explain to me and the audience what he was doing when he was getting more and more extreme. You're him right now. Argue the reason why you had to be more and more extreme. That's what he's looking for. So that way he can see if you understood him. He doesn't care if you agree with him. He just wants to see that you understood.
I do not understand. I do not understand.
Oh,
by the way, I said from
one of the hypos went from $1 million to sleep with my partner to parents dying to sleep with my partner to these are not the same things.
Okay, let me help you. Let me help you then.
The results are not the same either.
Let me try and help you understand. When I use the $1 million
You
dollar
mentioned
hypothetical,
externalities as well.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
changed the externality, so it doesn't.
Let me try and explain. When I use $1 million hypothetical, all I'm trying to achieve is a scenario where your partner sleeps with a stranger, and does that hurt you, regardless of it being a sanctity of marriage where you can't break that contract? It's just inherently unbreakable. All of that shit goes away. Does it hurt you to sleep with when your partner sleeps with a stranger? So the $1 million hypothetical didn't achieve that because you'd actually take the $1 million, right? So I no longer am interested in that hypo because you would literally choose the money over the sex. All I'm interested in is, does that sex with a stranger hurt you inherently, make you feel inadequate? Okay, so I've switched the hypothetical now. I'm like, okay, wait, you would go for the $1 million. Let me switch it to a more extreme hypo where maybe you will go for the sex, your partner having sex. So I was like, parents dying, and you still choose the parents dying. So I'm like, fuck, I gotta change the hypo again. So I changed it to kids dying, and then at that point, I think you guys like, oh, I don't want to engage with this anymore. Do you get why I'm going more extreme now?
Yeah, but the parents dying has nothing to do with insecurity.
If
So
you
does the kid
value
dying.
your parents'
doesn't
life.
have.
Well, yeah, it's true. The parents dying don't
Stop
align
being-
if you
stop
hate your
being-
parents.
Stop being a hypothetical about being insecure if the partner has sex, to being a moral issue of should people die if your partner has sex.
No,
Well,
what
it
I'm
was
trying
never
to
should people die.
what I'm trying to get to in that hypo.
I mean,
is,
that's what it ended up becoming. But yeah.
listen, what I'm trying to get you to do in the hypo is to choose the situation where you sleep with your partner, and when you choose that situation, I'm going to ask you further questions upon that, right? So let's say like, your brain is zapped and you think poly is the way to go, right? In that hypo, your partner sleeps with a stranger. Does that inherently hurt you? Like, that's all I'm interested in. Does it inherently hurt you for your partner?
Assuming my brain is zapped.
Yeah.
No.
Okay. Let's just say I don't believe that. I think I accept that as your perspective, but I think that it's.
You just said my brain is zapped.
Hang on. Wait. I've seen this. I've watched too much Mrgirl to see this shit happen. Right now, he's not saying that you're lying. He's saying he doesn't believe it. Like, he thinks you're telling the truth, but you just don't understand how that would affect you. That's it.
Yeah. So what I meant by the brain zapped is that
he's not saying you're lying.
Let's imagine you're religious, but the other way. Like, you think poly is the way to go, but that doesn't mean you still don't have this deep down hurt feeling when someone sleeps with someone else. You can have the religious belief that I need to be poly, but it still hurts you when when they sleep with someone else. So I think that people have this thing deep within them where they feel inadequate and hurt and unloved when their partner sleeps with someone else, no matter what beliefs you have, even if you think it's completely okay to be poly. Even I have that. I think it's completely okay to be poly, and it
what
hurts
if
me.
the partner sleeps with the other party in the past versus in the present and future? Does it matter then?
What do you mean, does it matter then? I think less people would be insecure about that. Less people would feel hurt by that. That's a more extreme insecurity compared to you are in a relationship with someone and they are into you, they say they're into you, and yet they're still going and sleeping with another person, compared to before when they didn't even maybe know you, or they weren't into you, you guys weren't into each other. It's just different. It's a more insecure reaction to feel hurt by that.
I can agree with that, but I also, assuming, like, let's say polyamory is the norm, right?
Yeah.
Then why would I feel that insecurity then?
What do you mean? It's I don't know. Okay, let's say someone let's say
Are we
someone.
losing on the
It-
word
it- it's
inherently?
Hang on,
consistent. It's consistent with what you're
I mean,
saying in that.
I can explain perfectly. Let's say someone grew up and just feels really, really unloved, and they're really insecure. Okay, and their partner holds hands with another person of the opposite gender. Okay, they might conceptually understand, like, wait, that's incredibly insecure for me to tell them to stop holding each other's hand. I think it's fine if they hold each other's hand. Yet it still hurts me. Like, why? Why is it hurting me? I think that happens when you're, even if your brain was zapped, you'd still be like, huh, it hurts. I know it's fine, logically, but it just still hurts me.
Oh, what about...
That is what I believe.
So I guess I think there's a really good way to frame what you're saying. So imagine if polyamory was the norm, because I think even I would get, I would be able to understand, like, I would feel this too. Imagine if, like, every single person on the planet essentially was polyamorous, and you had a partner, and they're just like, yeah, I know that we're supposed to be, like, I don't care if you do or whatever, but, like, I literally couldn't even imagine being, like, I'm so into you. Like, I think about you when I'm, no matter what I'm doing, like, it just seems like it would be, like, illogical for me to even bother sleeping with another person, because it's not going to do anything for me. Like, that would be, that you'd feel like the king shit. If you had, like, the only partner that said that, you'd get a huge ego boost from that. So it's sort of the inverse of that. Like, if you'd feel good about that, then he's saying you would feel bad if, you know, to some degree, if that was happening in the normal, the way everybody else is engaging with polyamory. I think that's what he's saying.
So in that case, you would be practicing monogamy then. No?
She would be, just because she's just so fucking into you. Yeah, she'd be breaking the societal norm because she just couldn't help it. Like, she'd be...
But that's... But they'd still be poly. It would be allowed. They're just so into this person, they don't want to fuck anyone else. They're literally purely focused on that person just because they're so into them.
They don't even want to do anything else but fuck you.
But that's poly, though, right? Because it's allowed. You're just not... It's open to you.
Yeah.
Don't. You're so into them. That's pretty much what's been happening with, like, my partner and I. Like, we're so into each other that we just don't go for others. Like, we're allowed
but you're allowed to?
We haven't.
Oh!
Yeah.
That's fucking cool.
So it's an open relationship?
I guess. I don't know what you'd want to call it. Basically, we talk through whatever we do. Like, oh, we're seeing another person. Is this okay? And we'd be like, yeah, it kind of hurts, but
It's
yeah, go for
polyamorous
it.
if they can have romantic interests. It's open if it's just sex.
They can have interests as well.
Yeah, okay.
I want to say one thing, by the way, Samek. Do you think, I get that you would say that you wouldn't feel insecure if your brain was zapped and you'd be poly. You'd think poly was okay, but do you think other people, like, do you think most people that are mono, if you zap their brain to think that poly is the right way to go, would they still feel hurt when their partner sleeps with someone else?
I think if I was younger, I would be, but...
Not you, in general, like the average person. That's mono.
Again, like, I'm older and I've had some experience, so I have no problems with it. And I think people that I engage with, the general population that I engage with also wouldn't be against it. They wouldn't feel anything.
Okay.
No, it a little bit, maybe a little bit, like a tinge, you know.
Okay. Okay. So you just believe people are way more secure than I believe. That's fair.
I'm with you, though.
I think so.
I think I've actually said too. I think that monogamous people are honestly just too weak to be polyamorous. Like, it's just literally like they just literally couldn't emotionally handle it, and that's the main reason why they don't. That I think that if you engage in that, you're going to torture yourself with all kinds of like scenarios playing on your insecurities. But for me, I care way more about love.
I was literally, actually, I didn't lie. I just kind of forgot to, I guess, express this or say this. But I was in, like, while I was in this relationship, I was like kind of romantic with someone. They were, they had the stance that, yeah, we should be poly. Like, whenever I'm in a relationship, I have crushes on other people, so I can't do mono. But then, and so we were kind of talking to each other romantically, and she was seeing other people. but she could not handle me, like, you know, not giving her enough attention, or maybe speaking to my partner too much, or spending time with other girls and stuff. And so eventually we were just like, okay, maybe we can't do this. I think a lot of people are like this. A lot of people would want to be a poly, but they just can't handle it. It just hurts them way too much. They have
really
nothing
funny.
against
Because you
poly.
can see how you could do it. You're like, I understand that I love them and that I can have feelings for other people, but we can't seem to. But most people can't seem to understand how other people could do it.
Yeah,
it's really funny how that works. It's like when somebody cheats and they
totally
still love the
understand
person.
and
That's totally
agree.
a thing.
I totally understand and agree. I was just coming at you in terms of like Islam, because in Islam, obviously, like the man is allowed to have those polyamorous relationships.
Polygamous, right? Just to be clear.
Yes,
Okay.
polygyny. But the woman is not allowed to practice polygyny. I do believe like Islam has many rules in place so that certain moral qualms don't come about. That's just how the religion is set, and it's just based on faith.
Yeah. I understand all of that. Like, this whole time I was just trying to make a specific point, which is that people feel inadequate when their partner sleeps with someone else, regardless of what your beliefs are. You can remove everything, strip away everything, and they would still, you know, everything, like stuff like religion and your belief that you have to stay monogamous and all those things, and it would still hurt them.
That is true.
I totally get like the religious points of like, yeah.
That is true. Even in Islam, where it's like there are polygamous men and like mono women relationships. The woman will generally like keep that insecurity of, oh, am I not enough?
Yeah.
Oh man, that's something that's come up in relationships that I've had that were like, I wasn't sure if they were gonna be able to go or not because like I'm polyamorous as fuck. It's so crazy, the idea like, am I not enough? But then I like I've had women like address this but then deciding to go along with it. But like the things that have always made me not feel enough is like I need to talk about my feelings without me having to deal with like your insecurities about what I'm saying. And or like without you shutting me down or interrupting me because I just need to get my feelings out, and then we can talk about whatever you want to talk about. Like, that makes me feel like I'm not enough. That's the things that makes me feel insecure about a relationship. And like to think of it as like the kinds of feelings that people are just always going to have no matter what, that are naturally arising as somehow a judgment on me, seems so crazy. But we tend to put up with, like, as people, we tend to put up with partners that don't accept our emotions if it makes them uncomfortable. Like this scene, it feels really backwards to me. Does that make sense?
Makes sense to me, of course. But we already understand each other. Or maybe have the same beliefs, maybe.
Yeah, I'm like 99% sure it's your partner's the one that I talked to about religion, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. That was one of the coolest religious conversations I've had in a really, really long time. So yeah, I imagine that you're probably a pretty good communicator.
Yeah, I think so.
Because I've only ever seen you in chat, but I know your partner. She's a pretty good communicator, which most people in this space are good at communicating to their audience and not always so great at communicating to other creators.
I think she was maybe worse. Honestly, it sounds bad, but Mrgirl helped me a lot to just be way more direct.
Oh, sure.
And I knew of Mrgirl before I met my partner, so I kind of was in that Mrgirl, super direct as fuck, and just saying what you feel, even if it's negative. and so I think that influenced her a lot to be just way more direct. Don't get me wrong. Now I'm less like, like, oh, I'm angry at you, like something like Mrgirl might do, or he might like shout or
Oh
something.
God,
I won't
I
do that
love
sort of
saying
stuff.
that. I love
Yeah, fair.
saying I'm angry with you because it just feels
Yeah.
so much better than like what we would say, like what we would colloquially refer to as getting angry with a person. Like expressing your anger in like an unhealthy or like intimidating or threatening way, to just be able to say I'm angry with you. It feels so clean.
Yeah. But there's two different things here, though. Like, there's one anger where you're like, I'm angry, and I feel justified in my anger. And then there's another one where you're like, I'm angry, but I recognize that it's kind of like an insecure. I guess anger is always insecure, but like I'm angry, but it's less understandable. Let's say, like
No, see, I don't feel like that.
I'm moody today. I'm moody today, and she comes home and tells me, "Oh, you haven't cleaned this." I'm like, "Oh, that annoyed me that you said that." It's because I recognize that that's perfectly fine for her to say that. I'm just in a moody state that makes me angry, compared to she comes and like pushes me or something. I'm like, wait, I'm angry and I feel justified. Like, what the fuck?
Oh yeah,
You know
if
what
I
I
say
mean?
I'm angry with you, it would be like you did something that hurts me, and it's making me feel like anger. But if I'm being like bitchy, I'll just be like I'm sorry, it's not even you. I'm just having a really hard time. I'm sorry for taking it out on you. I say shit like that. I literally talk the way like a therapist would tell you to talk to your partner. Like I swear
See,
to God.
I would say in that situation, like, I'm angry, but I'm kind of moody.
Or I'll say like I'm mad, but I'm not
maybe
mad at you. So I'm sorry if I took a tone.
Something like that, yeah.
Because I don't want you to
Exactly,
think that
yeah,
it's
yeah.
about you. It's
she
not.
does that all the time as well.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think
it's
that's
easy
super
to-
fucking healthy.
Yeah. It's easy to, though, kind of always lean into that. Just always be like, oh, it's just me. Instead of just like kind of being like, no, actually, I'm angry.
Yeah, I think
not
it's
just-
really disarming for people because most people like to be passive aggressive and express their anger in a way that like gives them an escape from actually owning it. That's why I like saying like I'm angry. Like when you did this to me, it made me feel really angry at you, and I'm still angry.
All rounder. Actually, I'm curious. You mentioned that you were Muslim in chat.
I come from a Muslim family.
You come from a
I
Muslim
am
family,
not
right?
Muslim. I put that up to my dad. He's an atheist, and when I was
Mhm.
young, he kind of. I kept going at him, like I kept being like, "Why are you not religious? You're gonna go to hell." And I kept saying all the shit to him, and then eventually he just started like explaining his perspective, and I kind of just maybe I was just looking up to him a lot, and I just.
Did
believed
he
what
break
believed.
away from Islam?
I think. Yeah, he did. He did. He was very much brought up as a Muslim.
That's
but yeah.
bigger than a Christian becoming an atheist, because that shit happens every day. That's big.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
crazy.
that is
because
pretty big.
He's in a community of so many Muslim people, and he's pretty directly tells them like, "Oh, I'm not Muslim."
Because like a
it's,
Christian
crazy
becoming
how he stands
atheist,
up.
their family's annoyed with
I mean,
them. They're irritated by them. But if you're Muslim and you become an atheist, like you might not be family anymore. Like it's a way bigger deal.
Yeah, it is a big deal. Yeah.
It's a big deal because I think in the Quran it says like, obviously you have to believe in Allah, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's one of the pillars of Islam. It's like you have to believe in the one
To
God.
be fair, it's
right?
the same in Christianity too. Like if you don't, you're not a Christian. That's how you define it.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, you have to believe
I can
in
see how
Jesus.
family dinners can be all awkward.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for Christians, family dinners are awkward. In Islam, like, I'd be like, was he scared at first? That seems so. It's like almost revolutionary to break away from that. If you have like a whole Muslim family, like your parents and all your siblings.
Again, it's like totally fine as well because like ultimately it is your life and you are supposed to make the choices that are best fit for you. Again, like if it's set for him, he'll come back to Islam. If not, he won't. Like it's to him.
I think I would say he probably did get a bit scared, but he's always done that sort of thing. Like when he was young, people like in Bangladesh. This is where I'm from.
Assalamualaikum, Bhaiya.
Assalamualaikum, walaikum salam. Sorry, yeah.
Which
Everyone.
village?
Sorry.
Which village?
Which village? Oh no, it was just Dhaka.
Dhaka?
Born in Dhaka. I don't know where my. You might know my grand. Are you Bangladeshi?
Bangladeshi.
You might know my dad. My
Philippines.
granddad. Nice. You know
Damn, bro.
Kanata Rahman? Do you know him?
I'm sorry?
Khan Ataur Rahman, do you know him?
I probably don't. I'm
Okay,
in
okay,
the
no worries,
US.
no
I'm in the
worries.
US.
Yeah, fair. Anyways, yeah, he's like a very famous person back in the day.
I can't
But,
believe that you even
yeah.
exist. I'm under the impression that everybody in Bangladesh fucking dies of cancer from not having access to clean water. When I was in high school, I read about it, and I was like, I legitimately looked into like, how do you start a nonprofit? Because I was so horrified at just how many people get cancer from arsenic in the water in Bangladesh. That is the only thing I know about Bangladesh because I was terrified to learn anything else. It is that is one of the scariest facts I've ever read in my whole entire life.
I unfortunately have to go right now. This was actually a really cool combo. You guys haven't brought up some great points.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was nice meeting you, man. Have a good one.
It was good to have the gap bridged. I gotta ask you, since is it overstated?
How bad Bangladesh is?
For cancer from arsenic contaminated water, specifically.
I don't know anything about that. It could be true. I'm not knowledgeable enough. I haven't heard about that.
Of all the answers, I was not prepared for that one.
Yeah, it's people
Shit,
that
it might be.
people that are well off in Bangladesh can do good for themselves. Like it's like,
is it like two
the
separate
poor people
like
are
worlds?
incredibly yeah exactly. Like it's pretty, you're pretty good. Like you have a lot of like good I don't know, properties and like restaurants and stuff. You're gonna have a good life if you're rich. But
I assume it would be like if you're from like Sierra Leone and you have money.
Population. Yeah, there's just
you have
when you go to Bangladesh,
it is
you're gonna see
literally a
millions of
different
people.
world.
Yeah, you're gonna see millions of people in the streets like homeless, and like at the same time you're gonna see like houses that are like massive, like, you know, multiple employees.
Yeah, it's gonna sound so terrible, but like I worked for a guy who had to go. Like I ran his business while he was in Sierra Leone, and I've seen pictures and video and like talked to him. It basically like the people are they're like mosquitoes. You just keep your windows up when you're around them.
Yeah, pretty much.
So that way they don't literally pick at you.
You're literally like walking past 6 to 7 year olds that are like trying to sell you candy or like cigarettes sometimes, and
Or
you just have
just
to ignore them.
Begging.
And like when
straight
someone
up.
from abroad comes, like I've got like half white cousins, they'd come, they'd be like, holy shit, these poor people, and they'd give them like the equivalent of like for them it's 100 taka in Bangladesh, which is like $1, but for them that's an unbelievable amount, and they'd give them that, and then
That's probably a big
everyone would
mistake,
swarm,
isn't it? Yeah.
yeah, everyone would swarm the car and be like, oh my god, I want money.
Yeah, my
But,
boss
yeah,
is
like-
very obviously Lebanese. Like, well, he's very obviously Middle Eastern. He's Lebanese. But because they knew he had money, he was white man, straight up.
Yeah.
Because it was
Yeah.
synonymous with you have money. And if they rolled down the car windows, people would just like flood to the car and stick their hands through the windows and shit.
Yeah.
He also got malaria in his fucking head while he was there. And a guy who worked with him texted me thinking that I was his wife because he just thought that that was the only person that he texted. So I had to tell his wife that he had malaria in his fucking head. And I was like, don't Google it. And she's like, I just did. I was like, fuck. It's like 30% chance that you die.
Yeah, really fucked up. And very recently, actually, we had a government or like the head of a government that's been there for 14 years, and it's meant to be democracy, but they completely turned into a corrupt, pretty much dictatorship, where they like threw political opponents in prison, like maybe assassinated some of them.
It's because the country's too poor, right?
Election. Yeah, I guess so.
Like the people, the bulk of the people just don't have the financial means to enforce their own rights, right?
I think so, yeah. And then eventually, yeah, like the better off population that actually can articulate themselves and like make like reasonable demands and stuff, they started doing this like because of a specific thing that the government doing. Like students that were like pretty well educated, that going to university, they started protesting, and then the government started shooting down some people.
I was literally
and then-
thinking if your average citizen can't afford a gun, you're probably not going to have a fair election.
Yeah, and so they started shooting down people, and then they started protesting even more. And then they started doing like a full-on lockdown, and anyone that was seen outside they'd shoot down. And because the government has like pretty much goons that they can just like army people that are really
monopoly
bad
of
that they
power.
can just throw out. Yeah, that they throw out, and they were like shoot anyone that's outside. And because these people are so evil, or maybe just willy-nilly happy to kill, they saw some kids on the roof of a house and they shot them down, thinking they're breaking the curfew. We need to shoot them down. So
Yeah.
shit like this was happening, and then actually everyone started protesting, like literally everyone. And eventually the government, like the head of the prime minister, ran away, and we actually managed to get back power. And we've got like the students are like super high up now in the government temporarily, while they try and find like some non-corrupt party to.
Is this right now?
It's literally right now, yeah. Like
Oh my
within the last month.
god.
It's a big thing that's happening.
Do you know anybody who's like a part of this?
Yeah, like a lot of my friends, I guess, were part of the riots. Like they'd go out to protest, but no one, like, I don't know anyone that's like actually, like, the students had like representatives that ended up going and becoming different parts of the government. I don't know anyone like that, but yeah, I know people that joined the protests.
Are you like do you feel like a lot of pride towards them?
Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's like some French Revolution shit.
Yeah, I follow cricket a lot, and a lot of the people in the higher ups in cricket in the organization are people that were put there by the government, like that are in government's favor. All of them have been fired now. Like all of them are gone. It's really fun to see.
What's cricket?
Cricket is a sport.
Oh,
Kind of like
yeah,
baseball.
okay. I was thinking of like it was like a government it's anagram or something. Yeah,
Yeah.
of course. You mean the thing that if I wasn't overthinking it would mean.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I just wanted to circle back to it because I don't know what else to say about that. It is incredible. The thing that I got the most from watching Mrgirl, the way I talk, is he's like one of the first people I've ever seen. Well, one of the first men I've ever seen who's made it really clear that like it is okay for you to share your feelings. Like you have the right to speak them. Like obviously you can't make people, but it's okay to just do that.
Mm-hmm.
And you should feel like it's okay.
Yeah, I 100% agree. That was a big thing as well, where I would just be like, "Oh, this is a shitty, insecure feeling. I don't need to put this on the other person." Whereas then I was like, "Oh, like it's such a vulnerable thing when they can hear that what you say, what feeling you have, and they don't have to make it about themselves. They can be like, okay, let me understand why you feel that way," and then they understand.
Because he doesn't seem insecure or weak when he does it, right?
Yeah, it doesn't. It's just like you're giving them a window into what you feel. Like before Mrgirl, maybe I just wouldn't want them to see that.
Yeah, I think he does a good job of showing you what it looks like. Instead of what's in your head, how you think you're going to look, you can see what it actually looks like. And it's respectable.
Mm-hmm. Like, I want to know that, right? Like, I want to know when someone is feeling negatively towards me or something, even if they think it's insecure of them to feel that.
Yeah, because if you try to stop him, like, how should he? Like, that's like a really bad feeling, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. When I try telling him that I think he helps people, that's the big part of what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot of people, like I've seen on the subreddit recently, someone was like, "Oh, I stopped watching you a long time ago, but I got a lot out of you. Like, I started being way more direct with people. Even people that just watch him for a bit and then stop, even they have, like, it can impact them quite a lot."
There's quite an appeal to finding your voice.
Yeah. Yeah, I gotta go now. Right? No worries. Yeah, my lunch break is finished, so I gotta go now.
All right. Well, it was really nice to have you. Yeah, nice to chat, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks again
have
for the
a good rest of
dono.
your stream.
You too. Enjoy lunch.
See ya.
See ya. All right. So now I'm gonna cut back into The bridge
I'm not
burning.
looking to- okay, here's my prescription. I think that
Oh, wait, I
Steven
can't full screen
should
that.
acknowledge the power imbalance, and I think he should take that acknowledgement into account when having interpersonal commentary or interpersonal conflict with people, and when getting feedback about it. I think it's really messy and confusing and really, really difficult to do all of these roles at once, and I don't think it's fair to expect that he'd do that. So what I think should happen is I think he should be really open to feedback. I think anybody who says like, hey, I think you're mistreating your orbiters, I think you're mistreating me, I think he should take a big step back when somebody says that and say, oh, I have this rule with my girlfriend. We have a rule in our relationship that usually when we're having a conflict, we acknowledge explicitly whose turn is it to talk about their side. Usually it's a bad idea if we both try to talk about our feelings. So we say, okay, you're going to talk about your feelings, that's fine. You're the one who brought up the thing. If you're the first person to say I'm angry or I'm upset with you, then it's your turn. Go ahead. You get to talk about it. I will do my best to listen to you and make space for your narrative and your feelings. Even if I think everything you're saying is a lie, I will just look through your eyes. But there is a catch. If either of us says, I think you're being abusive, the other person has to stop. Whatever role you're in, when you make an abuse allegation, however minor, I think you're being abusive, the other person has to say,
oh no,
okay, why? Why do you think I'm being abusive? Why did you say that?
Shit.
It's an automatic timeout. And I think it would be good to have something like that in Steven's orbiter
God damn
relationships.
it, hang on a minute. My headphone did a thing. Let's turn it back on. And I can't hear the stream. Shit. Oh.
Steven doesn't want to
There we go.
acknowledge his power, and I think that...
Don't know why you keep saying that when
That's not true. Yeah, like this is another thing. You keep saying like, oh,
Okay.
I want him to acknowledge.
I
what's
think
going
Steven
on.
has not acknowledged his power sufficiently, and I think...
How? In what way?
Literally-
Wait. In what way have I? I'm just curious because we can just solve that one real quick.
Because when Pixie starts pushing back on me and saying, "Oh, he didn't formally blah blah," what you should have done, I think, is you should have jumped in and been like, "No, let's be real here. I don't think of myself as your boss, but like, yeah, I have a fucking shitload of power over you. Go ahead, Max.
Well,
or go ahead,
but
Pixie.
obviously I have power.
Bite
But
the bullet.
well, that's not a. The problem is the not being the. First of all, no, I wouldn't say that I'm your boss. At all.
I know.
In any size, shape, or
I know.
form. And you wouldn't agree with that either, because it doesn't make any sense, right? Because
wait, in any way, shape, or form, that's not true. You
correct.
have
In any
power
way,
with
shape, or form.
professional and financial power. Over
Professional financial power does not make somebody's boss. It could be a interpersonal
It's
relationship.
part of it. Wait, you
No,
said in any way,
a
shape, or
part
form. It's
necessary but not sufficient doesn't make it necessary and sufficient, right?
I'm not saying you're literally actually my boss, but in some ways you are.
No, not at all.
Okay, well, so if you want to be responsible with your power, you should just bite the bullet and say, yeah, I get what you mean.
I understand what you mean, but what you're saying is wrong. I can be
yes,
charitable.
I
and
think you
I
shouldn't
have
say
some
that.
level
I
of.
think you shouldn't say.
Okay,
I think you shouldn't do that. I've had this problem with you since our second conversation, where I was like, "Hey, at any point, are we gonna acknowledge the extreme power differential between us?" And you were basically just like, "No, you can talk about
Hold
it.
on.
I don't think about it." And I was
No.
like, "You
That
don't
was
think
in-
about how much people benefit. Like all these
You're just
sycophantic suck-ups leeching off you. You don't think about that." And you're like, "No."
Okay, so in that second conversation, that had to that referred to our personal relationship. In which case, I don't think about that much at all. If you want to, that's fine. If it affects you, that's fine. But I don't personally think about it that way. Now you're talking about a professional relationship. So to refer back to that conversation makes absolutely no sense. Okay. Now what we're talking about right now is whether or not I'm your boss. I'm not your boss. Do I have some similarities to your boss? Yeah, sure. And that like I have some like control over your income potentially, or can platform you or employ you in certain ways that makes you more money. Sure. But there's plenty of people in your life that can do that to you that aren't your boss at all. For instance, I might be working for a company as a consultant or whatever, and I've got a relationship with another client, and that guy, whether or not he agrees or disagrees to the offer that I make him, might have a dramatic impact on even whether or not I maintain my job. But that guy's not my boss, right? So I just, that phrase is very strange, because the problem is when you say boss, you're using a form of intuition pumping there, because boss implies some level of consensual obligations between both parties. And you're trying to say, well, you're kind of like my boss because we have these things, and if I agree to it, you're going to use that intuition pump. Okay, well, now you agree you're kind of like my boss. Well, how would it be like if Walmart just fired me out of nowhere or something like that, even though they have the right to do that?
No. I'm not trying to trap you.
You are. You're doing that with that boss phrase. Otherwise, all you could really say is like, oh, well, he's got some power over our income, right? Yeah, of course. You would just say it like that and leave it there. That'd be fair. But when you say boss, you're using boss as an intuition pump to some sort of contractual obligation that we've mutually agreed to, which we haven't really.
No, that's not. I'm referring to the ethics.
The ethics are not existing at all whatsoever here. We don't have a boss employer.
I know that is our that is our contention. I think they exist, and that is why I'm using the word boss.
Okay, let's just have that. Let's have that conversation then. How am I your boss?
I thought you know the ways that I think you're my boss. We both agree on the situation.
Okay, did I hire you? Did we go through any sort of hiring process?
We both agree on every part of this. We don't need to go through this.
Okay, then I'm not your boss then, because I wouldn't say I'm your boss at all.
The only reason I'm using the word is because I think, due to our financial and professional relationship, I think you have certain ethics that you should follow, which you don't think you should follow. That is the argument. We can't.
Well, sure, we can talk about those ethics, but they're not going to be the same as a boss would have.
I think some of them should be.
Some of them could be, sure, but it's not the same as a boss. Some of the ways we act should be the same as like a husband and wife treat each other, but that doesn't mean that we're married. I wouldn't use that term. So yeah, I agree. There might be some similarities to bosses or to girlfriends or to wives or to whatever.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't pretend that you think that our relationship is as similar to husband and wife as it is to boss. It's a lot fucking.
Hold on. It might be more or less similar. I'm just saying that boss is incorrect. Boss does not apply to
husband and wife wouldn't really.
Destiny's saying the husband and wife thing obfuscates what Mrgirl's talking about. I can understand why you'd want to go that way. So say that just overlapping qualities doesn't make it so. But Mrgirl's using the boss analogy for a very specific reason, and I do think that Destiny sidesteps it. She's trying to sidestep it by doing that. I don't think that he's. I think it's on purpose. He's too smart for it to not be on purpose, I think.
There's no point for me to use that comparison. There's a lot of point in me using the comparison of boss.
Yes,
I think you're
and the point is the intuition
leader.
pump of trying to imply that I had some pre-existing contractual agreement with you in terms of our relationship.
I don't. Okay, let me make it clear. We can use a different word.
Sure.
I don't think we have a contractual agreement. I think we have a messy, confusing relationship, including financially and professionally messy and confusing. But in that relationship, I think there is a gigantic power differential where you have more control over me and the course of my life than a boss at Walmart has over his employee. So we don't have to use the word to describe our relationship, but I just want to point out that in relationships where there is much less influence over the worker's life, there's still ethical protections in place, which you seem to shirk entirely.
Well, because ethical obligations are usually things that are at least implicitly agreed to when people enter a sort of relationship with one another.
Well, I think that's what I'm asking you to do. I'm asking you to think about what's ethical here, and I'm asking you to hear me out as I make my case.
Well, sure, and I'll hear you out, and we can think about what's ethical, but you're not asking me to have done it. You're upset because I haven't already done it.
Yeah, that's true. That's why he's upset.
Like, it's not like you're coming to me now and it's like, okay, hey, hold on. If we're going to keep going on this, we should have like a conversation about this. You're upset because you think I've already failed to meet those obligations that I should have already been aware of.
Yeah, I think that's unfair. I think you're right.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think it's unfair to be upset about it. It's more like things are happening that are really upsetting to me, and then as I kind of step back and think like, okay, what the fuck?
It's been so long since I've heard this. I was really glad that Mrgirl agreed to that.
Going on as I try to sort out what's happening between us. Then I'm like, oh, this shouldn't have happened. I think that's not right. And then I'm reframing that as like, okay, I think this is an ethics thing that I think should be talked about. But I agree. The framing that you should have thought about this already is not fair.
Sure, that's fine. And then the only thing I ask then is that, like, when you think about it from reframing it in the way that it feels unfair or whatever, which is totally fair, especially when you're dealing with like massive amounts of hates from other communities, is like the way that I usually approach these types of thoughts is like, well, what if this was universalized? Like, is the expectation that I'm setting here fair for expectations between all people that are in the quote unquote orbiter class is the question.
I think absolutely. So the expectations I would like you to consider are, I think in dealing with interpersonal conflict if you're defining somebody, calling them stupid or immature, or implying that they may be, or allowing others, implying it by being silent. Like if Dan calls Lav a snake, and then you don't say anything.
Just Dan cracks me up. So even the thought of him saying that cracks me up. I feel bad. Just like cackling at that, but
I think
it's just the idea of Dan saying it. I think is funny.
The power of defining the narrative that you have and how much that affects the other.
Yeah, I don't have to think about that. I already know to some extent that that's going to exist. But like, if I would have to formally state it, I would say like, don't ever come here if you're expecting me to be like this stalwart defender of every single person that comes on from an uncharacterization of another person they're talking to. Like, I explicitly don't like intervene in those types of conversations unless somebody's like being unhinged or whatever. That's just not my role. It's never been my role.
I don't think I'm asking you to be a stalwart defender. I think it's more.
If you want me to intervene between a disagreement between Dan and Lav, of course you're asking me to step in and be like Lav's defender. I don't need to step in. Let me describe what I'm asking, and then you can tell me if that is what I'm saying.
There's that thing I mentioned earlier.
To set norms.
Mrgirl's super good at.
What norm are you asking me to set here? That the guests can't insult each other? Like, what norm could I possibly set to make it so that Dan can't call Lav stupid? If Dan thinks Lav is stupid.
I don't think I said that. I said she acted sneaky.
Okay, if Dan says that Lav is snaky, he feels that way. What norm could I possibly set such that Dan can't say that? That I can.
I think a norm of being aware of a dog pile, where if the community is calling Lav snaky, and you're calling her out on her inconsistencies, I think there should be a norm that should be dealt with carefully.
I have a question, Max.
Yeah.
Do you ever think that there could? This is just random, but like,
Just
if
say
there
what you
is a
think. Stop.
situation-
Just say what you think. Please, just say what you think.
Okay, I'm trying.
Just say
Give me a
I
break.
think.
Okay.
I can't
If
stand
there
these
is a
questions.
situation, well, because I'm trying to understand how you think better. I don't want to make a statement where if I'm not completely
Say what you
understanding you
think.
first.
Just say what you think.
If there is a situation where Lav is acting snaky, I think that people should be allowed to call her out on that and say that, right? But it
I
feels
would never accept, in my community, I would never accept snaky as a defined trait that can be fairly applied to a human.
You almost didn't you literally ban her initially and claim that she was a type of pedophile?
I didn't call her a pedophile. I said she was sexualizing minors.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, those are two different things. Well, it's not a
They
smear.
are.
It's like there's a rule
He
that you
didn't
broke.
approve snaky, so he's consistent.
I would never. And like with Lav, I don't think I've insulted Lav. I mean, even Cherry and Stardust in the last week, I don't think I've insulted either of them. I think I've just been like, I believe what they said. I believe that they were confused or had a reaction for whatever reason and made this allegation against me and retracted it. I've not called either.
In all honesty, nobody would have treated them the way Mrgirl did. Mrgirl set an insane example for being a fucking really good human being when that happened. And I still don't think he gets enough credit for it. That is above and beyond what anybody does.
If I was going to call someone snaky, that would have been the time.
One of my happiest moments to be a Mrgirl fan, a Mrgirl defender, was when that happened.
Where I would be tempted to do it, but I wasn't. I didn't. It's just not something that I do. It's not how I talk about people because it's fucking unempathetic. I don't want to do that to people, and I don't want my community to do it to people. But it's just a norm. So it's not like I'm saying, like, yeah, if you set a norm that you're gonna like call people names and insult people, especially orbiters, then like, yeah, we're all gonna do it to each other. That's like how families work. You're the head, and we're all gonna mimic your behavior.
So
if you call Lav
what's
a dumb
the
bitch, then
gauge?
all your fans are gonna
What's
call each
the-
other dumb bitches.
What is the gauge on the career harm of being called a snake?
I don't think that you're going to be able to clearly define harm in any of these cases. You can watch the wave of negative sentiment come through the community, and then afterward there's a counter wave, and then as Stephen always points out. But who knows? Like, who knows where any of us would be if these.
It just seems like the level of protection that you want Steven to provide orbiters is basically setting him up to be like a daycare center for streamers.
That's fine. If you think do you think I'm running a daycare center? I don't think I am.
I have
you
no
freaked
idea
out.
who
You
your
flipped out
orbiters
and
are.
left my show, and then I don't think I'm running a daycare center. I think
No, I
I go
don't-
pretty
I
hard
don't
on people who
think-
come on. People,
Yeah.
I have a lot of conflict. People come on my stream. People come on my stream have conflicts with each other. I don't think I'm running a daycare center, and yet there's a norm on my stream that I think my viewers, my community, and people who come on my stream follow, which is that like we don't hurl dehumanizing, vicious insults at each other, and that is not a norm here.
I don't know
I think
if-
it should be
You
if you're
Snake
gonna,
is-
if you're gonna have.
I didn't follow a conversation for 2 hours.
Snake is
and basically
definitionally
told your chat
dehumanizing.
I was retarded.
No,
And
you
you
used
think
the
that
word
that's
retarded.
better
I would
than
never
calling
call
me
you. I would never call you retarded. When you remember what I said when you left, if you heard it, I said, "Look, I'm glad Cherry set a boundary. I think it was good of her to speak up and say that I don't think this conversation is good for me." And she left, and I said, "Cherry, if you want to come back, or if you want to send me a DM of any statement you'd like to make to amend anything that's been said, I'm happy to say it for you. I would never call you retarded. I just would never do that."
Okay, then I cannot follow you by what you find to be like a harmful thing. If maybe for you it's like certain words are a no-no, but
No, it's not that certain
like
words.
can we
It's,
like
it's,
It's so
someone
bad
in
faith.
a way that says the words instead of the words, like where
I don't.
What
I don't
is-
think
what
it's
are the
painting you
rules
as
for you?
retarded to say that there's a conversation that I think you're having trouble following. I don't
No,
think
you
that's calling you
didn't
retarded.
just say I'm having trouble. You said I couldn't follow it. I'm not capable.
Yes, oh, okay, a conversation that you can't follow. I don't think that means
So-
you're retarded.
Well, that just means she's stupid, right?
No, it doesn't
I mean,
mean
she was too emotional.
Don't.
Well,
Like, will
listen,
somebody-
here's
will
the
so-
difference.
Wait, will somebody
I
bite the
haven't said
fucking bullet? Will somebody acknowledge that Steven insults people more than I do? Come on, somebody step up,
okay.
Is that
open your
in-
mouth, and
is
bite
that
the
in
fucking bullet.
question?
Steven clearly insults people more than I do.
I think it's
Steven,
a little bit.
will you please acknowledge this?
I don't know. I think that.
I do a lot
Come
of
on.
insulting.
Well, here's the issue. I use more mean words than you do,
Yes.
for sure. But
Okay.
I mean, you've made some pretty extreme statements towards people as well that implies a level of ineptitude or incapability too. So I mean, I don't know, like per capita of like streaming hours, who's insulted who more. I'm not sure on that. But like, I mean, I use
Okay,
more
but
mean words
I
for
don't,
sure.
I don't think I'm. I
The
don't think
difference
I'm
here is
known
that
for
Destiny,
making.
when Destiny's, you know, he'll throw around things pretty casually, and I think everybody kind of understands that it's pretty casual. It's not really, there's no real meaning behind it. But Mrgirl, you do
Okay,
have a history of paying people
okay.
away.
I just,
don't-
What, okay,
listen,
fine.
you guys
Even if
have all
think- even
talked
if
a
you
lot.
think-
Hold on,
wait,
Max.
Stop. I want to finish.
Why?
I'm not. Stop. Everybody, stop changing the fucking subject.
I'm not. I'm
You asked
commenting
me
on
a-
this.
Okay, I was asked a simple question. What do I expect? Steven said, "Do you expect me to be a stalwart defender of everybody who comes on the stream?" The answer is no. I don't expect that. I expect or request that you set norms.
Okay,
And I think those norms should take into account the power differential. And one norm I believe is that people should probably, especially if somebody is on the back foot or being dogpiled, I don't think that people should be making denigrating, sweeping, dehumanizing statements about that person.
All right,
Just
I'm
being
hold Stardust,
capable of
please,
having a
please Stardust.
conversation.
I have said nothing in like an hour, but I just want to give an example of something. If I call Stardust a fucking moron, I don't think anyone.
Oh shit! All right. I think I've been listening for a little bit, and I kind of phoned it in here. I'm pretty tired. I'm gonna pick it back up probably this evening. 'Cause I know I'm gonna get some sleep, and then I know I gotta. I might go see a friend if I don't see. Oh yeah. If my. Yeah, probably not gonna pick it back up until my kid goes to bed, but I will be back. If my kid's hanging out with a friend or whatever, and I don't end up hanging out with my friend, then it'll be sooner rather than later. But otherwise, I'll be back tomorrow later in the evening, around like 11 p.m., 12 a.m. kind of time. But it's possible that I'll be back before that. I'm getting pretty sleepy, and I don't want to phone this in. But it'll be going from this video to the next video of the Mrgirl and Destiny bridge collapse, and then I'll just kind of go from there. Still take requests and such. So yeah, thanks for being here. Thanks again, very very much to the people who donated. Had pretty considerable donations today, and also just thanks for hanging out. Thanks for being in chat.